What is up? Happy Monday, or sad Monday, depending on your perspective. Mostly, we're looking to improve upon the feelings, the vibes of the week. And whoopsie, I definitely know I was going to forget something. We need to switch back over to our immaculate KPM theme, because we have got a week full of midweek muster action. Hopefully, you guys had fun on the weekend with those games. Some really cool ones we got to see on the Saturday, and I'm sure we're going to get some epic ones during the weekdays here. We're going to kick off with Vortex versus Miica and Miica. We're going to checking in on the other side with SAS versus Baltune, and then immediately after that, we should be able to hop into the quarterfinals between the winners of those two series. Afterwards, we're looking in on things like Anatan versus Miica and Miica, Core versus Scatterbrained, Wham versus Voldemar should all be on the agenda for today. And then we'll see, maybe we kept this in there, Striker versus Killjardi. We might be able to go back and check in on that one, because I heard it is quite an interesting series. So, busy day. Busy weekdays as always. You know how it is here, guys. I'm non-stop gunning through these. We're going to be kicking off with Miica and Miica versus Vortex. So let me just actually pull up the profile now. 9 days to Hamburg? Hell yeah. Not long to go now. So I'll be flying out on... yeah, 12th. And, I don't know. I think we'll see how it goes. I'm quite excited for it, actually. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the tournaments maybe intermingle a little bit. I'm wondering if anyone can challenge Hera. That I think that is the big thing on anyone's mind. I don't know if you guys saw it. If you're not following AOT, you probably didn't. He just won Titans League, which makes it 10 events in a row. The guy is like looking unstoppable right now. You know, someone's gonna have to slip something, some laxatives in his drinks or something. I don't know. Is there any way he's gonna crap the bed? Ayo! All right. Oh, you want me to change the background? Fine. Let me change the like you background. Why don't you like the Zealot? The Zealot is dope, dude. You're just moaning about like not having Rampart there. There you go. There's Rampart. Is that AoE 2? Yes. Hera is AoE 2. He has been curb stomping everyone. One sec. I need to actually get my energy drink out and then we can kick this off. Oh. Fat. Oh, I'll pause it for a sec. Oh, shake, 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 mother duckers. We talk about AoE 2 here? Yeah, I am the stage host for AoE 2, mate. Oh, did you miss that? Was that r/whoosh over the head? Maybe, if you're lucky, I'll make an appearance on the AoE 4 broadcast. We'll see. Alright, anyway. Another week waiting to be chocked full of Age of Empires 4 action. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We've got a fun one here. I love watching these two. Conceptually, the idea of how they play Vortex versus Miica and Miica. The reformed aggressor against the all-out aggressor. Miica and Miica only really knows how to play one way, and it's all in. Let's see how he wants to try and approach this. Japanese versus Rus has actually been quite a hard matchup historically for Japan. Very difficult times now with the return of horse archers coming into the meta. Since that happened, a lot of the Japanese builds just feel like they kind of missed the target here. You know, Onimusha spam isn't going to work. Horse archers are just superior. They're cheaper. And then if you go into Mallet Samurai, your opponent can actually just play a mixture of horse archers to just kind of kite you out and snipe you down. It's been quite frustrating. The only play that I've seen like semi-works for Japan is going into Horseman. The difficulty, though, is you're talking about a civ that has no real economical benefit going Horseman. It's not really a recipe for success, is it? No. Meanwhile, for Rus, you know, if Japan wants to go all in a feudal age, they're not exactly renowned for their feudal pressure, and they're going to be doing so against a civ that doesn't care. This is the infuriating thing about this civ right now. Slap down 2 encampments like this, and then go for a toilet break, right? Like, you just make sure you queue up enough villagers, come back, nothing's going to change, just going to have a crap ton of gold sitting there, ready to go Castle Age. It's pretty brutal. So Miica, he could try to contest the Pro Scouts conundrum, but I'm seeing a bigger conundrum in the spawn. Got a forward and a back. So very difficult for him to position to block both of those with Shinobi. Remember, Shinobi are fast infantry, but they are notably slower than cavalry. There's a reason why, for example, Delhi will open Ghazi instead of Spearmen, even though Spearmen do a lot more damage against scouts. It's the mobility factor to get in position and also to pivot between 2 deer stacks. You know, you take that away, and all of a sudden, things are slipping through. So, Coca is on the way. Vortex, man, I don't really see a world in which he can test this and feel... Is it time for my daily rant about Pro Scouts? Have you guys had enough of it yet? So it's like interesting when we watched Dumi recently in tournaments. Apparently he was like trying some experimental builds to not do Pro Scouts. Sorry, I'm just getting bumped in the background by gajillion things. What makes these scouts pro? Their ability to apparently just salt the deer so efficiently that they never actually decay. It's pretty impressive. Not great matchup for Japanese? No. I hate that I always go to say Japanese because like I want to call them Japan, but they're called Japanese in game. I know it kind of like is the way it's written, right? You've got Japanese, you've got English, whatever. But not every civ is like that. I just realized there's a really big contradiction there. Right? It's like, yeah, Byzantines follows it. Japanese follows it. But what about the Holy Roman Empire? Oh, man, that's going to tilt people. Yo, what's up, Zuba0T? That doesn't tilt me, though. Thank you very much, mate. What's the max tax income of China and Juji? And oh, wait, what? All right, we'll just skip on the taxation. We just care about the blood for the blood god. Yeah, you've got, like, China instead of Chinese. I don't know, man. So here's the thing. People choose to focus on Juji Legacy when there's clearly bigger, like, naming inconsistencies in AoE4. Like, is Rus just... Is that meant to be Japanese comparative? I think so. Because it's the people, not a country. Right? Because this could have been Muscovy, for example. Yeah, I don't know. I hope they eventually fix that, because it is... I don't know, it's jarring for me, man. I just want to see Japan. Why can I not just say Japan? All right, Pro Scout's on the way. Shinobi are moving into position. He's going to look to torch down the hunter cabins here. So Vortex's reaction to this is going to be absolutely nothing. I mean, why would you react to it? You could technically add in an archery range early to get archers. I think you're only worried about that if it hits your tree line, but you can see the TC's always going to protect. Yeah, and also, as expected, the Scout's done absolutely nothing there. Good play by me and Miica so far, actually. Scout blocker on the north side. Vortex does lose one of the Scouts. And sends his other to the other side of the map. Now, this one can at least drag a deer home, but the problem is, there's already a Shinobi coming up. So I thought Vortex would just get his safe castle age, no real pressure, but... It feels a bit slippery here so far. I'm a bit surprised he even tried to contest the Shinobi with Scouts in the first place. You could argue he wasn't doing anything else, but he could have been shoving deer in. Right? And that also brings a much lower risk of death with it. Because, you know, these guys don't actually have analysts, so they can't hurt you. Well, that one does. We stay wide of him. Looks like Shinobi's OP. Yeah, if he kept producing them. He's stopping at 4, though. And it looks like Wooden Fortresses are OP. All of a sudden, the Shinobi can't do more. They can keep contesting the deer, but remember with the deer locations, he's only gone 3 Shinobi. He'd have to split quite wide. So if Vortex just keeps vomiting out scouts, he'll still get deer home. Are Shinobi's the Roost Pro Scouts naked castle we've been looking? No, it doesn't count the way you think. Because the problem is it's very difficult to stop the Roost getting at least a few deer through. And if you overdo the Shinobi count, yes, they'll build a few archers, but like that doesn't hurt the idea of what they're going to do next much, right? Because yes, you have to build a few archers, it does cost you resources, but the archer rangers get re-leveraged into horse archer production. I mean, all in all, me and Miica is doing a good job for what it's worth. He has forced the archer range that we were just mentioning. So that we will see 1 or 2 archers just to get the rest of the deer through. In fact, at this rate, he might not even need it. Yeah, it's only 2 Shinobi left alive now. That's the second one to dive the TC. Oh, me and Miica. I mean, this would have looked a little bit better for him, right? He would have had a little bit more velocity behind him here. But now, Vortex is going to be able to kind of focus in on just gathering additional deer. Doesn't really need to build too many archers. 2 should be good enough. And you know what? I think that raid is good enough. What is up, my man, my myth, my legend, sort of? Thank you very much, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. We've been trying to massage sort of back into the tournament format, saying he should join the KPMMs. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing him before the end of the circuit. He's been hard on the grind. Was it 5 or 6 civs at the moment? We'll get you up to that 16 number soon enough. Probably not before we get the additional civs, but we'll get there. So yeah, you see what I mean about the Archer play, right? It is the counter to the Shinobi, but unless you want to spam 3 or 4 of these, it's not quick. And the problem is, if you don't get him straight away, he can walk away now and heal. It's not a quick heal, mind you. It's like half the speed of the scouts, but it is essentially a feudal unit that can technically live forever. Just not when micro like that. We call Miica, not Miica, it would seem. We do have the floating gate coming through. He already has the stable set up. And remember, the Uma Bannerman comes in easily because the Daimyo leveling on the TC, which gives you access to the Bannerman, is much cheaper these days. So look at the timing here. Uma Bannerman coming out in 5. Floating gate completes in 2. However, this did just get nerfed. Used to be a lot stronger. Now they decreased down to 125% increased production speed. So although you still vomit out Mad Samurai, your pacing's been slowed in a matchup where we were seeing time and time again, Japanese was falling flat. So what's going to give here is what I'm wondering. Vortex, he will send the archers across. I actually love this. There's no outposts. Remember, Miica went full aggression, so he didn't need an outpost. So that's going to force some idle time on the gold, which means all of a sudden, having this Yorishiro drop may not be as valuable if the archers get in. Seems like they're going to actually have to split up on the flanks. And also, we do have a play into the ball. Okay, I like this from Mio. This is really dangerous, but at the same time, if there's a way to make this work, it is by being able to vomit out more troops at rapid pacing. My worry still in this game is that Vortex is going to be able to just bypass into Horse Archer Spear. Horse Archer Spear, I'm pretty sure that beats Japanese as well. If you think about the introductions, right? Like, Horse Archers are cheaper than Onimusha, and Onimusha won't counter either thing in the composition. So, what do? Do you build Yumi against Spear Horse Archer? My worry there is you won't have an easy dive comp, and your opponent can raid more efficiently with Horse Archers. Dive is going to come in, though. Mount Samurai is going to go down. A little bit of an overextension there. Miica was a good idea, but hung around too long. Uma Bannerman arrives too late. Archer Rangers are coming up. There's going to be hit onto the backside with a high trade house. And that's actually kind of wild. I only just noticed that Vortex went for an insane position on this. That could have screwed him over. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. When you consider how quickly Miica had the first Mount Samurai out, but he chased the Archer instead. Had that Mount Samurai come in here, disaster for Vortex. He hadn't left room, actually, for the high trade house at all. So he had to build it outside of town center range. I cannot believe that. That is wild. So Vortex getting away with murder, it seems. And I don't think that was intended. Yeah, Miica. I feel like when he reviews this part of the game, it's going to be very frustrating. It could have been the lead he was looking for. Like, typically, a Roost player, what they'll do in this situation is they'll leave enough room for the high trade house. I think something you have to give a lot of praise to Miica for. With the Shinobi opening, although it looked like it didn't achieve grand deals, what it done is it forced the Wooden Fortress to come in a little bit tighter. Like, you can see Vortex's intent was to leave room here for a high trade house in the first place. Because the Wooden Fortress had to be set up here, he would have been blocked. He would have had to delete house, double lumber camp, and then he wouldn't have had room for his lumber camp afterwards. So he decided to make the choice on that HTH on the flank. Almost cost him the game. Now we do have the Relic Gathering being targeted by both players. First one already home. 2 more could easily be gathered up soon. In the meantime, the deer continuing to return back towards Vortex's base. Spear crossbows are just going to march up. You know, this isn't great right now. He's outnumbered, and he's not really doing anything on the flanks. No, instead, he's trying to bring all the troops here. I'm not crazy about this plan. If you can kill this crossbows, it's worth it. Unfortunately, there are additional troopers coming in. Yeah, and good micro for Vortex. Notice what he does. Uses the crossbows at range to keep attacking. Backs off of the ones at risk. Brings in a trickle of spearmen just to slow things down, and this is by no means a worthwhile exchange for Miica. No, Vortex so confident he even walks up again, not even killing the units first. Now I'm a bit worried. Mio, he's got 1 sheep left over. Remember, he did not go for Kuro. He's going to run out of food. I think this is one of the big problems right now with Japanese and what they're meant to do with these Koka Township plays. Is like, Koka, it's a timing attack, right? If you don't hit your timing, if you don't start to kill your opponent's eco, starve them off, you end up in this awkward situation where you simply lose out for a lack of food. And I think something that's amplified that is the Pro Scouts meta, right? Japan's definitely one of the civs that's suffered, considering historically they've never had a time where Pro Scouts made sense for them. We've seen some players try it, like B, but at the end of the day, it's just an inferior version of what something else can do, right? So Rus, HRE, Chinese, Delhi, like all these civs are going to feel a lot better for PS. Mio, it is going to be played now into the Yuumi, so this is his last punt, really. And he has found some worker kills, credit to him there, but a lot of that is going to be offset by things like the high trade house gold and the relics that are now coming in. You think the Pro Scout meta is more powerful at lower elos, or you can get away with different strategies? I think it's more powerful at higher elos than lower, because at lower elos, people don't really know how to diversify strategies much, and they're not as quick to react to their strats. So that leaves more wiggle room for a person who wants to go farms, I think. Now, that will change over time, because the whole idea with these type of things is, historically with competitive games, as time goes on, high-level concepts trickle down, right? So, for example, you know, we're kind of reaching the stage where you might see someone at gold rank start trying a deer shove. But you never would have imagined that at release. Oh, maybe give it another 2 years. And yeah, like, so a fair point's come up in chat there from Claymax. Like, the cool way that I like to put it, this is very kind of eyeball opening, which is weird because your eyeballs are always open. It's really eye-open when you think about it, is I can tell you to do this thing, or I can tell you why you do this thing. If you understand the whys, you know how to implement and execute. So this is the difference between someone giving you a trick that will get you to platinum, or someone teaching the fundamentals of why your build order is or isn't good, and like what you're meant to be aiming for conceptually against the Civ, right? Like we here often focus on like macro level strategy rather than the microscopics of build order for that reason. Because build orders change. But conceptually, how civs function, not as often. Good raid coming in here from Vortex, though. That is the entire eco lead gone for Miica, and it's about to get a lot worse than that. Warriormonger's showing up here as well, so it's going to be a denial of the relic. And an immediate yoink. Okay, this is looking grim. Remember, although the military count doesn't look that far apart, it's mostly Yuumi. These are designed to underperform. They're all about massing. And yet Miica doesn't have the lead. It's going to be a dive on the backside, but things are a bit discombobulated here. Yeah, not ideal. Miica, he jumped in a bit too quickly there. The Yuumi couldn't keep pace. Unfortunate, so Relic has now gone home. Vortex now with a slight eco lead, but militarily, he's about to be a mile ahead. We have Men-at-Arms switched into here in a game where Miica does not really have the long-term food access right now to consider lobbing Mounted Samurai. He's playing Risk on the flank now with the berries. I love this. One thing I will say about Lipany, the idea of Japanese is pretty smart here by Miica. It's a civ that uses the extra berries very well. Unfortunately, I think, whether you like it or not, Lipany is more often just going to be about the deer still. In the current meta, anyway. Horseman switch from Mio. Yeah, but this dive, it feels ill-advised. Just one or two Men-at-Arms coming in. Miica, he's not actually targeting the back line. So a lot of wasted effort, an immediate GG. Game 1 to the Spaniard, previewing just how dominant the Rus can be. And it didn't even need to be about blobbing horse archers. The naked pocket eco strat is OP. It's like playing a horror game. You never... Oh, for God's sake. I mean, that's why I do it, right? Like, you know, I'd start the game. I'd delete my scout. And I would walk out to, like, boar, deer, berries. Live life on the edge, man. See, that's the thing, Faye. Like, you try to act like you're playing the horror game, but unless you delete your scout, you're not really playing the horror game. You know? Them rookie levels. All right, so game number 2, we're going to be heading into Prairie. It's going to be Delhi versus Byzantines. First exploring game, then it's a horror game? No, we don't even do the exploration. No sheep. If you want sheep, you have to find them in the wild and club them down. I'm painting a dark timeline here, man. So what's the plan here with this pick? We've got Byzantines up against Delhi. It's a matchup where we've seen like Byzantines can get wins. I think Delhi's have been looking a little bit better recently, but the thing that's kind of puzzling me is Prairie. It's not really a map you'd normally think of Biz for, but with a spawn like this, hello. I'm not saying it's going to Grand Winery here, but it's not a long walk to get to the next berry patch. You could even argue he drops the system to the side a little bit wider, and then he basically buffs it guaranteed. Vortex, meanwhile, I understand the Delhi pick entirely, right? It's a very open, wide map. You can leverage the wider rotations with your scout. You don't have to come home as quickly, so you get more sheep. And also, you want to play Mass Ghazi. And Mass Ghazi on such an open map are going to thrive as long as they're not eclipsed by, say, a better cavalry unit such as Sipahi. Overall, though, so far, Miica off to a good start with his own rotation. Neck and neck, actually, with Vortex, which is surprising considering he's been eating the sheep, and Vortex has not. Hello, Michaeli. Yes, we are indeed live. We'll be live for probably... I would say it's likely we're live for like 7 hours today. I think this week, by the way, chat, we're going to have a slight alteration in the schedule. I've been weighing it up. We're probably not going to go live on Friday because there is the King of Civilizations tournament on the weekend that we'll be casting. So we'll cast that instead. So it should be live Saturday and Sunday. And then next week, because we've got the Garrison LAN, likely last stream before I head out will be Monday. Just so I can get everything prepped for Tuesday. Can't look at the market units. Oh! Okay. I mean, I'm sighing because he's not going to do it, but I kind of wish he would. It's Sipahi. I think Sipahi can actually like work quite well here. I just don't really know if Byzantines have the scale point like the Ottomans would. Right? Because Oliver's kind of more limited. You have to think of these units you get as almost an extension of your army, not the core. Over time, they can become the core if you, for example, scale the back line, but usually not the front line. And what is up, Anwar? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Swarm. Are there any lower ranked 2v2 tournaments of some sort? Not really. My recommendation is like, maybe try and organize something. There's occasionally some 3v3, 2v2, 4v4 tournaments. But there's not that many that I know of anyway. I think there was a tournament on the weekend, right? I noticed like 1 or 2 people were streaming it, but I could not find any reference point to it anywhere. AoE4 has historically been a very much 1v1 focus game. I don't think that's a positive, by the way. I think that's kind of a negative. I think there's a lot of bread left on the table with that approach. But the game has definitely been designed around competitive 1v1. Okay, so apparently some guy called Brocane. I have not heard of him. Like I said, like if there is a was it $2,000 tournament? It has not been well advertised. I haven't heard a thing. Got to get those Reddit threads up. Got to get those Wikipedia pages up. Why aged up with 6? What, you mean Vortex? Because he's behind. He needs to catch up. Or do you mean Miica? I think for him, it's about getting the olive oil quicker so he can get his conversion point into his mercs. It kind of makes sense, actually. Yeah, you can see he's rushing Merc House. This is Keshik's. This feels like Keshik's. I can't think of any other reason why you'd want this timing so cleanly. Because, like, if you're going Javelins or Lombos, they're going to need to wait for the Limitana anyway. Interesting choice to go Keshik's, by the way. I think Keshik's can work if you are a Mongol player against Delhi. I'm not a big fan of them when you're Byzantine because of the scale point. Vortex can just build as many Ghazi as he likes. You're going to be hard limited, and there you go. Yeah, Eastern Contract comes in. So I think Miica's concept here isn't even to play the age. This looks like a fast castle Byzantine build. I think we've got Sippy Cups. Does Sippy Cups win if you get Mirror fast castle, though? My concern is, like, Delhi, if they fast castle too, they can get elephants, right? There is still a risk, though. Remember, we're talking about Prairie, very open map, so over time, your opponent's going to spread out. You're going to be able to raid him everywhere. Elephants don't really get to do the same level of raiding. If they do happen to get in position to raid, they will kill everything, though. You're not going to like the aqueducts? What's wrong? Look at him. Look. He's even got a nice little corner here, and then he's got just like a diagonal over here. He's unique. The feng shui is alternate. You can tell elephants beat cataphracts. Just sippy cup more, right? Yeah, this is another concern I do have, is if you're playing a fast castle build and not present on the map at all, you are guaranteeing that like the Katas are going to struggle because Vortex doesn't have to go wide if he has this. He'll have to go wide for wood and gold, but the gold is like long-term off. And like with Pro Scouts, it actually aligns the food and gold to run out around the same time, which is like 25 minutes in the game. That's insanely deep. So if Miica's concept was, I'm going to raid him to death, I don't think he's measured in the Pro Scouts meta. This idea would have been cool about like 5 months ago. Vortex. He has to know what's happening now, right? He's checked the gold. It's 800 gold gone. This is a dead giveaway, guys. Like, why else would a player gather 800 gold at 6.5 minutes in the game? So Vortex knows that his opponent's going Castle Age now. He has got the Sanctity timing kicking in, so we should see Scholars shuffling out now. I wouldn't be surprised if he just starts stockpiling now and goes for his own tech up. He's got enough Ghazi to keep the Keshiks in check. There was a little raid attempt here on the backside, but did get scared away. Keshik contract means imp tower elephants? No, please stop. If you wanted to do that build, he screwed up. He should have built Hippodrome. Then you get the movement speed on the elephants too. Come on. It's like trying to peel away the Keshiks, but you're going to see why this doesn't work. You know, when you're playing Mongols, the threat here is I get this Keshik away, I come back with 5 more. You don't have that value as Byzantines. That's why he has to go the gold way, but I'm not really seeing the faith that I can have in the gold plan right now. In fact, he needs to be careful with this Keshik. Vortex could have actually ran beyond him and killed him. Hippodrome into Naked Imp sounds OP. Exactly. You just need to, like, what you need to do is all chat type white piece, 15 minutes, question mark. If they say Y or 1, you're good to go. So system the first hill it is. We are indeed getting sippy cups. Love this as well. Just chases with the Ghazi. You want to kill these Keshiks off before they can get healed at all. I mean, funnily enough, he probably could have taken that fight. It wouldn't have been clean, but if he wipes out the Keshiks, there's less things for Miica to use the flask for. This should be the turn point of the fight, though. There we go. Goes in with the charge. Love that he starts to wrap around the back. Wallop's another one down. And remember, that timer is now ticking. Pro Scouts just completed. Vortex is going to want to consider now teching up, but he's done enough damage to keep his opponent contained, right? Like, you're not seeing Miica come out. You're also not seeing him extend his eco buff. Like, System is not actually buffing these guys out here. Yeah, so not even going to get the additional Keshiks that quickly. Not to mention the food that is absolutely necessary for the Cataphract time. Just distract them with shiny deer? Oh, that's true. Like, yeah, like you go to them, hey, if you, I'll let you have the deer. I promise I won't touch them, but you need to let me get him. Now, you just need to then make sure that your opponent isn't smart enough to know that you're Byzantines and would never touch the deer anyway. Site decap attempt. Yeah, so a Keshik will lose to 2 Ghazi, by the way. It won't even be close. It's kind of depressing sometimes. I mean, mathematically it makes sense, right? It's 140 versus 200. But the difference is so large, it kind of feels depressing to be the Keshik player. Man, it just feels like he's getting blocked everywhere. He did at least get the decap on the south side, but the Skull's come back for that. And this is cool for Vortex, right? He comes down here for a Sacred Site. He stays for a Relic because Castle is just around the corner. Stop that. These Keshiks are having a hard time. Honestly, I think Miica would have been a lot better off if he just added in a few Limitane. Because the problem I'm now seeing in this game is like... he's dead. Okay, that was a bit quicker than expected. Yeah, so just to go over the problem, because I think it's very important to like assess it. At the end there, the problem you ran into is because you just went cavalry only and your opponent's gone mass Ghazi, you can't leave your base. You either build outposts or you build Limitane. There's no other way you can leave your economy without dying. So yeah, I think kind of a misread of the situation. It's definitely a tough matchup. I think Ghazi just fare very well against this type of strategy. But maybe just going to Limitane, you know, sacrificing your aggressive timing a little bit so you can actually be aggressive would have boded a lot better for me and Miica in that game. It's crazy as well, because in the first game, it felt like what he needed to do in that one was be a little bit more aggressive. So we kind of went to polar opposite here, where he didn't put enough respect on defense. How many archer shots to kill a Gulping Limitane? We don't talk about it. That guy is not human anymore. He's a giant mutant porcupine. All right, so games done for that series. We have got another series going to be checking on. We're going to have a look at SAS versus Baltune. So let me just get the draft for that. So we've got Lipini, Dry Arabia, and Hurley Island. Winners of this will play afterwards. Give or take. If there's a little bit of time until we have that live series, what we'll do is we'll check in on Doomy versus Myriad. So we'll weigh it up. But yes, we have got Big Tuna, Mr. Baltune himself. I'm going to force him to rename himself to Big Tuna if he keeps doing this. You have to. All right, so game number 1 is going to be Malians versus Delhi. Yo, what is up, Pope Diaz? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. If you want to do something that is free that will help the channel, by the way, you did see the Nightbot correctly. That is a great CTA, I know. Click the link and check out Opera GX. We've been working with Opera GX this month. We're working through all the way through March with them. If you go across to that link and you sign up with an account and download it, that lets them know I sent you. That then makes it more likely they come back and sponsor us again, which allows me to put more money into tournaments like this. So yeah, it's absolutely free. It's basically a browser which is designed around gamers. It has some really handy things in there around making your browser more efficient, as well as not having to worry about paying for a pricey VPN. We can just get a free one because really, if we've been totally real, a lot of us don't need a VPN because we're like looking for privacy or security features. We just want to pretend that we're in like America so we get the good Netflix. And that can do that. So check it out. Really cool. I've been enjoying it so far. I've been using it for several days now. Thumbs up. All right, now into the games. I haven't used Opera since 2010. Yeah, they kind of reinvigorated it with the GX version to be gamer focused. All right, 1 second. Just need to get rid of that, and off we go. It's the big fish in the little sweet sea. One and all, welcome back to the channel for more midweek muster action. That's right, we're kicking it off with the round of 16s here. Winner of this, we're going up against Vortex, who we just cast. Really aggressive series, really fast series, as we'd expect. Do we get aggression here, though? Malians versus Delhi. A matchup that, since its inception, Delhi had looked good in, until more recently, where all of a sudden the tables turned, guys, with these new Pro Scouts Farimba-esque type builds. We've seen Malians get a new reinvigorated look on life. It's not just about the cow boom, which gets you killed by mass Delhi. It's now about massing your own troops a lot of the time. So let's see how these two want to play. We are going to be on Lipini to open this up, the EGC Lipini, so that we have those balanced and more open type spawns. And SAS has to be looking at Dome of Faith, right? Like, there's no reason you go something else here. In fact, I just realized we can actually use the 2x just to kick this off. Baltune, it should just be an easy peasy Mansa. That is a very easily targeted double gold, though. Yeah, that's kind of ugly. I mean, it's beneficial if you don't get attacked. That's a big ask here, though. In fairness to SAS, he should have a bigger window because of deer gathering. That should be Baltune's focus, so he shouldn't be as capable of defending himself efficiently. Then again, like, you could argue defensively, if you build into your vanguards, which then eventually become your warriors, you can actually just defend yourself against Ghazi quite well, right? Ghazi won't get bonus damage against you, you won't get bonus damage against them, but you heal. You heal here, wherever you are, whereas for Delhi, they'd have to go home. So tech up's about to complete. Other than that, the tree line on the ford could be a little bit problematic for Baltune, but I don't really see SAS rushing into, like, mass archers here, which is the pressure point. If anything, against Malians, you're usually thinking like Ghazi plus Spearman. So tech up's complete. And it is going to be the Ghazi beginning we talked about. Should have all the free techs queuing up. So 3 minutes out from Sanctity. And there's PS. And Baltune has a pretty nice split for this, actually. Like, Ghazi may be able to slow down one, but they can't really slow down both with this sort of divide. Meanwhile, Sasses are directed towards the south side of the map. This is good for him. It actually keeps the deer further away from Baltune's base and makes his route back home more linear, right? It's much more frustrating if you're trying to play Ghazi like this to block the play into PS if your opponent has a deer here and here, right? And here and here. Because then you're asking way too much. Like, how do Ghazi guard all of those? It's not going to happen. At least half the deer will get back home. And if half the deer get back home, that can be seen as a resounding win. Who do you guys favor in this, by the way? One's if you think Malians are meant to win this. Two's if you think Delhi are meant to. I really think it's Switch. We interviewed Marine Lord on this, actually. I remember he said at the time, like, you know, there's a lot of matchups that people are still figuring out, learning. I think he said at the time, like, you know, he thought that Malians were meant to, like, be destroyed by Delhi, but then he had that game against Beastie in the finals, where it was kind of like a rude awakening. Yeah, Malians definitely flipped the script. Because like I said, you know, the thing that killed them before is they'd rush castle. So, like, Delhi love going against opponents who rush castle, because you know what they do. They just blob, get loads of Ghazi spears. You're building a Fulani, they dive your base with 70 units. You have, like, 20. You lose. But the difference here is nowadays, because Malians just keep committing into Donzos and Javelins, like, the Ghazi spearman dive doesn't work. So then you think about castle. But if you think about castle, Malian player can do that too. And that's where they have options, right? I think Fulani then gets back on the table. All these sick Farimba builds, if you get enough value out of the deer gathering, you can easily go in for things like the Mansa Musafadi, which will destroy the Lancers, they'll destroy the men-at-arms, and they'll even destroy the war elephants. It's a lot of distraction. Other way we have seen sometimes is massing javelins. So if you mass enough javelins, you can go for javelineers. It's a really nice transition there because you immediately have an upgraded armor. And then you can just pile on the pressure. It's a bit dangerous, though. I wouldn't advise it when your opponent has too many Ghazi. It's the type of strategy you do if your opponent is being disingenuous about playing Feudal Age and aren't actually, like, scaling, you know, 30 light cavalry. The Spearman's showing up. We do have Baltune now switching into the Archers. A little bit of a different turn of events than what you guys are maybe used to seeing. But what he wants to try and do is now force the 1-1-1 commitment out of the Delhi. And there it is. Sass is going to be racked into 1-1-1. So Baltune, he baited him. Look at the switch. He built an archer and then immediately followed up with a javelin. So he reveals the one archer, makes Sass feel like he needs to make this about ranged on ranged, and then immediately discounts his play. Just a sick control of the flow of things here by Baltune. Yeah, and he needs to scout this fast. My concern is, look what's coming in 40 seconds. Deer gathering a clock. And once that happens, you know, if Sass does have any scouts remaining, they're not going to be going and seeing what the opponent's doing. They're going to be focusing on getting the deer back into his base. It's like a negative by getting a positive, right? And Baltune will know the timings about this as well. It's perfectly aligned, right? We're only 20 seconds out. Realistically, like, give or take a minute from here is when you expect your opponent to be able to get into the deer. Spearman on spears. Donzos are actually better than this, by the way. Remember, Donzos actually come with armor. The Baltune doesn't want to throw away troops carelessly. We'll just back up. Sass definitely has numbers on his side. He just doesn't have them in position yet. And early info for Baltune. Does scout the archer play super early here. 3 Sacred Sites are locked in, so Baltune definitely has to come out. But once again, this is what Pro Scouts changed. Where Delhi thrived in this matchup before is not only would they blob troops while you were trying to tech, but they'd have a timer ticking while you were trying to tech, which allowed them to just vomit so much gold into additional production. It was insane. With the new Pro Scouts build, although Malians have to wait to come out of their base, when they do, it'll be a never-ending tide of javelin throwers, both in melee form and the actual range unit. Yeah, and that hybridization of like a full ranged army is pretty brutal sometimes. Like, we've seen the effect it can have, especially with correct micro. Remember, those range attacks that the Donzos throw do still get bonus damage against Cav. although it comes in the form of range damage, so it mitigates a little bit, it's still a heavy hit. Right? It's not quite double damage, but it ends up being like 1.8x damage. So decap into the center. Now Sass needs a change of gears here. I'm not crazy about the massment of archers. But like, what does he do, right? He hasn't had Sacred Sites long enough to rush castle. The other risk he now has is, although he's got deer coming home, he wants to get rid of these risky resources now, like the Ford Berries. The biggest scary part I find when you have this situation against Malians, though, is like, if you don't actually remain honest to the age, build to build, you basically get a reversal of what we were talking about earlier, where the Delhi would beat Malians, right? Because Delhi would beat Malians because they had more numbers when in the base. That happens the other way too, and the vicious thing is that in some ways it's just as easy for Malians because of the Javelin detail. These units don't die to a TC, right? And it's all hybridized, so if you put them in the choke points of the enemy base, this whole army is able to fight in a way that the Delhi cannot. Sass has had to pull back towards the deer, so he's still got a lot of runway here, almost 5,000 resources in his base safely. I feel like this has turned into a stare down though. Like, whoever stops building units dies. This is rough though, Sass. A little bit out of position. Does actually pull away just in time there before the jabs would arrive. So no worker deaths just yet. No textiles either. So Sass feeling confident that he's not going to lose any units. It's usually a short towel sign. Something else has gone wrong here though, guys. He's 2 workers behind. I think Sass has had some idle time on the TC. Nice attempt there. Sass was trying to get the sandwich. Cool thing about doing that is you can basically split the fight into 2 and then kite away from the bad fight and engage with the good one. But quick reactions out of Mr. Tuna. Has to be a little bit careful about spears. So the play here for Sass is actually just blob more spears. Because spears deal okay with Donzos and really well with javelins. This comp, not so much. Clash underway. Donzos are going to spread out into the berry bush line. Javelins are focusing on those archers, basically sniping them straight away so no heal can come through. And the Donzos have already cut through the front line. Yeah, this is looking grim, Sass. I can't believe that. Despite the military count being so close, that did not look fair at all. I mean, you just see the impact, right? The extra 10 HP, not to mention the extra 1 armor, makes you super effective in these melee fights. Then you got the javelins on the back line, clearing house just as quickly as the archers clear the other way. If this had been Tower of Victory, you could maybe see the plan here for Sass. But without it, anything that is not leading Ghazi does not favor him. Yeah, at this point, you're just in a death swirl. So Baltune's just going to keep producing because he can end the game like this. Meanwhile, for Sass, he has to keep producing or die. It's crazy though, man. I think in the panic of it, maybe he just lost sight of the Spearman play. The reason why Spearman do so well is like Javs don't get the bonus damage against them. You still have a front line that can push, but instead this Archer play falls flat and Big Tuna takes game number 1. Oof. Yeah, that was a rough beginning of the series for him. So, mark that up on the board. Game 1 for the Tuna Boy. Let's see where we're going next. Okay. Game 2 is more reliable for him, actually. He got French versus Japanese. I say more reliable instead of on lock because of the map we're going to be going into. All right, let's hop in. Who's Big Tuna? Big Tuna is Mr. Baltune. In fact, let me update that. Ooh. So I still had Vortex in the title. Okay. One and all, c'est la vie, for there is hope here. Game number 2, Sass, let me flip that, is behind. Baltune leads in this series. And look at what we've got here. French versus Japanese. A matchup that has been looking hella good for French recently, ever since Crossbows just became the undeniable kings. They were good before, but I feel like in most recent months, that it's just gotten a new light shined on it. However, we are on an open map, and arbitrary massing might be difficult to do. Even more so when you see what Baltune is doing. We're on 2x speed just for the opening of the game, but we have got a Dark Age Spearman Rush. Oh, that's sick. I mean, we're in a matchup where you're against a Civ that wants to spam Knights, but also a Civ that needs to get gold for Pro Scouts. This can do so much. The gold spawn location is not desirable for Baltune, though. Back spawn for Sass gives him a lot of safety. But the outpost is meant to deny that permanently. It's only going to be free spear pull. That should be enough. And yeah, outpost is going to be placed on the tree line. Secondary gold is a no-go for Sass. And he doesn't have Pro Scouts. Wow. Okay. That's kind of sick. So, you know, I've been on record saying I don't think the Spearman, like the Dark Age Spearman Rush is going to change much. I stand by it. I think you just scout it, right? But it looks like Sass didn't scout it. Judging by his rotation, he went up north all the way around. So this was snuck by him entirely. Otherwise, he would have either pulled more onto the gold or built an outpost instead. So it looks like, yeah, he just kind of missed the trick there. And this is like the cheesy nature of it sometimes. Like, it always reminds me of the Dark Age Men at Arms rush on Highview for English. It really relied on, like, your opponent not looking. Because if they look, they could react accordingly. And I think it's the same with this. So unfortunately, Sass will be starved off for the moment. Villager is already on the way home. Love this. He sent another Spearman because he wants to check. He's like, okay, if you want Knights, if you want to go for Pro Scouts, I'm going to know if you're doing it. Tech up is successful first for Sass, but Baltune not too far behind, and I think this is the Kura Storehouse game, yeah. There you go, so gonna have the safe food at home. Makes sense, you can technically follow up Shinobi to deal with Knights, it kind of works in conjunction with Spears. The problem though, is then you've basically made a linear composition, right? Everything gets countered by archers. And while you block gold, you haven't blocked wood, so it doesn't really make that much sense to go Coca here. You'd pretty much just be shooting yourself in the foot. You'd be saying, hey Sass, I know you can't get gold, but the one unit you can build will kill everything I have. Oh, Sass even built the mill. Did he do okay on the scouting? Okay, so 10 sheep versus 9. He done well there. But now the villager pull has to come through. Opens with the horseman. Baltune could actually just quickly stab that down, though. Yep, Spearman. He's going to go for the re-garrison. That's going to start forcing villagers away. So Sass has to go for the aggressive reaction. Does micro away before we lose the villagers. There is kind of a cool play here that Baltune could have been doing. I haven't really seen anyone try it. But technically, if you ungarrison immediately after you shoot the arrows, you should be able to stab, then re-garrison in time for another shot. Essentially, like, I'd say, I wouldn't say 2xing your damage. It'd be more like, you know, 1.3xing your damage. But it could be the difference between getting kills. I've yet to see many people do it so far. I don't know if it's been, like, internally tested behind the scenes. There is obviously that latency issue that you have to deal with AV4 that might make it a bit hard to pull off. Looks like Sass has reacquired the gold, but Baltune slowed him down quite a bit here. And look at what Balt done with the time here. He takes the other spearman home with his scout and shoves the deer in. I love this. That's so cool, man. So he's removed one of the value points for Sass. Can't get the second one in time. But this is more than enough, right? 2,450 food. Then you've got the Kura Storehouse farms. Like, Baltune is not going to run out of food too quickly with this play. Oh, sick. A little bit surprised he didn't shove the deer in more. There is a risk now that Sass can come in and snatch this. Man, I don't know. I'm not often looking at Japanese feeling inspired at the moment, especially in this matchup, but Mr. Big Tuna has a way of doing it to you. Now the outpost coming up for Baltune, so understandably so. Your opponent is likely going back to Knights. You need to protect the gold. Insulate yourself because now you just want to greed. Baltune may be cooking, but I don't think he's cooking himself here. He's not going to be a double-sided fish on a grill. No, I think he will be going for the good old-fashioned floating gate. Unlikely we're going to be seeing the play into the Buddhist monks here. Even though technically against like mass knights, you'd think it's good. I think it's just about timing attacks here. And if you go for the Temple of Equality, you don't actually have a timing attack, right? Like, that's a slow approach to the game. Would you rate Mounted Samurai above French Knights? Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Mounted Samurai versus just French Knights. that can be a win for Japanese. The problem is it never stays there. It always goes to arbitrary, and that's where Japan starts to lose. But one-on-one, like the thing with Mounted Samurai is the deflective armor is such a big difference in damage on the exchange, right? So it's like 36 damage that I get and 36 damage you miss out on. That's already a huge chunk of HP. That's like 15% of your HP. To make matters worse, I can recharge that and come again. To make matters even worse, there's an issue with French that I consider a bug. It still has never been fixed. You could argue it's a mechanic because of the way it's designed, but basically, you know how French Knights get bonus damage after they charge in? That doesn't trigger if the damage registered is 0. So when you charge in, deflective armor means no damage has been done to the health of an enemy. The way they're doing this charge check is like if attack does damage, give bonus damage. So the problem there is these French Knights technically done no damage. So they actually don't get the damage buff for 5 seconds. So that's already big problems, right? Like deflective plus the lack of like damage buff. And then we get to the final issue, which is that while you won't get a damage buff, the Japanese will for 15% with the abandonment. And that is why I would favor Japanese Mounted Samurai every day of the week. Add in the extra melee techs. You know, there is a balance point for French, which is Royal Bloodlines, but that requires enough knights, and that requires Royal Institute as a choice. Meanwhile, all the perks I just talked about for the Japanese, you just get by playing Japanese. It's not like you're making a landmark choice to do that. Like, sure, he's going Floating Gate, but he could do what I just talked about with the alternative. Whereas for French, you'd only get that equalizer, if you will, with Royal Bloodlines if you get to the next stage. So Cataphracts are like, they may be the worst knights, but they're the most efficient knights for population. The problem is Cataphracts in theory are broken if you can get 100 of them. But like, when have you ever in a tournament game seen someone with 100 Cataphracts? It just doesn't happen. And no, so you'd think Onibugeisha can handle Arbitrary, but there's an issue there. Can you guess what the issue is? Because Onibugeisha will beat every other crossbow in the game. The one that they struggle immensely with, though, is French Arbitrary. Because French Arbitrary have got Gambesons. Very important tech to not forget about. Plus 5 armor against a unit that has, I believe was it 9 damage in Castle? It might have been 7. Yeah, you just don't do anything. Like, we've seen how Horsemen struggle to kill Arbitrary before. Onibugeisha are that to the extreme. Especially if your opponent starts stepping. A little bit of raiding on the sides. We have got to play on towards the deer. Baltune, in the meantime, has got relics coming home. Mounted Samurai count is a little bit lacking. Does need to catch up in that department, but has got more farms coming online. Sass, remember, still has to find a way of aging up. Even bigger problem. Other scary thing now for Sass, and it's why he's building Horsemen. If Baltune adds in Onibugeisha, or Onimusha rather, you just die. The depressing part about this for him right now... Okay, there we go. There's an archer range. I was about to say, this is getting grim. There wasn't any archers coming. But there you go. The intent is clear. Floating Gate is going to drop the second Yorishiro into the archer range. A very good read here by Sass. He's been anticipating the change. He has to be, really, because if this had came in, he didn't have Horsemen, he just dies. It's still a bit scary, though. The thing you have to remember is if you just don't have enough knights to break in, then, you know, the Horseman will die to Mounted Samurai anyway. The other worry here is you have to remember, you know, Uma Bannerman buffs the entire cavalry battalion. So you've got 3 ranged armor right now. Firm handshakes, congrats. A 15% damage buff. Almost all that armor is moved. It's pretty frustrating, actually. Like, Sass needs a way out of the age. He's starting to stockpile here. And admittedly, the more he goes into Horsemen, the easier it becomes. Because they're cheaper. Flash in the center, though. Now Samurai are just going to jump on top of her. And the Knights are struggling to hold their ground against this. Baltune not even actually microing away any injured here. No, he just A-click commits. Are you kidding me right now? I can't believe that. I mean, it's plastic shields versus iron swords. This is the problem. These are 190 HP Knights with less armor against a unit That has 230 HP, more damage, and even more with the abandonment. Yeah, that was the quickest A-click into advantage lost I've seen in a while. I mean, you could argue he didn't have the advantage. He at least did if he found a way to tech up. But what Baltune done really well here is didn't skirt around the issue. He wasn't concerned about losing a handful of knights here. He understood that if he waits, Royal Institute comes in and Sass can contest. He had to commit, and he found the perfect time to do so. Now that leaves him with a 50-50 comp. Onimusha going to be good at raiding the villages as well. We do at least have the walls up. And Sass is now committed. Behind this, look at the cost. He lost map control at the worst possible time. Baltune is taking all the relics away. On top of that, look at the stone. Yep, 2 TC. Makes a lot of sense. So Baltune's POV, Sass can't contest him. He either doubles down on feudal and struggles to win a fight again, or he goes castle. So that means Baltune's earned like some greed credit, right? Greed credit is like, when I do something and I beat you, I should have leeway to do something greedy. 2 TC is enabled because of this, and it's important because now Sass can't scale a lead. French produce villages quicker, but it's not going to matter here. And the downside of Gambesons, by the way, is nothing. There is zero downside. Sass is correct in going Royal Institute. Guildhall would basically kill him at this stage. He's behind. He needs to catch up. He needs every unit to count. Nice raid in here, though. Hello, Baltune. Has to reinforce the TC. We'll be able to go up. So the villagers will be safe if he garrisons them. He doesn't even bother. So that dive, only getting 2 worker kills. Sass gets the bad news that it's 2 TC. Now he just needs to try and basically push his opponent into the grave, right? Tricky part is Baltune, you know, he's going to likely look to actively gather stone here. That way he can rush Daimyo level 2. And then he just condenses all his economy here. He actually needs to get on either the wood or get on the stone now, though. Wow, he goes to the corner. Okay. Really ballsy at this point in the game, considering Sass just raided your base. But I think the assumption here is if he doesn't now react to my knights, I'll counter dive him. In fact, we can already see Baltune is hunting for exactly that. Yeah, I have 2 TC with Kura Storehouse. Wait, what do you mean? Nani? You okay there? The farms do have to be worked. Oof. Nasty there from Sass as well. Just getting caught on the flanks. We do have the switch into Arbitrary, though. Okay, but one problem you're going to run into here, Sass, is scale point now. Arbitrary is the GG. It beats Japanese. We've seen it so many times. But you don't have a stranglehold on him right now, and he went 2 town centers. This is a great start, though. Sass, he's found him going out for the Southside Gold. Big hit there. It's crazy as well. Like, Baltune, even though he had level 3 wheelbarrow, it wasn't enough to get away. In fact, he gets absolutely massacred. Baltune, now 10 villages behind. Okay. All of a sudden, cooking with gasoline here. Also, only Onimusha is bad. Knights can actually contest that in small clumps. It's about to get a lot worse. Baltune dodges a bullet. Considering how many of the villages went down from the gold line, there's 21 eco out here. That would have been curtains. Other side of it, we do have some attempts to flank raid, but the problem here is Baltune, he left Onimusha forward, took Mountain Samurai back. A losing play now. Sass able to counter with the horseman. The night dives just keep going deeper. Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by Baltune's order of things here. But there's a reason why he sent the knights back and not just relied on the Onimusha. You may be noticing that Onimusha don't have a glow about them. God, that makes it sound like they're pregnant. They don't have Kaburia. Kaburia is critical here if you want to defend with just Onimusha. I'm a bit surprised. Baltune's usually very quick at getting that tech. By the time you have 10 units, it's actually worth it. 175 resources to get more movement speed. Sass, the amount of risk he's taking. I kind of love it though, right? He's diversifying any interest in a raid in one location. And we've seen Baltune isn't really like flank raiding 5 different locations or looking in 5 different locations. He's going one place to one place. So once again, like, you know, you have to weigh up what your opponent's doing in the game. If your opponent is focusing on small microscopic raids, multiplying those, then you're actually better off focusing your economy into one location. Right? Because it means he's going to show up with 2 knights, they're not going to be able to dive, you'll be able to react. However, if your opponent is brute forcing the map, i.e. they're running around with a clump of 20 knights all together, The worst thing you can do is actually clump your economy wide, right? Like, instead, what you want to do is just pick them up, put them in small little pockets. Because, you know, if 20 knights show up and you're not ready for a fight, you're going to lose that fight either way. So you might as well have a situation where when you lose that fight, you maximum lose a few villages, and the rest of your economy is working, versus, you know, what we saw from Baltune in the corner, where the raid came in, they almost connected, and he could have lost 21 villages. Yeah, you talk about those villager deaths, but the lead's gone. Look at what Baltune done. This is insane. Oh, man, I looked at the numbers like, this isn't math out. How has he already recovered an 11 villager deficit? He double Yorishiro dropped the TCs. That is insanely greedy. I can't believe this, man. So basically, Song Dynasty 2 TC, guys. That's how you have to think about this right now. You just don't expect it. Like, 1 Yorishiro and a TC, granted, I'd expect that every day of the week. But double? Sass, he has got royal bloodlines on the way. He's playing into horseman here. Look at what Baltune's done, though. Switched it up. Knows his opponent's going arbitrary. So he makes it all about Onimusha plus horseman. So the Onimusha are to keep the knight count down, but also lets you raid. And then the horsemen are just to body the front of the fight. Nice little dive in here. We do have the Killjardi we talked about before. Such a critical tech. Allows him to gap close, kill additional workers. And all of a sudden, a guy who was 10 villagers down is now 10 ahead. Just, what, 3-4 minutes later? Villagers are in trouble. You need to get behind that wall. It's not going to work. He knows it as well. Oh, dude, the formation shuffling in this game is ridiculous. How was that not much worse? I can't believe that. So gets away. Only loses 2 villages there. I thought what Baltune might have tried to do is like peel 2 villages down and then send the others in to build the wall. But formation shuffling, guys. Like, if that didn't exist, he would have made that type of play, sacrificed the arm, saved the body. But with formation shuffling, you never need to worry about that crap. Shuffle on villages with wheelbarrow is OP. Oh, no, I can do better than wheelbarrow. This is wheelbarrow. How about Fudasashi? Even speedier villages. Even less likely to die. So what's Sass's win condition now? I mean, he knows it's 2TC. He has to go, right? We have got Stone Gathering, so one way you can try to compete with the French is by keep dropping to discount your buildings. Yeah, he's setting up for it. This also gives you a fallback point if you now get raided by the Onimusha. Problem is, you aren't condensed, right? That keep idea works when you wall up and you funnel to one location. You're playing gold here, you're playing berries here, probably boar afterwards. You're actually not keeping your whole economy safe. Yeah, so the only justification for Sass is like, I'm going in, and I either leave the victor or I leave in a body bag. He's going to start by brute forcing onto the outpost. Baltune is bringing the army across here. Still has some Mad Samurai to play with. Arbitrary need to be careful about positioning. The horsemen need to engage before they reach that back line. So turns to the clash. Has got the royal bloodline, so big advantage in health. Movement Abandonment is offsetting some of that by buffing the horseman damage in return. The problem I see here is the standing in placement is doing a lot of work as well. And Sass is kind of just grinding himself down in this fight. Remember, he does not have mass farms behind this. Baltune, meanwhile, is scaling. Right now, this man is up to 27 farms. So, although Sass breaks the front line, who has the ability to now remass is what matters here. Baltune's adding in additional farms. Sass has got about 6. Yeah, exactly 6 farms. The repair crew is going to come in just in time there. Oh, this is rough. There's barely any horsemen left. Villagers are coming in. Sass. Wait, is he? No. He was trying to change this into a keep drop in the base, which I love, but the timing doesn't align. No, the problem is where Baltune took the fight, he forced him to fight ahead of the TC. If the keep drop reaches here, different game. Baltune's read was on point, though. And Sass now knows it's too late to try and commit to that. Not to mention this starting and placement. This sprint has been kicking his ass all fight long. So Sass He'll set up the Siege Workshop. Is he going to keep drop maybe the gold now? I guess you have to here. I mean, you've got all this stone, right? So you either set up your discount or you drop it aggressively. I think he lost way too much army to put it for a discount. It has to be here to protect the play. Arbitrary. Not looking great on numbers, folks. Yeah, you don't really have that critical mass that remains scary here. Trebs right now feels a little bit ambitious, right? Without the castle, I mean, you're just outmassed in so many ways now. That's going to start coming in. The Onimusha able to easily just dispatch the horsemen here. All he's doing is basically trickling in troops to distract the anti-range and then kill them in the meantime. Now, Arbitrary can actually beat Onimusha if you have crossbow stirrups in better numbers. He has neither right now. How do you count Arbitrary? Siege? Well, it's meant to be horsemen, but it's debatable whether that really works against Gamsons. But blobbing them, outmassing them works, as we're seeing here. Because remember, at the end of the day, these are worse versions of crossbows. They cost more. They don't really benefit much from it. They have lower base damage. They have more counters to them. But what's mad in this game is that Baltune is fighting into an inferior count. Sass. He's going to tap out for the count. It's going to be a 2-0. So Vortex versus Baltune in a best of 5. Judging by how cleanly Baltune operated this series, I think we're going to have a close one. All right. Mr. Big Tuna. So. We've got that series, by the way, in 20 minutes. I wonder. I don't think we'd be able to do the full series, but we might be able to catch part of Dumu versus Myriad. Maybe. If I can find... What the hell? Myriad's been playing a lot of custom games, which makes it a bit confusing. I don't think we'll have enough time for Myriad versus Dumu full. What we might be able to do is... Let me check. Maybe there's a pub game. Maybe, let me see if Vortex is an interesting pub game. Because that might make more sense. What I don't want to do is like hop into a game and not be able to finish that game and not be able to finish that series. So like, let me update the brackets in the meantime. So yeah. We're going to be doing that series next. So we'll be doing the Vortex vs. Baltune. That's going to be BO5. And then after that, I think we'll look in the Dumu Myriad Anatan Numidan area. Actually, we should have... Yeah, we've got Core and Scatterbrained a little bit later as well. It's like, what we'll probably do is, like, we'll check out the Dumu Myriad Core Scatterbrained. We'll try to do Wham Voldemar. I think we'll try to get all the brackets done, but maybe the absolute top side of, like, Beastie, Mahodo, Striker, / Killjardi B. We'll save those for tomorrow. And then we can follow through. Tomorrow, we'll look to do the remaining quarterfinals that don't get cast today, as well as the semifinals. Well, one of the semifinals. And then have the other one for the Thursday. But bear with me a sec, guys. Looks like Baltune is deciding to relax with a 4v4 before his 1v1 series. Interesting way to go. But what we should be able to do is have a look in on... Let's see if Vortex has an interesting opponent. Who is this? Do you want to watch this or find another higher ranking game? The person's ranked 291st. Let's find another game to watch. Basically, we've got 20 minutes. Well, about 15 now. Until the Vortex versus Baltune series. By the way, I see you guys operating. I see you activating. Thank you very much to the 24 new users that have signed up. Remember, guys, like I said, it's free to do. Go check out Opera GX. Just have to download it, create an account, and they are keeping track of that. Depending on how we do, we'll decide whether they want to renew for an additional month, which makes funding tournaments more feasible. So, what I think we'll do, let me have a look at that data. Maybe we can find something interesting to scratch our back while we wait. In fact, why am I looking on the... I can just use AoE 4 well to find an interesting pub game. Duh. Alright. I'll find us something to entertain, though, for 15 or 20 minutes. Who's Louis been playing on the ladder recently? Ooh. Louis had some games against sort of earlier. One of them is very long, though, so maybe we save that when we've got more downtime. Louis versus North America. We should do that, if that's viewable. Some good old HRE versus Moldians. Yeah, I like the sound of that. So that's going to be Dry Arabia, HRE versus Malians. Alright, guys. So we're going to do a pub game, and then after that, we'll be into the draft for Vortex versus Baltune. Okay. You already use Opera GX? There you go. League Chronicler knows. It's the good stuff. Glad to hear it, man. No, I find it really cool. Like I said, like, I got a banger of a PC, so I don't need, like, the optimization features. But there are some really nice things in there. Like, I think the big things to me is, like, obviously having access to a free VPN is handy, just to pretend where I'm somewhere else for pricing. And the other thing that I really like, found personally really useful, is just the small features such as the dark mode always on everything by default. Whereas, like, I found with Chrome, quite often I'll go to a website, and I'll have to switch it over, which is annoying. It just does it. Any website that allows dark mode in some form, it already does it. Alright, we got a teensy bit of time to burn until our next tournament series. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It is China versus North America. Okay, I think we put enough emphasis behind that. This, I believe, is Poppy Paw on one of his alternate accounts. On the Malians going up against Team Elephant's Louis MT on the HRE. This is the hard matchup for Malians, guys. HRE for this very reason. It's the Dark Age rush. The pit mines have already been set up. I'm wondering, though, with the way they set up the houses... Yeah, there we go. He's going to go for the outpost. Okay, this is a bit crazy, though. Like, there is a problem with this play that I found time and time again from Malians. Building the outpost is, in theory, much better than having to build into the defensive landmark. But the negative here is you now have to keep villagers out here to protect the gold. Will be a garrison, though. Louis, a little bit of an overextension there. Does end up losing one of the spears. Greedily was trying to get a kill. Okay, dude, this is a sick evolution of the problem. Remember what we were saying? The big issue when you play Malians and you go for an outpost like this, you don't want to keep 5 villagers on gold. You already generate gold passively. It's stupid. It's wasteful. So what does the Giga Chad from North America do to fix this problem? Puppy Paw drops a mill instead of a mining camp. That's sick, man. That is so smart. That is a really, really cool solution to the problem. I don't think I've seen anyone else do this either. I mean, it solves it entirely. Louis is overinvested now. He went 6 spearmen. He's forcing a little bit of idle time, but the extra resources going into production like this has put him just as far behind. And now we have Louis actually going on the flanks to play deer here. But the problem now is you're going to have to worry about the pro scouts. Malians have access to it very easily here, folks, courtesy of all the pit mine gold gen. In fact, think about the maths involved here with 2 on the Mansa. By the time he techs up, he'll have the gold to go immediately into pro scouts. And he already has the mill. This is sick, man. This is really cool. We're going to stick on the 2x speed just because I'm mindful we've got that tournament series. But now I am definitely invested in this game. Who would have thought that, man? Like I said, I don't think I've seen anyone else do this. Louis, what? He even pulled the prelate to try and top off the damage done. Oh my god, no. This just doesn't work. And And now it's even worse, right? Because once he's got the Pro Scouts going, he can even switch over on a stone. In fact, he already done it. So he's going to have Arislets coming if the dive continues. Making it even harder, actually, for Louis to contest this. And remember, he's still got additional sheep, so he could pull them over. Honestly, I think, yeah, he's about to run out of sheep here. So if he wants to remain efficient, he could. But I think with the archer arriving, he doesn't care. Arislets isn't in yet, though, so I think he has to show a little bit of respect here. And whoa, boy. Okay, that was a little bit of flopsy doodle. Ends up losing 2 workers there. The Seek Shelter betraying him. Yeah, marching drills is kind of toxic sometimes. Louis, though, check this. He's not done with the aggression. He's going to back up for now. But we've got all-in strategies. Mind work pass on the way. Okay, I don't think I've seen Louis do this yet. Yeah, this is kind of new territory when it comes to watching Louis games. Especially when you consider like the reputation Louis has as more of kind of like a play the later phase of the game type player. Mind work is more of an all-in lean. You know, spearman into horseman massing or fast castle afterwards for the immediate impact of just basically picking up all relics and zerging out men-at-arms. Seems it's going to be about the spears. Now, another interesting detail, guys. We don't have Pro Scouts. No, he completely forsook it. Yeah, so what happened here is that Yellow saw the double deer stack and saw that it was being exploited already with prelates on it. It's a smart read, actually, by Wham/Puppypaw here, because by the time he would have arrived on this deer stack, half is already gone, so basically 1 deer stack, and there's spearmen nearby. Yeah, the spawn just didn't allow for him. This is a great reaction from Yellow on the opening himself, but then also the understanding that he couldn't go for Pro Scouts. The double deer stack just betrayed him. But then again, like, where's the issue for Louis here? Well, the issue is in the fact that he now has mind work. Arcan scaling isn't there. He hasn't gone Pro Scouts himself because obviously he's been using these. So now Yellow's just going to rush castle. We've got a half-full Lani. Okay, and to make matters worse, Louis is still sitting at home here. Much as I'm going to try to snipe down some targets. He did get at least 1 worker kill. And he kept Louis on his side of the map, right? So this is really smart again. Like, what Yellow has done is he's dragged attention towards Louis' exposed economy, keeping his own greed safe. There's no harassment at all here. You can see Louis on the minimap is trying to rush across, but it's far too late. Yeah, no real punishment to be had there. Okay, thank you, Gold Line. So, yeah, the North America account is confirmed, Puppypaw. I thought so. Appreciate the check. Now, Puppypaw, I mean, you just go Donzo's here, right? Like, Donzo's defends all. He did build a Javelin because I think he was expecting Lou to go for 1-1-1. Funnily enough, you'd think with Mind Work, people would only do Horseman Spears, but we're seeing a lot of players go into the Archers because Steel Arrow Tech scales you so well and so quickly. And Archers are quite often the kings of feudal. Dive in here. Has got the All Pikes tech. Not going to be good enough, though. However, following away with a Spearman, there's barely any Donzos to hold on. He actually has shivs out in the choke point. What? No wheelbarrow. And where's the production? Oh my god, he doesn't have the wood. He has 28 wood right now. Louis, look at what's happening behind this. It's not going to be an all-in and feudal. He's saving up for castle. And he's finding worker kills alongside it. Also just denying the cows. Ranchers are now being rushed up. But damage most definitely done with that dive. Louis MT keeps North America contained for the moment. But for how long now? Because my concern is you throw away a lot of spears, a lot of horsemen. And if he just rushes under the wood and drops the stables, he can start to get into the unit that will be infinitely scalable here. The sofa play. I wonder. Louis, he's thinking Regnants here, surely. I don't think he has the food to end the game with Burgrave. Nah, and he knows it. He's down to 2 sheep. He's almost exploited the deer. There's no Burgrave play to be had here. So he'll play it safe. Relic locations are fairly attainable, actually, from his position. Especially with that Regnants being so far out the base, is already right next to one of them. And remember, when you play the HRE Mindwork build, you produce additional prelates anyway. So you already have them ready to run out and grab the relics, just like what a Delhi player would do. Meanwhile, North America is going to be about the spears and the spear life only. In fairness, it works quite well. You know, what's HRE going to do with Castle Age? They're either going to build Knights, which get countered by Donzos. They're going to build more Spears and Horsemen, which get countered by Donzos. They're going to build, what, Men-at-Arms, which, yes, Men-at-Arms will beat Donzos, but because of the extra HP and armor, it's not as clean-cut as it would be against a normal Swimmer. So there's actually a lot of merit to this. And the reality is, like, yeah, the counter is archers, but who goes Castle Age and then starts producing archers for the first time? It's just not really your first instinct. Are people been doing fast in Malians recently? Oh my god, you actually might be onto something there. That also then is enabled by the Donzo idea further, right? It's just cheap. More relics are coming home. Look, 5 relics! Bruh. I don't care how fast you rush Imperial Age. This is a 5 relic Regnitz game. He needs it as well, remember. Without Arkin, he's missing a huge economical buff here. So my one concern for Louis now with this build, all the gold in the world. Fantastic amount of gold. But I don't want to live the Genghis Khan life, you know? I don't want to have molten gold poured down my throat when I'm hungry. I want to eat food. Louis has an issue there. The deer's almost gone. The berries aren't going to feel great here. Long term, he's in trouble. Because although we have all the gold in the world, Malians have that and all the food. It doesn't feel fair when you say it like that. He spent that food to good use for a pump here. A lot of Donzos on the way. Archer's already arriving. I mean, Louis, he did build the Regnitz out of his base, guys. Like, there's a problem with that. Has got Landsknechter, but that is the worst fight to reveal them on. Yeah, 4 units versus 2 Landsknechter and 3 of them are archers. That's a nightmare. That's a waste of resources, right? What he wanted to do was reveal the Landsknechter when his opponent had 10 plus Donzos. Oh, yeah, my. Nice. Now clashing into the Donzos. But remember, these are already vetted up. They handle this fairly well. You can really see it by the HP bars. Not a resounding win of a fight for Louis. The start was because it was just archers. Now, with 2 almost dead knights, he has to pull away. Active gold gathering is going to be blocked, and that means also now his food supply is starting to get cut off. Look at where Puppy Paw is. He's everywhere at this point. One relic has been locked off on the north side. Looks like the prelate had to drop it. He's still got another one that needs to get home here. Yeah. wait, Louis? What's going on here? Oh, he's bringing it down for the outpost because the Regnitz is blocked. That's pretty smart, actually. Unfortunately, getting found is not. He should be able to get this home, right? Unless... Wait for it. Yep, he knows the tree. The tree! Okay, that's sick. Great micro by Puppy Paw. There is another prelate here, so we'll get garrisoned in the end. But this is indeed going to be the fast him. We've got Griot Bar as well. You wouldn't really expect that over Fort the Huntress, but it makes a lot of sense because of the way that Louis is playing the game. If this was an aggressive party, I think you'd be seeing him go for the Fort the Huntress. But Louis only has like 5 knights. And is defending his own base still. So once again, just like before with the castle transition, making essentially the same move again, Puppy Paw gets to tech up with 0 punishment. Now, last time there was that eventual dive from the HRE. But when we look back at that dive, although it achieved a lot of auto time, although it looked impactful, can't help but feel that it was a little bit late. Man, this is like... It's actually ridiculous just how effective 2 archers are against Landsknechter. I don't know, man. Like, am I the only one that looks at Landsknechter and feels bad for them? This unit does 14 damage per strike against it, and can kite you very well. Would we be against Landsknechter having, like, a... get +2 ranged armor or +3 ranged armor when charging at an opponent? Because, like, archers would still counter you. They just wouldn't counter you as hard. Crossbows would be the biggest sufferer. And, like, static emplacements. Nice little clean up on the flank there. Because, like, let's be totally real. HRE are the worst suited build Landsknechter. All of the Dragon Landsknechter are actually quite decent. Because they're tanky enough to actually reach a target. The problem with this unit with 85 HP is they're dead before they get anywhere near you, and they cost double the price of a spearman. While also, remember, having substantially less health. Like, a feudal age spearman has more health than a Landsknecht. Put it up to castle, it's 110 HP compared to 85. Oh no. The relics brought out here are going to feel like a mistake now. That's 2 relics on the ground, guys. Louis MT's 5 relic game has turned into something that's going to look like a relic in a museum. Dead to history, it feels like. Oh my god, he's immediately going gunners. We've been seeing more and more players experiment with quick access to gunners, actually. And the results have been quite surprising. Also, to make matters worse, the gunners get put to the back of the formation. He's holding the Donzos back because the Landsknecht goes in for an immediate charge. Puppypaw on point with the micro. There's not many Lansk left here. Only 3 of them. The gunners are now in trouble. We'll turn around the spearman to defend and immediately snipes down what's left. Okay, Louis getting handled. Does find and intercept one of the gunners, but like the difference in military firepower here is getting insane. Louis locked out. He can't get to Imperial. Landsknecht on their own are not going to do enough here. And that food issue we talked about is about to reach peak problems. He's got what? Yeah, he's got berries exposed near the Regnants, which we know isn't safe. This is his last bastion. Once this food runs out, it needs to be farms. That ain't going to be cheap. Does find one of the relic boys. Yeah, he doesn't even care about it. He's like, bro, you need to gather something off the map to get passive gold? What a weird and foreign concept. Why don't you just build buildings? Feels like Mineworker's only picked when you want to do knights. Yeah, right? Because, like, it's a fair point to bring that up. He did get the barded armor. It just felt quite moot and irrelevant here. I think the knight play... I'm not crazy about Minework Knights against Marlians because they're turtly. I think it's very good against civs that have to spread out a lot. But realistically, Marlian players don't. With Fulani, they just camp in their base. So it makes it very hard for these knights to do anything. We do have a Mango now into the game. Makes sense against the Gunners. However, remember, guys, he's in Castle Age. We do have a raid attempt in. Knights are going to find their way into the base. Chip down some economy, so well played there. Needs to get more out of this, though. Looks like he will. The Gunners not really doing a good enough job here. He does only have one of them, right? But there's going to be a counterattack. He snipes out the Mango. And now the hand cannoneers are too big of a problem. Landsknecht, they're not able to fight once more. We do have trade getting shut down, hence why the worker kills are inflating like this. Now it's starting to really matter what. We've got 58 compared to 57 in economy, but remember, it's Fulani effect as well. And on top of that, the dive into the base is going to be a resounding win here. Another Mango comes out, but immediately Donzos are on top of it. There's 3 hand cannoneers left here. And remember, this is veteran Donzos on veteran Donzos, so once the hand cannoneers are gone, the fight can rebalance, but it's too little and it's too late. Louis MT has to wave the white flag. The fast Imperial after the attempted Dark Age rush will prove NA the king. Damn, that was a cool game. I'm glad we caught that one, actually. That'll probably make its way up onto the YouTube channel. Wait, I did use the right... I used that... Oh, did I use that scene by mistake? Whoops, my bad. People gonna get baited, be like, I didn't realize these two were fighting. I spotted people back to KPMM. I'm going like, no, he's not. All right, so let me get the draft up then. So we'll be getting into Vortex versus Baltune now. We should have a draft in a sec. Let me double check. This week kind of stacked. Oh, yeah. All right, I think Vortex is just doing a minute or two of warm-up. Because I believe... Is Baltune still in game? I mean, the dude had 20 minutes to go and queued into a 4v4. Let's check into that 4v4. But yeah, glad to see we've got more and more people signing up. It's also going to get very interesting as the months go on when we've got like all these new pros like coming from different scenes. I think these are the type of formats as well that helps with that as well. It gives them environments where they can learn the drafts and everything. All right, so I guess we'll keep an eye on this. Regarding what you said earlier about Friday, does that mean no KPMM next week? Exactly, because I'm going to be hosting the Garrison tournament in Hamburg. It doesn't make sense to run a KPMM. Like, where would it get covered, right? So we're going to take a week's break because there's also going to be several players there that were, you know, likely going to play in the weeklies that obviously won't be able to because they'll be at the LAN as well. It just doesn't make sense. So KPMM will be on break for next week. So Thursday will be the final KPMM, then you have a week off. And that's why I won't go live on Friday, but we will go live on Saturday, Sunday with the King of Civilizations tournament that Jean Doe's organized. That's a tournament where you basically get given a civ. It's a little bit like One Trick Pony, but where it's very different is you're given a civ, and then after that, and we're basically, like, I'm going to go with the fight here. We're watching this because we're waiting for Baltune to finish. So the way that the One Trick Pony worked was like you had one civ, had to play in one civ. The way this tournament's going to work is that you will start with one civ, but when you beat an opponent, you get their civ as well. So you see how it expands. As the tournament goes on, you start playing more and more civs, and then you inherit the civs of whoever the other person beat. So like if you're in the quarterfinals, you beat someone, you're not just going to get one new civ, you're going to get the extra civs they had as well. It's gimmicky, I think, in a way that One Trick Pony was, but that doesn't mean gimmicky can't be fun or interesting. So looking forward to it. I believe Baltune's game is done. Okay. 1 second. Let me double check. Yeah, they should be setting up the draft in a second. Because the time bar has stopped moving. Goddamn Baltune in his team games. So what happened in this game? I'm not even going to try to recap it. So, North side has just been consistently pushing in, right? But we do have a counterattack coming through here. Mangadai massing from blue. Pink went for what? Chinese. Orange. Okay, so you've got the French. Actually, you've got double French. Oh, Baltune, that's dirty, mate. Double French? That is vile, sir. I mean, it wasn't him that done it, but his team done double French, which is, like, insanely powerful. On an open map like this, anyway, because you can divide the map a lot. You can see how the other teams tried to wall to remain safe here. Also do have some, play into trade happening. There's a lot of focus on the east side here. Oh, but they lost the crow tie. Alright, yeah, dude, that's a GG in a push. Also, look at the way they're playing this. Knock on the left side. You've got Roos massing into Knights as well. And then you've got French behind you. This is all about a linear push off the back of an infantry army and free heavy cav. It's actually really smart. Other side, we do at least have the camels shutting down the trade. I think the outcome's undeniable here. And no, we're not playing some 4v4s. We're just watching this to see the outcome so we can move on to our next series. Baltune is being pushed away, so they do stabilize at the moment. This is kind of looking ugly, right? The walls are going up. Safety nets are being secured. Not even going into trade now. Like, what is going on in this corner? Heroes just came through twice to the Southside team. Only Sinful teched up right now for the other team. And I don't think we're going to see anyone else teching too quickly. Baltune is starting to stockpile, actually. I get this feeling Baltune just realized what the time was and that he's got a tournament game to play and then just GG'd. Because this game isn't over. Yeah. I mean, this is the fight that GG's the game, apparently. Nesta Bees is pushing in. Yeah. I think Baltune has just been a good lad there and realized he's got a game to play. Well played, Mr. Baltune. I like that, because I kind of get a little bit annoyed when like players schedule their games for a certain time and then commit to one pub game because they really don't want to lose 25 elo instead of like committing to their tournament game. Especially when that game then ends up being like 2 hours long. So thank you, Baltune. I appreciate that. Good guy, Tuna. All right, so we have got... Where's the map draft? Okay, there we go. Remember, we're under BO5 now, by the way. So let's go ahead and we'll add these into the draft. So we've got Lipany into... Yep, that's how you say it. Torpedoes. And then Coastal and Dry Arabia. Right, fantastic. Let's switch over live draft. Oof. And let me update the title as well. Why isn't 2v2 a thing in tournaments? Because everything isn't really... Like, the game isn't designed around 2v2. They could be doing so much more to make 2v2 more intriguing from a spectating and playing perspective. But the game continues to be just designed around 1v1, in my opinion. Any thought given to 2v2 and team games is being done on a casual level, not a competitive level. But like, that's the thing, right? Like, if you want to have 1v1 and team, and this is the thing that actually like some devs understood, like Stormgate devs understood this. It's why they like, obviously like they've been struggling, but like the things they said was correct. In that like, if you want to do that, you have to fundamentally create 2 different games. Not entirely, but like the interaction points need to be different. So like, perfect example is, you know, I remember when I interviewed one of the Stormgate devs, and what they kind of described for team games, what I was envisioning sounded a lot like kind of what Company of Heroes has, where you'd have a mid-map objective and your base itself would be incredibly hard to dive and kill, right? So then, instead of it being about, let's dive the base and let's kill Timmy, haha, Timmy's gone, now it's a 2v3, it was like, oh, killing Timmy is going to be very hard. We could lose the game because of that. Let's instead play the middle objectives and then they come and contest us on them. So there's like different games. Like we have Sacred Sites, right? But like the way Sacred Sites play doesn't fit correctly to like evolve the game compared to 1v1s. I'd say if anything, actually, like Sacred Sites are worse in team games than 1v1s. What is most... Oh, sorry, I didn't say that earlier. Soft. What is most players pick the same 2 to 3 civs? I think he's got a drafting format just like the One Trick Pony had. Just gave Kofri another shot after a long time, and it's coming together nicely. Yeah, I played like a tiny bit of the campaign. I just didn't put too much time into it because like they sent me a key at the worst possible time. They launched their stuff at the worst possible time because I've got Monster Hunters to do. But you know, it seems a little bit less clunky at least. I'll give them that. All right, so draft's complete. Let's switch over and have a look at this. Why does... Okay, I don't know why the map draft does that sometimes. There we go. So, we have got Holy Island selected. Vortex was the one who picked that one. No surprise at all. Kicking off on Prairie, though. Oh, sorry, Lipany. On Lipany, I don't think you can deli out of the gate because it seems a bit obvious. Maybe we see, what, Order of the Dragon seems somewhat viable. Order of the Dragon or Jean, I'd expect, versus... What, Rus or French? I don't think there's any other map that's necessarily better for Rus. But then again, if like you suspect Rus, you go for the Delhi pick. In theory, like Delhi is meant to be the best potential for answering the problem, right? This draft was crazy. Yeah, I mean, H3 getting through is like nuts, and Rus in response. Like they opened the door in a really wacky way, and then the China-French follow-up, which then made the Delhi better because he protected the Chinese pick. I kind of feel like they both got more or less everything they want, which is very rare. Like, within reason, right? You know you can't have absolutely every civ that would be great, but, like, the fashion in which they flowed through, it kind of felt like they both got their hands on all the good stuff for their draft. But I think that bodes well, though. I think that means we're going to get a close series. It's very unfortunate when one player clearly won the draft, because it just feels like you're heading for a collision course of GG, right? Are sacred sites too easy to cap in team games currently, or too hard? Too hard to win with would be my take. Way too hard to win with. Because if you capture a sacred site and then we have to react, we'll react aggressively on one side. But you have to split your defenses between 3, and those 3 will be wide. Now the counterpoint is meant to be, if you all in attack one sacred site, we'll then just dive you on the other locations, right, into your base. But my counter argument there is the people who all in one sacred site still have an advantage, because then what they do is they just push through. Right? They don't stop at the sacred site, they then head into your base. And yeah, like, Forza's really badly designed. Like, one of the biggest things they could semi-easily solve that holds teams back from being, you know, competitively viable or interesting or whatever, is map design. Like, the map design is poo-poo. It's not good. You know, and this always comes back to the fact that they can't decide if they're designing maps for team games or 1v1s, right? They're way too preoccupied with trying to make maps simultaneously viable across the board, and I think that's making it harder. All right, guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads now, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? Black Forest? Oh, no. I think Black Forest can conceptually work reasonably with the way AoE2 functions. I don't think AoE4 functions well for Black Forest type maps. At some point, we have to realize we can't keep trying to jam a square-shaped peg in a circular hole, which is what we're doing when we keep designing maps for 4 inspired by 2. Sometimes it works, but we've had plenty of examples where it has not at all. We just need new concepts, right? I get it. I'm guilty of it. I saw, what was it, one called, was it Forest Madness, which kind of looks cool from AoE2. I was like, oh, we should have that in 4. I think that one might work, but there's loads that just haven't historically. Like, crap, I'm pretty sure French Pass was an AoE2 map, right? Wasn't good in 4 at all. You enjoy your Spanish Red Bull ads as a white man from Northern Virginia? You know, it sounds like your browser's being disingenuous. What you should do is check out Opera GX. We just had it up on the screen when we were checking out the draft. That's right, because then you can choose where it says you belong. Maybe you do want to affirm that you're in Virginia, so you go for a VPN just to guarantee that is the case. Opera GX allows you to do that. Exclamation mark Opera GX. Remember, guys, we want to try and get them back for another renewal next month. We're already off to a good start, actually. We're 3 days in. We've got 24 new viewers. New users. My goal is, let's smash 300 new users. That would be cool. Maybe I'm overextending because obviously we're going to have the week off where we're in, Germany. But you guys can do it. I believe in you. Remember, to affirm yourself as a new user, download it, give it a try. If you like it, then go ahead and create an account. And that's how they'll know. Yeah, because basically the thing they want to track for this campaign is new accounts created. What is going on with the boys? I thought they would have started by now. I think they're good to go. So we've got French versus Jean. Interesting. We talked about the Jean pick. I thought Vortex would just go for the Roos. I guess you just don't want to get out-united. This one's tight, though. This is the type of matchup that can end insanely fast. First 3 fights can basically decide it. All right. Let's get predictions up for you guys as well, you little gambaholics. I mean, Caladian, just switch again and make a new account. You switched the day before. I can't believe that. That is wild. And yes, only one water map. Sorry, let me just type that out quickly. I was about to call it a best 05, which is very, very British. No, not best of 75. Jesus. What's wrong with me today? Not making another account? That's just lazy. You mean you don't have 15 different accounts? Spanish Killjardi, German Killjardi, American Killjardi. Oh, wait, you don't need to. You can just pretend to be those with a built-in VPN or an Opera GX. Wow, okay, off we go. One and all, get ready to swing those baguettes. Welcome back to the channel. Midweek muster number 16. We got a fun one here. A best of 5 quarterfinals between Baltune and Vortex. That's right, the big tuna from the north has finally signed up, but he faces off against the bull from the south. French in the hands of Vortex, Baltune with the Jean Dart pick. We are going to be kicking off on Lipany. Reminder, single elims on these. So excited, man. It only took 15 iterations to finally get Baltune to sign up. We've done it. It's Gucci. I'm glad, man. Like, Baltune has been a rising star. He's always been very entertaining. I remember, I'm sure he might be saying, I remember him, like, DMing me saying, I love what you're doing with, like, the circuit. I don't want to sign up right now because, like, you know, either hiding strategies with, like, you know, I'm too distracted with other things. I was like, dude, it's fine. Sign up when you're ready. This is the whole point of Midweek Muster. It's not meant to be that you play every single week and you are here every single week. Although if you do sign up, make sure you turn up or I'll beat you with a stick. The whole idea is to give people an environment to improve in, to practice in, to test new formats and new features. Basically a win-win-win-win-win. Or as close as we can get to that for everyone involved. And I'm glad that he's able to start playing, because I see that as a win. Vortex, of course, returning now week to week. He was missing for a bit, right? He signed up for 1 or 2 towards the end of 2024 and then took a break. But last week went very well for him. All the way to the grand finals just to clash with Beastie, who's our current reigning champion. This week, though, I mean, I'm thinking about the way he has to go, right? Like, Baltune could already be quite the challenge. The man who almost slayed Marine Lord early on in the last EGC tournament. And then, what, likely Wham, most probable from that quarterfinal side? Definitely not going to be an easy week. Look at the spawns. Yeah, that is an insanely well-insulated gold area. I wonder if you do just wall this off. We don't really see people walling as much anymore. What would be super sick is actually walling the gold. So this is an interesting dynamic that doesn't get talked about that Baltune has advantage for, that French don't, right? So Jean, you'd have to wall past the gold because range form Jean. But French, if you just wall here, they can't get in. So we'll see if he actually leans into that a little bit later. This matchup, by the way, very volatile. I think this might be one of the most swingy, volatile matchups in Age of Empires 4. Outside of mirrors, right? Mirrors are very obviously volatile. Like, if you both do the same thing, but one of you wins a fight, oh my god, the whole world has ended. I can't believe it. Johnny's never going to say he loves me. I'm not going to be prom queen. Everything is bad, right? But when you look outside of mirrors, Jean versus French, and don't judge me on, don't think too much about the prom queen thing. The French-Jean matchup, who gets to be prom queen really comes down to the micro, because both of them are going to be investing in knights. Now, the scary thing is if you are equal on your micro, French should gradually pull ahead. A few things because of that. 1, the faster producing TC. 2, it's going to be the gradual play into... Wait, my brain is fast. What did I say? Yeah, so it's going to be the scaling TC, and the other thing is going to be the fact that Jean becomes more vulnerable as knight scaling gets bigger. If your count is slightly behind, Jean dies. There is a sweet spot, though. Usually around, like, 6 to 8 knights, when you just can't get quite round the back before someone has chivalry. That's where Jean can build a lead. Because of her ability to smite injured knights. Remember, most players will not build chivalry until they've got bare minimum 4 or 5 knights. Does Baltune challenge a Jiggly build? He might have been the Byzantine Jiggler, but can we not call it a Jiggly build when you just build knights? All right, Zerton patented that build for French a long time ago. And I can guarantee you Baltune is definitely thinking about just blobbing a million knights, as will Vortex. For Baltune, he's very comfortable playing that style. He does it all the time in team games. For Vortex, you know, he sees mass knighting as an opportunity to out-micro his opponent. I've never really known Vortex to shy away from that opportunity. It's one of his biggest advantages. As pro scouts play out between Jean and French, I'd say it can feel a little bit better for French just because of the more villages you've got working. So you can divert your resources a bit better. Like something we often see actually for French that can give them an edge is a quicker timing on the second stables than Jean because of the additional workers. Like remember at this stage, Baltune has sacrificed a worker while his opponent has been building more. So Balt, let's go start moving out. What is up, Toxic Rage? Appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you very much. Love any and all support. You know what? Just to remind people, whether you watch this live or later, you've probably got like Amazon Prime accounts. We all do. We all forget to use those Twitch Primes though. You got to make sure you come by monthly to drop them. Because that also supports me on my journey as a content creator. Damn. Okay, Toxic Rage is giving toxic love there. Thank you for the bits, mate. These spawns are fairly even, by the way. I don't think anyone got a clear edge there. Baltune's is forward, but it's like closer together. They're just splitting it. Yeah. So if you're wondering why the hell are they splitting it, like why is Vortex not punishing the 4 deer? Why is Baltune not attacking Rushan? Multiple issues there, right? Like on each side. For Vortex to attack in, you give XP. For Jean to attack in, you expose yourself. It's just not worth the risk. So instead, they're just basically negotiating a treaty for 50-50. Everything's American except the baguette. Isn't that because you guys just like have every cuisine? Because why not? Which is confusing because it's something that like we've had conversations in this chat before about people judging the UK for. But, like America does it too. That clash coming in. Good micro by Vortex so far. Yeah, very clean execution. Baltune just behind. Damn. Okay, that's very important. A 2-night lead snowballs here. Remember what we said about Jean not being able to fight? We're already approaching that point. Vortex does want to be a little bit careful. You're approaching the point where Jean can snipe you, so he's going to back away. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Shiver in the next 2 minutes. Yeah, considering just pulled 7 more villages on the gold, I think we are going to be seeing Shiver very soon. Another thing that's quite interesting, a nice little perk for the French versus Jean. You have more damage as well. Remember, Bloomery is default for Blacksmith. It's not default for Jean. And that tastes like sadness. Oh, no. And look at that switch. Vortex was thinking about charging under Jean, switches target, and pulls away again just before he died. Man, this is impressive. Vortex is not quite able to stop the pro scouts, but he's building the lead. Wouldn't Melee Jean be better? No, absolutely not. So the problem with Melee Jean is you're against mass knights. Either form hates knights. Ranged, you can stay away. Melee, you're basically going to be admitting you're going to have to headbutt charge cavalry. You see the problem, right? It's much harder that way. And what is up, Witscat? I see you with the Prime sub. Thank you, mate. Welcome back to this one. Like, in theory, I get where you're going with the concept. Like, Jean can hide in the knights, but then you basically have to slow your knight movement to keep her safe at all times, right? And then the other thing you lose that Range Jean has is she can end a knight. If you get a mass melee on mass melee, look at what he's doing. He's just peeling them away one by one. Range Jean can potentially kill. Melee cannot. But right now, Range Jean cannot do a damn thing right. This is harsh. Look at the micro. Chivalry's coming through. You're also fighting into his base, which makes things even worse here. Okay, this is close to over, actually. Baltune's in trouble. He does at least get one knight. But this is rough. You haven't stopped Vortex getting pro scouts play, right? He's got all the deer back. He's just finishing the stack now. So you 50-50 divided the map. You're now, what, 3 knights behind? You're going to remain 3 knights behind. In fact, it's going to be more because, remember, Vortex has a scaling economy. Well, Baltune has got the play into discounts with Consecration. It's not really comparing at this stage. That's going to come in. Another good snipe. Vortex, maybe getting a little bit cute, but being forced to be so. Yeah, if it feels like he's jumping in too soon, it's because the gold is forward. His other gold is really far away. He doesn't want to have to walk all the way over there without wheelbarrow. Vortex is changing that. Wheelbarrow on the way. Once that's in, being idled out here isn't going to be as painful. I notice the Baltune isn't going spears. This is classic knight on knight stuff, right? You never feel like you want to be the guy transitioning. I think from this position, it could be useful to Baltune. The problem now is getting his troops there. It's so far to run across the map. I mean, in theory, if he could find his way into spears, it would be super sick turnaround here. Now you see the risk for Jean. Look at those health bars. They're just rejuvenating. This is the nightmare territory for her. Shivery coming for Baltune, but way too slow. Divine Restoration has not been used just yet. But the night count is undeniably in Vortex's favor, right? We've got 5 knights to 9. And he is peeling away the injured again. I'd say that went better than Baltune was expecting, but it's still a grim outcome. Jean being chased now will just about get through the checkpoint. Has to stand his ground here. Vortex maybe overcommitting, actually. What? Okay, not many nice work left to play with here. I can't believe that. Vortex. An insane overextension there. Did not respect the terrain at all and became way too thirsty for that Jean kill. We'll find it now. But that was wild. I can't believe that. I'm speechless. Baltune should have been dead in that moment, but Vortex decided to just not play it slow. He got way too excited about what he felt was Baltune overstaying his welcome. That gives Bolt potential here to go for one last hurrah before he'd essentially be thrusted out of this game. Vortex was idled on the goal for quite a bit, so you're seeing a lack of gold, way too much food. Did slow down his night production. Notice the Vortex is not afraid to fight right now. That's because Baltune does not have Jean here. Whenever Jean is not here and you see you have more knights, you A-click in. Like a bat crazy, insane, middle-aged man. Okay, this is getting too personal. You can't go spears and mirrors because opponent will go archers and win. You say that, but then like you just double back to knights, right? So the whole thought is like by the time your opponent would see spears here, you're already in his base. So like he can't counteract with archers quick enough. It wins you the fight that immediately hits the gold and then surges your lead. The reality check though, like I said though, is it takes too long to arrive. Something that is really good for Jean though, that doesn't get praised enough, is Consecration on Racks. Consecration on Racks is actually a lot of food saving, considering how much of the cost is just food. Flash coming in again from Jean, but there is going to be Ripple and Knights around the back. Wait, no, where are you guys going? Vortex? What? No. This turned into too much XP. She needs to die now. Okay, so Vortex does come out ahead in the end. The start of that fight was incredibly uncomfortable. But extends his lead healthily. 5 now up, make it 4. I can't believe that though. Yeah, just a little bit cumbersome. Vortex, 2 of his knights went all the way around with the pathing. Basically griefed himself, right? I thought he was going for Jean with that originally. It was just apparently a misclick. However, check this. Vortex, he actually found a sneak out. Catches the Golders on the backside. But level 3 Jean now in. Baltune is not dead yet. It's crazy, actually, just 5 minutes ago, how dead he looked. We thought should have been the decisive moment in the game. But that choke point hold has now completely flipped the table. Yeah, look at the damage now. You can't micro away injured knights easily anymore. Not against 100 damage strike. Even the Jean's rider is just a meat shield in the blob. Remember, they have 170 HP compared to 190 on a knight. So bloody tanky. And also the other thing is Jean at this stage can easily snipe. Move in, shoot, get out. So you can kill villagers with very little threat rather to you in the game. Absolutely crazy game this is turning into. Vortex has had to move on to the east side gold now, courtesy of this run running out. That does put his gold gathering further away from Baltune, so not a bad thing per se. Okay, dude, you got level 3. Chill. No, there is no chill. There's only sniping. Sniping like the main character in Sniper Elite, it seems. My, oh my. 7 knights left alive. Vortex is going to have to brute force this fight to protect his gold. Baltune is just trying to milk him for it. The fact that Jean is being ignored is a problem here. She actually adds quite a lot of damage into these engagements. This is ridiculous. Do I dare even check the XP? All right, get your predictions in on Jean's XP currently. It takes a lot of knight deaths to get level 4 in Jean, but you are making it more and more realistically feasible here. Here you go. So XP count is going to be sitting at 359 out of 1,500 already. We are 15 minutes in the game. Reminder that in most Jean games, without fighting big time, maybe killing the boar, you'll see Jean level 3 at about 18 minutes. Another clash. He knows he has to defend here or lose the game. Baltune, I'd love to see him actually just tanking with Jean. Remember, she has a superior heal rate. So if you put her on the front line, she can take some hits that Knights won't have to. And that makes it a bit easier to milk the fight. Like, the way you have to think about Baltune's HP pool here, his whole army, if any of them have full health bar, it's inefficient. You want them to be in a state that they can heal. I think it doesn't matter either way, though. Like, this is ridiculous. He's rolling him up on a blunt and getting ready to smoke him here. Movement into the base. Baltune now with double the Knights. Vortex, dare I say racks? I mean, it feels like you might need it. He has got farms, so longevity, but look at what Baltune's doing really well. And this tiny point has been so critical in the game. Gonna make it hard to raid if Vortex does even get out on the map. There's still plenty of pocketed resources on Lipany, right? You've got all the berries. It's dangerous against mass knighting, but if Vortex leaves his base to raid you, you dive and kill. Looks like Vortex is going to leave the base. Baltune, circling the farms. Doesn't see a real threat yet. Interesting use of the Divine Arrow. But hold up. Vortex might be about to get a freebie. Doesn't react to the mill just yet. Deletes the wall. Good reactions by Baltune. And now the dive into the farms. Gotta murder the livestock while Papa's away from home. Vortex, this is gonna be way too heavy of a hit. Game 1 will go to Big Tuna. That was a sick start to this series. So well executed by Baltune. What a game. Only 10% believed in him. Where you at now, man? Never down my sweet, sweet Swede. That guy's got some skills, as he just portrayed in game number 1. All right, so let's mark that up. French versus JD. Win for the right. The Consecrate of Jean is way better than the first 20 minutes than French Extra Villages. So the math basis for that is 25% savings on 140 food, right? So you save what is it? 35 food roughly, and then you produce 2 nights a minute. So you save 70 food, and Consecration's how many minutes until you get another charge? Whereas like French will get an extra village every 2.5 minutes. So, like, there is... I get where you come from. There's a fair argument there. But that's where I think forcing a diversification of units is very intriguing for French. The other point would be the initial consecration timing versus the villages. So, like, the thing that usually makes me lean French, although, like I said, it's skill execution, I'd lean French more often than not, is the opening of Feudal Age. In the opening of Feudal Age, at that point, French already have about 2 extra villages. And then on top of that, you're turning Jean into a military unit. So you're 3 villages behind without Consecrate yet. So that's the biggest problem you have, is overcoming that hurdle. That's usually enough to allow French to go like a knight or 2 ahead of you. And that's enough to then win the fights. Once again, in a equally micro-skilled battle. Obviously, that's not how, like, you know, we're not robots. We don't have, like, everyone playing perfect. But if you were to play that situation up perfectly, that's where French have their edge. Make sense? All right, guys. So, they're setting up for game number 2 now. Let's see where they're taking us. They're about to reveal. It's HRE versus Byzantines. Is this... This isn't coastal, right? I think this is Dry Arabia. I'd say Dry Arabia or Prairie is where they're going with this pick. You pay extra for the Villager 2. French dominates the first 12 minutes in my experience, and then John overtakes Eco. Yeah, so like what we said, right? So agreed. Like, we're in agreement that like the opening of Feudal Age favors French, right? And the point is, if the opening favors you, you can extrapolate value from that opening, right? It's the whole logic that we go through where people are like, oh my god, this thing in Imperial Age is broken. It's like, yeah, but how do you get to Imperial Age, right? Like, in theory, Ottomans in Imperial can be broken, but to get to Imperial, you have to suffer through all the other ages, right? It's like when people talk about mass mount Samurai Japanese in Imperial Age without the ramifications of getting there. It's like, agreed. It's like, I think that's why I lean French in that matchup. Is like, you're basically, what you're saying there is like, for 7 minutes in Feudal Age, a French player must do nothing, right? Okay, so we're going coastal. Yeah. Interesting. I was leaning away from the coastal idea based on HRE. Byzantines made sense for it. I think HRE can work there. It's just HRE feels more robust for like Dry Arabia, Prairie, etc. I have to imagine this is just expectation your opponent's pick. But we've seen this time and time again, right? Like, basically what happens with this matchup is Byzantines spam Limitane to try and block out the scouts. And then HRE rush pro scouts. But the thing is, like, HRE have a good enough economy that they can try to block with their own spearmen to protect. Which creates problems. Okay, so bear with me a second because we seem to be having issues getting in game. I'm hoping we don't have a fudge up on the lobby. Because these players know better. So bear with me a sec. Burger Rush? I don't think you have to Burger Rush. You can. It depends on what your opponent does. If your opponent has a lot of army, then yeah, Burger feels more obligatory. But if he's very passive and rushing castles well, I think you can just get away with Regnants. And you get like 3 relics at least. Plus you have pro scouts. It's like you'll double up. Alright, give me a sec. Liz? Oh my god, dude. The game takes so long to let you observe sometimes. There we go. So they're like a minute and a half in. We'll speed up. That's what I hate, though. Sometimes the game is like immediately responsive. Like, yes, the lobby is ready. You can check it at 20 seconds. Other times, it will not let you for like a whole minute. Wish they'd fix that. I wish they'd just let you actually be in lobby. One and all, it's time to make the aggressor uncomfortable. Welcome back to Baltune vs. Vortex. Baltune leading after an insanely entertaining game number 1 between French and Jean. We now hop in for HRE against Biz on Coastal Cliffs. And look at how we start. Dark Age Spearman Rush coming in from Baltune. We're just going 2x speed here because we're about like 20 seconds out from live. Interesting choices though. Byzantines I was expecting here. When I first saw the Biz pick, I thought, oh, probably Coastal. But what threw me off a little was the HRE pick. I think this was directly seen as just a counterplay into Biz in Baltune's mind. Because what you can do is these spears can actually still contest on the berries. They're just a little bit awkward in that they can only contest the second berry. So it has at least idled his opponent off the gold. That's going to slow down any sort of quick timings to eco greed. But Baltune, going up to 5 spears is usually indicative of an outpost rush. And there it is. Yep, villager coming in. So this is why HRE love playing into Biz. Is the thing you have to keep in mind is Dark Age outpost rushes have become much less effective against civs in general, because not every civ is reliant on gold anymore. We have far moved past the idea that fast castle happens every game. So with that in mind, you know, outpost rushing gold sucks. You can't outpost rush food because it's underneath the TC. Tree line is debatable because you'd have to build multiples. Ah. But what if the Civ wants berries? And what if the Civ in question doesn't touch berries until age 2? In comes the outpost rush versus Byzantines. This type of outpost exactly forces insanely aggressive reactions. Akratoy is going to be coming in clutch here for Vortex. The Spearman struggling to actually contest it. The villager has to run away because remember, right now, these units are hitting for a pretty lofty 10 damage. Okay, that's a lie, actually. It's 7 damage, and then the torch is somehow registering first, but does force the denial. And Baltune, now it's too late. An outpost would take too long. It's a minute to build. It's only got 3 spears to defend, so we can consider this a big fat L for Baltune. He's got way too much food now because he got forced to micro on the fight. He's now overburdening onto gold. And Vortex, all of a sudden, not in a panic. Not in a bad shape. No, Limitane opening to begin with, because where we go with this matchup typically is that it's all about the pro scouts. So remember, on this map, Coastal Cliffs tends to be a bit linear, but this is insane, actually. I don't think I've ever seen the deer spawn so balanced. What? Alright, so blocking pro scouts in some ways is now much harder. Because Limitane aren't fast moving, and there's double deer stacks in the corners. The good news for Vortex is it should be much easier to defend his own deer. The bad news is that's still 50% of the food on the map that Baltune can easily access. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen the deer spawn this equal. I don't know, like, am I alone in this? I kind of like it, chat. Almost everything is, like, perfectly balanced on this spawn. The major difference would be the gold lines, right? Like, one got forward gold, one got back. But the tree lines are fairly balanced. Even the relics. Look at the relic locations. I don't know, I'm quite impressed. So, I had an idea for a tournament. But to do it, I would require someone to basically remake every single competitive map. The idea was a mirror map. So Dry Arabian mirror, Coastal Cliff mirror, etc. Like, render half the map, flip. I think it'd be cool to see if it's an improvement or not upon the game. It has very deep ramifications that aren't entirely apparent straight away. So a perfect example is that if you can see the way the map's going to spawn scouting half of it, you know what you can or can't do much quicker. But the trade-off is, like, issues of I lost this game because of spawn become less, I'd say, less problematic. And you're still in a state where you'd have to, like, react to the map spawns game to game. But for me to do that, the problem is that type of detail, there isn't like a tuning pack that can just force a mirror, at least as far as I'm aware. I talked to like 1 or 2 modders. You'd have to basically set up every map to do that. Aren't relics usually balanced on this map? Fairly. I just think it's all the details in combination. So, after the Dark Age shenanigans, we do have Archer Spearman spam coming in. Baltune actually, like, done double Archer range. Wow, okay, so he's going to try to out-blob the Javelin timing. That's pretty ballsy. He's taking a very different approach here, by the way. Remember, Baltune, we expected him to go Pro Scouts. After the hoo-ha with the racks opening, failing, he's not. He has at least got Arkin. Sheep count is non-existent, though. He's on berries pre-10 minutes, and he immediately calls GG. Oh my god, this was a disaster. Wow. Okay, that... I mean... The shaky wrists of a Dark Age, like, Rax Rush. What happened? So, like, I think one of the problems was the back spawning berries and gold. Like, he didn't get any sheep, right? Like, he didn't get many sheep. Because I believe he focused on scouting the enemy side, which is what you want to do. Basically, to make Dark Age rushes viable, you need to know where you're going straight away. So if we went back and checked, I'm pretty sure his scout went straight across the map. So that made him very predictable. And if Vortex saw him on the way, Vortex can cut, like, the sheep from there. and you just get barely anything. And then you have the issue of then like, wasting the extra time to go around the back. The outpost rush is less likely to succeed because of the position that you're in. Like, there's so many details to it. Like, I think there's a big difference in that play if it's a forward spawning berries versus a back. I'm not going to say it's like a win for HRE, but I think it's a lot harder for Byzantines to just come out of that clean. So yeah, just a classic. Dark Age rush failed. I haven't got anything left. Okay, so good news. We get more games. We keep it tighter. So let me mark that up. Win for Vortex. And Vortex still has roofs. That's a big problem, actually. Prairie or Dry Arabia makes a lot of sense, so Baltune needs to be cognizant of that issue. If you try to approach the issue now, you're probably looking for the Delhi pick or an Order the Dragon pick into roofs. I don't really rate Mongols or Chinese that highly. I guess you could China, right? Because you can just try to out pro scouts them. I definitely wouldn't rate Mongols well there, though. Like, it's very hard to find anything to burn outside the hunting cabins. Even those can sometimes feel like a stretch because the Wooden Fortress play. So let's have a look. Okay, we're going to Prairie. So game 3 on Prairie, I would expect this to be, what, Malians? And then an anticipation that, like, maybe Baltune just goes Chinese with a double scout opener would be pretty cool. Let's have a look. Malians OTD. Okay, so I thought maybe he'd try OTD on water. I guess he wants China for the Holy Island play. And that'll probably be, like, what, Chinese versus Japanese. I think I like Japan more there. But yeah, Malians versus OTD is going to be intriguing. On a very exposed map. I'm not expecting Baltune to go for the Dark Age rush. It's more awkward with the Gilded Spearman, I think, because usually the Gilded Spearman's value is their ability to kill villagers quickly. It only takes 5 hits, and they're too tanky to stab down. But with Malians, especially with the way that Prairie can spawn, things can be tighter, pushed more into you, right? So like safer spawn, basically. And there, I'll update it. I hate that you've made me update it because now in the UI, like Cal has this weird thing with his backend UI where if you manually type a name, it won't automatically update when you drop a new draft in. So now I'm going to have to manually update the name in the draft for the rest of the stream, which is probably going to be another 5 hours. The things I do for you guys. The things I do. You feel like I missed that earlier when we were talking about AoE2 maps and how we shouldn't follow like AoE2 maps for AoE4. There's a fair point that like Age of Myth replicates better. I agree because I think like there's more comparatives between AoE2 and Age of Myth than there is between AoE4 and AoE2. Still very different games, but more comparative. Mirror maps, mirror civs, get out. Someone ban that guy. He does not get by the door. Actually, no, he's okay. He's subscribed. We'll allow it for now. All right, let's get ready for game 3. Is Vortex not playing the LAN tournament? I don't believe so. So I think we have a list of the players. There is some other slots in the offline qualifier. But the qualified are Beastie, Cat, CSO Louis. Wait, Beastie's going? I didn't realize that. Beastie, Cat, CSO Louis, Baltune, Dumu. Those are the qualified. The CSO Louis one is kind of a kick W though, because you do have to pay your own travel to get there. So I'm a little bit surprised. I guess Team Elephant wants to pay for them to be there. One and all, we've got an exciting matchup here on Prairie. Welcome back to the channel for Order the Dragon versus Malians. Baltune versus Vortex, game number 3 to break the tie situation here in this best of 5. And Baltune, did I just see that right? What happened? Oh my god, he lost the scout to the boar. Yeah, so this is crazy. Baltune, he kicked the game off with a double scout opener. But he lost because Vortex griefed him on the ball. Oh, that's sick. What a kickoff for this game. I was not expecting that. So, ugly situation. Baltune basically sacrificed a villager to produce that scout. And exactly a villager, remember. The scouts take 23 seconds, Gilded Villager 23 seconds. And in return, he got nothing. No, Vortex, that was sick, man. I didn't think we'd have to, like, record this quickly because we saw predictions and everything, but that was insane. So great denial. Vortex now able to actually mirror the sheep count. Whereas before, Baltune, his whole goal here was to starve the map. I think Baltune was looking at an all-in timing where he starves and doesn't go pro scouts. That's the whole value of double scout openers, especially on a map like Prairie, is you can get 75% of the sheep quite easily with a rotation. And then that ends up being like 28, 29 sheep. That's enough to just be greedy with a tech and then like all in your opponent, right? We've seen it with HRE Burgrave spams here before. But now the dynamics have heavily shifted. And of course, this matchup, usually what we see against Marlians a lot of the time is a rush onto the pit mine where you burn down the houses. You maybe noticed that the Baltune didn't even try that. Good reason here. One, he just had a game as a German Civ where that absolutely failed. Two, it's much harder to go for the kills on the buildings with OOTD. Because to make it quick enough, you have to double down and invest very hard in very expensive units that just don't come out as frequently as other civs. The other awkward issue you run into is like when you see these Dark Age rushes from Order of the Dragon, it's not really about buildings, it's about killing villagers. Because with their health pool and 10 damage, you can't actually fight them off at all. Whereas normal Spearmen, you can actually kill with ships. So yeah, very big difference in the way that Dragon operates the early game. And my work is going to be coming out here. Vortex, a little bit slower on his gather up. He actually did go for the Donzo. So wow, he's going to push him off the ball. Okay, he does get like, what, almost half of it here. So not too bad for him. But the walk time, the loss of the scout, the fact you've got injured villagers here. No, and Vortex, he steps forward. That's going to be one dead. Has to get the shivs out, but this could easily be 2 kills. Remember, the shivs are irrelevant here because these Donzos have melee armor. Yeah. So that extra bonus damage you get as the Gilded Villager doesn't count for anything. And the Javelin Hurl to get another kill. So Vortex, essentially 3 villagers ahead now. Ignore this, because remember, Gilded Villagers are produced slow. What happened in this game, Baltune sacrificed 1 villager production. He lost 2 on the ball. This has paid off for Vortex. And now safely able to go for the Mansa while also filling out the pit mine. I can't believe this. Game 1 was Baltune outplaying in the end, right? He was sick on his executions. Micro, pristine. Game 2 felt like a shoot, a whiff, a miss. Game 3 feels like absolute destruction. We're not even 5 minutes in. This is crazy. I cannot believe this. And what did he get sheep-wise in the end? So, okay, 21 sheep to work with compared to 19. But remember, Vortex has been eating those sheep. Whereas Baltune, a lot of his food income was coming from the ball. So yeah, I'd say this was like Vortex favored when it comes to the sheep rotation. How did you guys gamble in the end, by the way? Curious. Okay, so it's 50-50. 56% for Vortex. Some people right now are like regretting their Baltune bet, but they're praying that OOTD can pull it back. It's definitely not going to be easy. Vortex isn't really known for giving you space when you give him an edge. Some players like to take a slight lead and just go and play safe and extend it. Vortex is kind of the polar opposite. If you make a mistake, he looks to force more mistakes. I'd say, you know, to this day, Vortex remains one of the most, if not the most uncomfortable player to play against. Baltune immediately queues up those men-at-arms, but does this work against Musafadi? It shouldn't. There's already a Rax as well. One of the scariest things, actually, is Baltune only has, like, 1 scout. If he loses that scout in a fight, Vortex could, like, immediately stealth to get away and then, like, choose how to fight the men-at-arms. Other sad part is you're just too slow. It's what comes from basically just scrapping a car and then wearing his armor, you know? Just wearing his old Citroen over here. Sadly, doesn't make him go as fast as one. Love to see some new biome effects. So my take is, like, I actually think biomes There should be a way of ranning it for tournament games, or my preference, actually, just do what Dota 2 does. Let people choose their biomes. So if you're unfamiliar with Dota 2 has map skins. So I can see like a Christmassy theme or Halloweeny theme or whatever, and you'll see something different. That would be cool because that also means that the spectating hub, like me watching this, I could choose a biome. Look. That also leads into monetization methods. Reasonable monetization methods. If I want a shiny, like, rainbow unicorn skin, I can get it and pay $10. The alternative route you go, by the way, is that biomes drastically alter, or subtly alter the outcome of the map, right? So, like, one biome will spawn more trees on a given map, etc. Which is kind of what we have, but it's unreliable. And so is this men-at-arms play. I think it's fair to say the Musafari do counter gilded men-at-arms. Oh, God. Well, Baltune, it was a bait and switch, in fairness to him. He is going Castle Age. And it's presumably he's thinking about, what, Knights after this? Into eventual Gilded Crossbowman, which can actually be a winning play. Musafari can deal with the Gilded Knights, but it's not clean. Right, you basically have to surround them to stop them running away. That'd be a lot of work because they have to change how biomes work. Agreed, but like the tricky thing that I'd say, so here's my counterpoint to them revamping the way biomes work. And why it's probably, at this rate, a better way of going than making new maps. Can someone list me the last 8 maps that got added to the game and how many of them were actually good? Like, how many of them were considered actually an improvement to the game, right? Like, Turtle Ridge apparently was designed for casuals. I don't even know if many casuals play Turtle Ridge. Hideout, I think, is collectively considered a bad map because certain civs completely blow the design out of the water. The most recent ones, Atacama could be intriguing, I guess. It's okay. I think Atacama is okay. It just has some spawn issues that need to be resolved. But I think we can all agree Lakeside is not a good map. It needs an overhaul, right? So, like, I would say it would be worth assessing what the success rate is of these newly implemented maps. And if it's low, reviewing the biome system and how it interacts with the game. And then in the meantime, taking the lazy route of just starting to import maps from creators. I think it's time. I think it is genuinely time that we just start saying, hey, Caillou, Avali, you guys do a better job than like we've been able to. We're just going to start using your maps. So, castle upon us. We do have Landschnechter immediately queued up. Love that idea. Up against Musafari Smart. Also, Vortex's anticipation makes sense. When you're playing against Order of the Dragon, they fast castle. Best unit they can build is deal with crossbowmen. So you have to assess that that's coming and then counter accordingly. The reality check, though, is that Baltune went for the second best unit that OOTD has. Landschnechter. Units are insanely tanky. Remember we talked earlier in the day about HRE Landschnechter being terrible because they die before they can reach a target. These things have 180 HP. They don't suffer the same. Wait, why are we talking about things like rain stopping gunpowder units? Okay, I don't know about that, man. That's like, dude, I think you've been playing too much Monster Hunter. I'm not asking for that type of change. Dynamic weather effects that change the outcome of the game is a bit awkward. You can make that work if the game is conceptually built that way from the get-go. Like, in theory, Company Heroes 2 done a lot of things wrong, but one of the cool things they had was the idea of the weather effect, and they had thoughtful systems around that. The reason it sucked is because a lot of those thoughtful systems ended up being like chores. Gamers don't want to feel like they're doing a chore when they're playing a video game. At least not in RTSs, in my opinion. They want to feel like there's APM investment that matters. Maybe some of them can be choreful, agreed. But it's not like the people that play Stardew Valley. Right? Does that make sense? It's not that type of chore. At least for most of us. So tech up coming in, it's going to be Fulani. Vortex has added in the archers. That is going to be the sufficient counter to Gilded Landschnechter. Actually, like, this is kind of crazy. The poison arrow is going to be super valuable against Landschnechter here. But one thing that Baltune has, I have not seen it in over a year. I'm not even exaggerating. It is like the crappiest tech in the eyes of every Order of the Dragon player. And it's funny because when it first came out, people thought it was giga busted. It's Zornhau. Remember, this is the tech that gives a bleeding effect, which does 20 damage across 10 seconds. With each swing of the Landsknechter. We never see it. Surely, if there was a game, this would be the one. Logic being Musafadi can run away from you, but they'll still die. If you skim the Javelin Archers, they're going to die. I think he just has to lean away from Lanch, though, unfortunately. Like, the problem he has right now is mass ranged. Like, yes, these boys are tanky like we talked about, but there is a growing risk that you'll never touch your opponent. The Snowstorm and Kotu felt bad. Agreed. That's what I mean. Like, the concept of what they wanted to do with the weather system was cool. But the implementation was annoying because it was like, oh my god, there's a snowstorm coming. I can't play the game. Yay. And also, another thing with certain, like, just talk about biomes. Someone mentioned earlier, like, part of it was triggered by this idea of a winter biome. The problem with a winter biome is with the lighting and the way that color palettes are done in AoE4, you wouldn't be able to see anything. Unfortunately, like, the way that they've illuminated the scenes in AoE4, snow weather's probably the worst implementation. I want to say it's like one of the worst snow implementations I've seen in RTSs. It feels like your screen is flashbanging you. So we have a very slow approach here by the two right now. I mean, Vortex is ahead, right? And he knows it. It's just about racing the relics now. You don't want to directly contest because this is like the strong point. Before you have enough archers, these Landsknechter can just wipe you. So for Baltune, he needs to find a go time. For Vortex, he just needs to play it calm and cool. Baltune, remember, he did also go Burgrave to achieve this Landsknechter massing, but it means these relics aren't really recovering the game for him, even if he gets them. Fulani is just going to be better. I really struggle to see sheep in the winter biome. Okay, but like, so this is the other thing. Like, if you want the winter biome to be good, once again, it comes down to a lack of understanding of what the players need to be able to see. And what I mean by that is what should have happened is, like, if you change the biome, it should change more than just the color of the map. So, for example, if we go to a winter biome, we shouldn't be gathering sheep. We should be gathering something which would be more, like, coated the correct color that would be herded, right? Like, you almost want, like a black sheep type thing or a brown sheep type thing. But they didn't make that change, so it just became biomes bad, right? And that, by the way, is how you'd also fix a lot of these things. Like, we just have reindeer that we hunt on winter maps instead of deer. Right? Instead of a boar, it could be a bear. And there's the Zornhau. He actually got the tech, guys. Okay, moment of truth. Is it good enough here? Vortex, he splits up. It's kind of like dealing with a melee mangonel. Just don't cluster up. And look at the target fire as well. He's sniping them out. This doesn't feel great for Baltune. He's at least mopping up the archers. Horsemen survive. Landsknechter count is down to 3, but it looks like Vortex is going to be shoved away. But look at the resources, guys. Now that he sees what he's up against, he recommits. There was a lot of missed macro there because Vortex was distracted with the micro. Sofa is the answer. What do you have here if you're Baltune? He hasn't prepped Spearmen. Horsemen are going to suck here. The Zornhau Landsknechter are not going to feel that impactful because the Sofa can just spread out and come at you from multiple angles. And by the way, those Sofas also get bonus damage. So great starting fight from Baltune, but he now needs to follow it up quickly before Vortex gets the counterplay. Man, that was actually sick from Baltune. It's crazy because you're like, oh my god, Landsknechter are dying. But if you think about it, Landsknechter are the cheaper thing to replace here. Horsemen are 240 resources, but from the Burgrave, the Landsknechter only end up being 208 resources. So keeping the Horsemen alive and killing the Landsknechter is better for Baltune. Wild. More Donzos resurging. Sofa are starting to come out. We'll peel those Donzos away. Leaves a few of them to distract the Cleaver boys. Archers are just trying to get rid of what remains of that cleave line. It looks like he's going to snipe it out. So Baltune, good fight into an immediate overextension. And a bloody healthy lead now for Vortex. 36 military to 12. Counter-offensive time. Baltune may have just drained himself dry. The other big difference with this play, remember, Balt, he's got no food. He's going farms now. He's playing berries. Meanwhile, for Vortex, he went pro scouts, plus has Fulani. Life has never been so good. And it's kind of unfortunate as well. I think Baltune began this game in a really awkward fashion, got completely caught off guard, was miles behind, just like in game number 2. This was at least an admirable attempt at a recovery. I think the LAN Schnechter play seems sick, but you see why it can fall flat. Why, rather. You know, Vortex just had the economy to rebulk. Malian's just capable of doing what most civs can't at this stage without real risk being associated. And it all comes down to not just pro scouts, but the cows. I can't think of any civ that has safer food economy than they do. Not at this stage, anyway. Yeah, hyper late game English with the White Tower and everything else, and Berkshire. Even the transition feels more comfortable for Malians, though. Outpost is going to get you repaired. We do have fortifications coming in, but he already brought arrow slits. Oh, boy. And you know he's going to camp here until the very end of time. So gold now getting blocked out. Baltune is finally going into the thing you would have expected him to go. We have got Gilded Crossbowmen in production. Needs it against the sofa, but at this stage, there's just so many archers as well. Nice little freebie there. Love the Miica and Vortex. Just any kill is worth it here. If only he knew what awaits him just south of the base. That's at least safe for the moment for Baltz. Near clash into the main, though. Villagers on the front line, and that is going to be the GG call. Vortex takes the lead now, 2-1 up. At least one more game ahead of us. There's at least signs of life here, of hope for Baltune, but what do you guys think? Are we going to see a comeback? Do we see Baltune remaining alive, or is this just going to snowball into a Spaniard win? Because with how this series began, I would not have expected it to snowball into a rollover and die for Balt. All right. So, lead equal now taken. Malians versus Order of the Dragon. And we'll give the prediction win. So, 2 maps left. I think this is where you have to go for the Holy Island, don't you? Not sure what Baltune's plans were there. I think the LAN Schnechter was the clear plan, right? And that's also just kind of Hail Marying with a weaker economy at that stage. Like, the opening screwed him so hard. So hard. Sorry, I just sent a message. That map was a matchup lose, and the early was terrible. I don't think the map was like a matchup loss per se. I think the opening play just got counted very well. Put him in a very hard location. If he goes for the Holy Island now, by the way, it's going to be Chinese versus probably like either Japanese or English. I think Japanese. I wouldn't be surprised if like Vortex throws a curveball of English pick instead of Rus in game number 5 if it goes there. Logic being is if your opponent picks like what Mongols, I think he loses against either of those. If he picks Delhi, nah, dude, it's gonna be Rus Delhi. Rus Delhi for Dry Arabia, 100%. Maybe Baltune could like. I was about to say maybe Baltune could pick Dry Arabia now, but like, dude, that like leaves you completely predictable. If you don't pick Delhi there, like you're definitely not using them a Holy Island, right? But you could at least throw a curveball. I just don't really know what the curveball is meant to achieve. I just don't see a world in which Vortex doesn't pick Rus for Dry Arabia and doesn't pick like Japanese/English for Holy Island. Sometimes you get that situation where like taking X map over Y map can force like a really weird choice for your opponent because you still have something threatening in the pool. But the problem is, like, when you are down to 2 maps and Delhi is one of your remaining picks and one of those maps is water, no one in their right mind is expecting you to pick Delhi. All right, guys, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now, by the way, so you don't have to worry about them in game. Boop, boop. So, it is going to be Dry Arabia, and it's going to be a Roos pick versus a Delhi pick. Yeah, so what we were expecting. Okay, so Roos. Oh, I'm even going to be fought for good because we've got extra time. Because I start the game now. I'll put Predickies up. Do we have any other series scheduled yet? No, so we've got in just under 3 hours Core versus Scatterbrained. I think what we'll look to do, guys, is after this series, we'll have a look in on... Do we do Anno versus Numenor today? I think we could, yeah. Actually, maybe Wham versus Voldemar. Yeah, let's do Wham versus Voldemar. Alright then. Let's get into game though. Okay, fantastico. One and all, his valiant start may be about to end in disaster. Game number 4, Baltune the Delhi pick into Vortex's Roos. We knew it was going to come to this. Delhi don't really make much sense for Holy Island. Roos make too much sense for Dry Arabia and too much sense for this matchup. We've heard it from some high-level players that this is a very difficult civ to beat in any context, but especially with Delhi, maybe it's your best foot forward, it's still not easy. So let's see if Baltune can actually navigate the difficult waters. Dry Arabia spawns like this as well. Looking at it. Oh my god, come on. I thought Vortex scrims with Beastie. But has he been cheating on him or Marine Lord? I want to know where he's getting this type of RNG. That's ridiculous. A true M-Lord spawn for a Roos pick here. Double deer back, and then your opponent has split deer left and right. So double the nightmare for Baltune to overcome. Tricky. He was probably already going to go Ghazi, but this almost guarantees it. You could, in theory, rush Rack Spearman around the back here. The way that Vortex can offset the value there is if he comes back and shoves these deer towards his home. It's going to be only a double scout opener for Vortex, by the way. Didn't go for the triple that we sometimes see. Looks like it's going to be 16 sheep to 9. Yeah, that's actually a crazy lead at this point in the game, considering Baltune hasn't been eating sheep with more than one villager. And that was crazy. Did you see what Vortex done there? He pinned him. That's sick. Yeah, he ran past him intentionally to push him into the corner. So now he's able to just mirror you and then cut you off wherever you go. And in terms of in the corner, there's nothing here. So Baltune is now just at a complete disadvantage. And Vortex already knew about this other area, right? He'd already scouted through it. Oh, that is rough. So 17 sheep now to 9. And there's, like, nothing left. Yeah, they've basically scoured the map between them. That's great value. I mean, you know, the type of sheep advantage Vortex has, especially against a berry sieve, is something you'd expect to see from a free scout opener usually. The logic of the free scout opener is like you scout your opponent with the first or secondary, and then the third one basically cuts off where that scout is going. So then they basically run out of sheep. He done it with 2. Looks like Baltune will at least find 1 miracle sheep in the corner. Attack up now on the way. Golden Gate versus Dome of Faith. Nothing unorthodox here. I wouldn't expect it. And we did get the nice hunt and cut divide. I like this from Vortex. So we've got 19 gold in this one, 18 on this. In the Miica series, Vortex almost faced a critical blunder against the Japanese in that game. And the blunder was he built double hunting cabin on one tree line and then fully condensed it with houses and lumber camps, leaving no room for the high trade house. Meaning that if he'd done it in this type of game, he'd have to build it here, or here, or here. All of those potentially in range of a Delhi dive. So what does he do? He sets himself up right that worst case scenario, he can delete these two and not have a second hunting cabin he needs to get rid of. You could even think about just dropping it here, which would put him away from the enemy base. Or over here, which would put all of his landmarks connected. Alright, let's check on our predictions. 84% for Vortex in his Rus. Yeah, we've seen enough Rus on this channel recently against Delhi. It doesn't feel like a matchup that really anyone has been winning reliably since we watched B win it with the Delhi. And that was, if you guys remember, it was kind of spawn reliant, but the whole idea was mass spearing against 4 deer. Speaking of those deer, they are going to be the target, but look at the way Vortex does this. Different to what we've seen some players do. He doesn't actually go for the deer shove-in. Doesn't feel like Baltune is posing a threat. Balt will be. Ghazi are going to be on the way. Final sheep tally now. We're at 10 versus 13. So, really didn't get better, guys. Like, remember, Baltune has only ever had a maximum of 2 to 3 villages on the food, i.e. the sheep. The rest have been on this food source, the berries. So Baltune presumably is looking at what? Ghazi into archers can make a lot of sense. The reason why Ghazi plus archers could make sense here, it stops your opponent protecting the deer gathering with your spears. It also makes it so that he can't really easily go men-at-arms because of the Ghazi detail, right? You need more. And also, because you have Archer Ghazi, you're going to keep him off of horse archers. Like, I often feel like Ghazi archers is probably Delhi's best move against Rus here. The only concern is that a Rus player, a high-level Rus player, will likely try to add in knights in H2. And then things get difficult. Didn't try enough Delhi this season, but Tower Victory doesn't seem so bad versus Rus. So the problem with Tower Victory, I think, is that your opponent can just rush castle. In theory, for what we just discussed, though, of this idea of you're going to go Archer Ghazi, I could see the sense of it. It's not the worst of ideas, actually. The problem is it definitely puts you on the clock. And part of the problem is, like, in the current meta, I don't think Tower Victory helps you block Pro Scouts at all. The whole idea of Dome of Faith is, like, while you're blocking Pro Scouts, you're actually scaling your tech. Because you're able to play into the next stage with confidence. Whereas instead, you know, if your goal is to try and, like, block the Pro Scouts play and you miss your timing, you know, what have you got left? A desperation play onto Sacred Sites? And that's it. And it's weird. Because the other thing is, like, with this type of build, compared to a Tower Victory build, you're getting all your technology unlocks, even in Age 2, quicker. Right? Things like Pro Scouts wouldn't be there otherwise. Things like the Steeled Arrow timer, Undermesh, etc. wouldn't be there. You know, if you think about how much worse your Steeled Arrow Undermesh timings would be, for example, with TOV versus Dome of Faith, well, a +1 upgrade on Archers is 20% damage increase, which actually eclipses the Tower Victory's 15% attack speed. So it's very awkward. I think even with the nerfs they gave to Dome of Faith, now where you pay, what, 75 gold instead of 65? It still feels too good to resist. Ghazi. A very ambitious spearman there. Vortex has already got a decent amount of deer, though. Yeah, taking the second one from over here. He took one from this flank resource. He's easily going to vacuum up this. So we're looking at, like, what, 2.5 deer stacks, roughly? Baltune is kind of reaching the point where we can contest, and we do have the Ghazi into Archer play. So once again, you know, there is still ways that Rus can fight you, but you're handicapping the value of those matchups. Men-at-arms aren't going to like the cavalry. Horse archers aren't going to like the cavalry or the archers. Knights in Castle Age would probably be Vortex's easiest play, but that has a caveat attached to it, and it is going to be the production speed. You don't get them out quickly. Can Delhi stop useless Monk and Feudal since they don't have Faith buff? I don't recall any Delhi good games lately. What do you mean? I mean, if you're talking about entertaining, I get you, but, like, to say Delhi, like, Scholar, like, spamming is bad from a efficiency standpoint is like saying drinking water is bad because it bloats me slightly. Yeah, but I kind of need it to live, right? Delhi, they need Scholar spam to do anything later in the game. It's way too valuable as the game goes on. Trip Sacred Site locked in. And we do have the high trade house on that east side tree line. Get your numbers in, folks. I actually like this. It's going to be a little bit better than over here by the looks of it. But also, it's next to the berry, so you get the gathering drop-off point automatically. Right? Yikes. What's up with the toxicity in chat today? Temp Scholar trash? It's not. He's going castle. Scholar spam makes sense with castle play. His unlocks are going to be aggressively quick with this. That's the whole point. If he stopped at 5 scholars and then with castle age, it's dumb. Because with this type of play, he can pull for relics and tech at the same time. Way too good to resist. So we do at least have some deer pulling at home now for Baltune. Has also played out into the berries just before the aggression comes in. And it looks like it is going to be a good old-fashioned horse archer spam. Yeah, like, I don't know how you can complain about like massing scholars in a game where we're about to see someone build horse archers for the millionth time. Like Rogan? There we go. Hole on the way. Acronyms. Like, yeah, the tech currently for Baltune is going to take, what, 5 minutes? But that's because I believe he's started to pull the scholars out. Yes, he's got some of them in production building still. And the others are still near sacred sites or moving out towards relic locations. Why do I say Delhi's a bad matchup for Roos? Timing effects. Roos come out the door swinging with some very powerful units into Delhi's units. You can mitigate the value of them, but you can't necessarily counter them. Delhi like to be against civs that they can pressure in a meaningful way, right? Either I have sacred sites, you have to come out quickly, or like, oh, I can now, you know, dive into your base, etc. Roos is one of the better ones at dealing with that type of stuff because they don't even go on gold. Like, we're 11 minutes in the game, he hasn't touched gold, right? So, like, there hasn't been a flank point here at all. And Pro Scouts also removes Delhi's potential to like, attack people and their resources. And Roos, like, the real big nail in the coffin for Delhi is, like, Delhi absolutely hates any civ that's good at Pro Scouting. And Roos is a top 4 Pro Scout civ. This is good. I mean, Baltune's played this very well. We talked about the Archer Ghazi comp being the best choice. They forced Vortex to keep lobbing spears and go horse archers anyway. But what it's getting now is Baltune relics. He even got the tech up. He has got the elephants on the way. The elephants will be the golden solution to a lot of this problem. If he can get the scale point. Same for Mongol Roos matchup. Yeah, like, the only thing Mongols can do to Roos is burn the hunting cabin. Which sounds nice, but like, for the effort it takes, isn't worth it. Especially considering, like, the timing to do it. If you think about where you place hunting cabins, let's say I'm a Mongol player and I want to dive in and burn this. Oh, I'm going to pull a villager and repair, right? Because TC range will protect. So then you don't ever get the burn kill, and then they get fuel and build like 3 archers. And now the Mongol spearman play is pointless, right? It's just, it's very awkward. Yeah. You know, if you went back before Pro Scouts meta, I'd be on board with saying Delhi can win this matchup. And now, I'm not saying Baltune's dead for that in that regard. I think he's played this very well. But I do think it's not an easy matchup at all for Delhi. It's probably like one of the better civs are trying to deal with them. Trying to deal with the Roos. But like, there's a reason why Roos is now becoming the most banned civ in competitive AoE4. Its linear play into Pro Scouts Horse Archers, so damn impressive. In fact, even without Horse Archers, Mass Men at Armsing is just as good. Because think about it, like any other civ wants to Mass Men at Arms, I'm going to have to touch gold. We're at 134 gold in the high trade house, 24 gold in this hunting cabin, another 23 here, and then golden gate for tickets. He can go 30 minutes into this game, and as long as he's not going knights, never need to touch gold. Isn't that kind of crazy? Marlians have a similar treatment, but even Marlians take a risk in that they have to come out here and build a pit mine. Right? Whereas my gold generator is closer to my TC. Yeah, and to that point from Holland, like, if I had a nickel for every time Roos is the most banned civ in comp play, the hilarity is, like, everyone was looking forward to Roos not being that good after the, like, nerfs that came around just before Pro Scouts meta arrived. A lot of people thought Roos was going to fall off the side of a cliff. Kremlin nerfs, the walling changes, etc. And yet they immediately just bounce back. And then this unit that only Duma would ever build in 2024, everyone is building in 2025. So Baltune's done a really good job, by the way. He's up to 3 Warlephants. Vortex is making the correct transition now. The only thing that's going to kill these is crossbows. What scares me is your transition may be a bit slow. Baltune could technically pivot into tower elephants on a whim. There is a second TC coming, so Vortex is looking for that scale. And Baltune is ignoring it. Right, he hasn't gone to second TC, he never would. He hasn't gone onto the stone yet, so we're not seeing keep drops either. He did get 4 relics, so very big edge there. But you're seeing kind of the weakness of the elephants, right? They have a lot of strengths. Their one weakness is ignore them. And oh my god. Mamma mia. Stick him in a pepperoni slicer and bring him out as something useful here. I can't believe that. House of Learning hasn't started researching a single thing here. That's a problem. Mahoots is a very big deal. Homeblades doesn't matter as much. Pakes can be really nice if you both go crossbows. I think Mahoots, though, should just be like #1 obvious here, alongside the hearty rations for the extra capacity to carry. Can't believe you forgot about that. It's crazy how to this day, we're still seeing players in the top 16 forget about queuing up all the techs. Like, guys, are you noticing an issue in general in like tech queue-ups? Because Baltune is missing a lot, folks. He hasn't got his food tech 2. He hasn't got his lumber tech 2. He hasn't got his gold tech 2. He remembered blacksmiths, but he forgot everything else. Doesn't even have herbal medicine coming, swiftness coming. There's a lot of gaps here. He has at least realized the House of Learning. I'm hoping that's a trick point, and boom, there we go. That was enough to wake him up and remember everything else. So fertilization tech, got the lumber. People always seem to forget. I don't know why, but people always seem to get mining camps. Well, I do know why. So if you look at most games at comp level, you'll usually see that the food and wood techs are trending one whole tech level ahead of the gold tech, because it's seen as more valuable in general. This raid, not so valuable. Ghazi did go around the back. Nice cut off there by Vortex. But Baltune's coming, folks. No, despite the shortcomings on getting certain techs queued up, he did not skip a beat when it came to elephant spamming. And also, although he lost a lot of Ghazi there, think about what Vortex done. He sent all the army home. It's Elephanto fun time, baby. Welcome to the party. Spearman will not easily contest. This is all about the crossbowman. And I don't like this from Baltune. Without Mahoots, he's trying to run away. That doesn't work. Uh-oh. That's one elephant down. Second one about to fall. No. Not like this. This is brutal. Divine Light as well. We're going to get more of the Warrior Monk buff coming through. Start step retreat by Baltune. At this point, screw it. Just turn and fight. The more you run away, the worse this gets. More elephants. I can't believe that. 7 HP. You will get sniped down. They're failing him here. Are they doing enough? The Archer Mass may be able to carry this. Okay, so heavy losses in terms of elephants there. But you see what happens the moment you turn around for a headbutt. Vortex now down on military. I can't believe that. I think Baltune at this stage is just like eyebrows up going, wow, I forgot elephants, man. That retreat didn't really feel forced. It felt like a knee-jerk reaction. I don't think he realized just how strong he was. Now, the numbers militarily deceptive. He has got 18 scholars, so a lot of it doesn't count. But still, the war elephants feel like they're worth 4 or 5 times their military pop sometimes, and may still be in this type of fight. We'll go for the headbutts. Start step again, though. I see why he thinks it's necessary, but the elephants without Mahoots are never really getting away here. It's going to be another one down. Yeah, this is getting a bit ugly. Baltune, I think, you know, if that initial fight hadn't been so muddied with the micro away with the War Elephant's losses, you're looking at a game where Vortex is struggling to stay alive. The other interesting part is that Pakes was prioritized over Mahoots, despite the fact Baltune has built 0 crossbowmen. There's definitely some macro level issues here, I think. I mean, he does benefit on the archers, right? It's an extra 0.5 range. I'm just not entirely convinced it's worth more than Mahoots. Because like archers, like, the thing is, if the archers are out of range but the elephants are in, you're kind of like losing the unit that's scary here. We do have a Scholar Ball. Unfortunately, it's too late for the elephants. But we're reaching a point in the game, in the fight, where Vortex may not have enough troops to insta-kill. That's an important detail to keep in mind here. And also, if Baltune stations this correctly, yeah, if you tank with the Scholars, remember they have 130 HP. Baltune having to back away. I can't believe this, man. I think Vortex is just out-microing him on the engagements, actually. Yeah, and he just realized again. I want you guys to really process how different this game could look if Baltune had not been suboptimal on his tech timings. He was suboptimal on his eco techs. He was suboptimal on his House of Learning techs. He was suboptimal on his Moss techs. Like, essentially, he was minutes behind where he should be on each of these progression points. Right? Herbal Medicine is now coming in 3 minutes. He would have had it much quicker, remember, because he had more Scholars garrisoned. Same with things like Mahoots. It doesn't just have the impact on the military, by the way. High rations getting slowed down his economy. There's a lot of problems in this game for Baltune that could have been resolved with a bit more eco optimization. It's unfortunate as well, man, because like this was posturing itself to be a great example of how Delhi can beat Rus, which, reminder, has been becoming more rare in the last few weeks. The only thing that Baltune has been clean and optimal on has been Blacksmith decks. Yeah, Force March is going to be a cool one, but the problem now is you're seeing him hunker down for keep drops because he knows the 2 TC play has been happening. He tried for the double all-in, it didn't work. So now he's a mile behind. Vortex at this rate is going to be going Imperial Age, already has a 20 villager lead. Remember, although Baltune's got a castle, what he doesn't have yet is a TC. Village Fortresses still 2.5 minutes away for him. Is Vortex only going men-at-arms due to the Archer blob? Yeah. Like, adding in some men-at-arms makes sense, right? Like, the Archers, if you think, like, what is going to absorb damage from these best? Got a lot of gold from passive gen. You might as well add in a few MAA. He could go Horseman, actually, in fairness. But the reason he didn't is because Baltune was showing War Elephants. War Elephants will just demolish Horsemen. Now, though, Horseman would be sick. More likely we'll see him just wait and go Imperial first, because if you start vomiting Horsemen, you basically sacrifice your tech timing. In fact, you can already see some of the intent here. He's adding in a lot of gold workers, which is indicative of Imperial Age. A tank more elephant attacks the knights? What? Because the individual targeting, right? Instead of the headbutt. Yeah, well, the way to think about it is like, if you're talking about it from a resource perspective. Yes. Because the horseman, Boy's Fortitude, is more efficient for a HP increase on a horseman than a knight. And because you get 2 of them instead of like 1 knight, you basically get 50 more health instead of 25. So funny thing about Rus Knights, actually, is Rus Knights are slept on in Imperial Age. They're very good in Imperial now. I think we've very rarely seen it, but when we have, we just see how they can demolish. It's... I don't think he has a stable for me to show you. They have a tech called the Poleaxe, which gives +4 damage. Which, when you have Biology, Boy's Fortitude, etc., it's like... It's better than Cantled Saddles. Cantled Saddles adds like 30 damage into a fight, but it's going to take, say, 15 strikes to kill. Well, if you have +4 damage, 15 strikes, that's like an extra 60 damage. So yeah. Definitely, if you find yourself in the late game with a lot of gold Rus players, consider a night timing. We've seen a few players starting to do it recently. You play Streltsy for a while, you play Spearman, and then when they've forgotten that like knights exist, you vomit out 40 of them. And the elephants have +30 attack against Cav. Oh, it's more than that. It's like, I think +60. The Spearman hits like a truck. Because I think he hits for like 20-ish base, and there's another 40. I think it is actually like... Is it double a veteran Spearman's damage? But you're talking about the instances of attack, right? Be interesting to map that out. I think you're right that a horseman can take, like... It takes one extra shot than what you'd like compared to a knight for an elephant. I do like those type of matchups, though. They have very interesting implications. Another keep drop here. We do have imp on him. Good push in from Vortex here. I'd love to see him stop punting the gold. He's almost got 5 mangoes. This is a perfect timing to go into adjustable crossbars. Your opponent's full ranged. Castle drop is going to be able to protect him somewhat, but Vortex... Ball with the horns, baby! Starts to march in. Mangoes are going to be safe. Baltune. He's going to have to defend this. He doesn't have his elite techs. Still 2.5 minutes away. Army diving this deep is a little bit ballsy. He actually doesn't have much in the way of melee force here. Only 13 spearmen. The mangoes are pushing by this, though. Baltune in big trouble. Remember, almost half his army are religious boys. They do nothing here. The out of time as well. 15 villages here. Another 10 elsewhere not working. And the eco lead that was already 30 big. Yeah, it seems like a bad die for Vortex, but he can afford to do this with the economy he's got coming behind it. Dive in. It's going to be able to wipe it out. Castle drop. I mean, you might as well cancel the emplacement, right? Surely. No, he tries to go for the repair. Baltune, he buys enough time for it. The mangoes are all gone. But there should be just enough firepower here to burn through it still. Baltune goes for another repair. Crossbows once again on point. Vortex sniping them down. He can't keep it up. The castle's going to go down. Baltune is now 45 workers behind. And one elephant versus the world. Sounds like the world is going to crush him. Damn. Crazy final game there, actually. That one might be uploadable on its own right. So, in the end, a 3-1 victory for the man, the myth, the legend, Vortex. Well played to the lad. Commiserations to Balt. Good effort, but unfortunate. War Elephants plus 40 attack versus Cav on all 3 attacks. Yeah, Tusk is 50-40. Spears, yeah, it's 25-40. Yeah, so it's over 60, right? 220 versus Cav and 100 versus Men-at-Arms. Yeah, but you were saying, like, compared to Knights, right? Oh, you were talking about Men-at-Arms. I thought you were talking about Horsemen versus Knights. Which is also another interesting exploration point, because, like, the health values and where they die. Yes, agreed on the MAA. Like, MAA will survive longer than Horsemen. But the Horsemen will, like, counter... No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, that, it sounded like you were originally saying the Horsemen against the Delhi instead of the Knights. But I agree on the Men-at-Arms. And it also counters out the Archer play. The only problem is, like, it counters out them from a you don't die quickly to them, but it means you don't kill them quickly, per se. Okay, one sec. Let me check something. Okay, fantastic. So, we've still got some time until the core Scatterbrain series. Looking at the brackets now, let me actually update this, guys. We have got more series coming. I think what we're going to do now... We said Wham versus Voldemar, right? I think we're going to look at Wham versus Voldemar. You guys want Dimmu versus Myriad or Wham versus Voldemar? I think we'll probably do both, actually. And then tomorrow... One second. Yeah, I think we'll look to start tomorrow off with Anatand versus Numidan. That should be a potential revenge series, by the way, because remember last week Numidan 2-0'd Anatand. And guys, like, I'm not even exaggerating when I say it wasn't close. He wiped the floor with him. It was crazy. So let me just update the brackets now with that result. And then... You guys want to start off with Dumu versus Myriad? We can start off with Dumu versus Myriad, sure. Alright. So let me get the drafts ready and we'll hop over. Where am I? So Dumu versus Myriad. Is he going to be the Dumu Slayer this week? We've actually had Myriad beating Dumu in these before. Pretty crazy week for him when it happened. So best of threes we go back to for the time being. Going to import the draft. 3 maps. Lipany. Holy Island pick coming in from Dumu. Yeah, Golden Heights getting banned a lot, actually. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. We put it in there because it's like, it's a ladder map, so it should be familiar territory for a lot of people. Like, you may be noticing we're taking a serious effort to try and, where possible, balance in at least 2 to 3 ladder maps at least, so that people can lean those side if that's where they're familiar and comfortable. I don't want to overpopulate with ladder maps, part of the reason being that the ladder map rotation doesn't rotate regularly enough for that to be feasible. And we don't want to keep the map pool too stagnant. It's like, you know, eventually we'll rotate round maps we had before, but we don't want to be like, every week we're pivoting back to the previous set, right? Like, let's say we had 1 week dry raid, Lipany, etc. Then we have a break, then we go back to it again, sort of thing. We want to be able to give it a little bit of breathing room, but within reason. Are the matches being played now? Some of them are being played now. Some of them are from recordings. So it's just the nature of an open scheduling format, because we're very thoughtful for the players' time. Hopefully they're grateful for that. Means we can't catch every single set live. I am still weighing up changing the way that like the formats work, so that they start on a Monday and end on a Friday. Just because I find like some people, it's almost like they don't play their games because they have so many days to play their games. Whereas others, like, they blitzkrieg the bracket, and it like having that indiscrepancy is almost like someone puts all the effort in and playing fast and someone else holds the bracket back is very polarizing. And also, just for me, it's beneficial because it means more live series, right? It's like definite win for me. One sec. Okay. So let's go ahead. Someone's asking me to fill out a form for something. I'm like, okay. And then I check and the form doesn't even exist. What do you mean I'm at home, KP? Oh, you mean doing it from Monday to Friday? Yeah, it benefits me, for sure. The only worry is, like, I feel like I'd have to change my streaming schedule. Because, like, then, like, a lot of games happen on Wednesday. It's a very awkward balance. Like, you know, Wednesday's beneficial, so for multiple reasons, right? It's just a locked day that I can have off with my family in the week. My daughter goes to nursery on Thursday and Friday, right? It's like, if I'm, like, off on Thursday, I won't see her. You get what I mean? It's like, it's tough. It's a little bit tough. I need to figure it out. And then the other thing is on Wednesdays, we go and see my mum. So, like, it's time for me to spend with my family, but it's also, like, not just immediate family as in, like, you know, son, daughter, partner, but also my parents. So, let's get the Myriad series open. Game number 1 is going to be Biz Deli. Looks like they had a remake. So we'll hop into the remake. Easier to farm channel points so I already watched the game or someone else's stream. Yeah, that's why we don't do predictions if it's already been, like, played. Right? Just saying. Like, I'm not going to go and open predictions on this one. Nice try, though. What do you take me for? What kind of sucker do you think I am? All right. So, reminder, in T-minus 2 hours, we'll have Corvus Scatterbrained. Goal is to get through this. And then, do you guys want Wham versus Voldemar, or do you want Striker versus Killjardi? We might have time for both, but if we prioritize one, what's the preference? One and all, we're watching the Brit Slayer who pretends to be a Brit. That's right, Hungarian player Myriad here. Lives in the Britlands, here to stay, the expatriate Demu, who now lives in Sweden. Can be a fun one, actually. Delhi versus Byzantines to kick off in this best of 3. Myriad has actually netted wins over Benny Boy in previous weeks. Could it be his time to shine again? The Delhi-Byzantine matchup is a bit of an interesting one, actually. Neither one benefits incredibly from the Pro Scouts meta. Delhi are the winner because they get it for free, but it's not like we're talking about a Chinese HU, etc. So while it will eventually come into the picture, Byzantines can function a little bit better here. We've actually seen Byzantines with some resounding wins against civs that do play Pro Scouts well. So wouldn't write them off here. And my god. What? Okay, Myriad might not get any deer. That... Are you kidding me? That is insane. It's been a hot second since we've had a spawn that put all deer linearly in a path between the two players' base. But we've got it here, folks. And this is great for Duma. It means Limitane is just thumbs up. Myriad is going Doma Faith, so likely we've been seeing Ghazi beginning. Limitane can just basically camp to protect base and then move up to block deer. And not just deer, look at the berry locations. There's a lot of food value in the center of the map. If Dumu just parks himself here, he can deny a lot of equity from Myriad. So we're going to pull off the 2x speed in a second. We like to do it for the early game here. It's one of the benefits of actually when we're catching the game just a little bit after it's live. There's the PS being queued up. So 3 minutes out from that being accessible, at which point Dimu's going to potentially have a lot of pressure on the map here. We do have the Limitane opening coming. And usually when you open spears, you support with mercs. Did Dimu put that in range of... No, I don't think so. I can't remember the exact range. I think it has to be like within 2 tiles, if I'm not mistaken, for you to get the neutral trade post. Yeah, so no bueno. It's a nice thing actually on Lipany. It's someone I was looking forward to seeing, as I thought actually Lipany coming back in, you know, Byzantines having a map where they could be quite nice because of the extra berries, but also something that Anatan educated us on in the early days of Byzantines' rise was the neutral trade posts. Because they tend to spawn right next to your base, Byzantines can actually leverage that to get things like the Sipahi or French Knights. Sipahi here, by the way, would have been pretty sick into Delhi. Yeah, because when you think about it, actually, Sipahi kind of tick the same box that Javelins do, but the difference is they deal with the Ghazi better. I think part of why Dimmu didn't want to do it here is if he'd gone into the Sipahi, it's frontline melee logic. Your premium unit, the thing that you can't scale infinitely, you're limited with olive oil, would be dying quicker. Javelin should be hard to kill here. So, Limitane, playing defense for the time being as expected. Gold gathering underway. We do have the Akatoy activation here. As Dimmu didn't have quite enough spearmen to dance around. There's great micro actually by Myriad. He distracted on the front side, and then what he'd done is he pulled the aggro of the Limitane with the scout so that the Ghazi could go in. That was a sick little detail. I love that. So Dimmu's already scouted the outcome of the entire map. He knows what he needs to be looking to block here. He'll also understand the timing is like Delhi cannot rush pro scouts at all. This could be organically at like about 8.5 minutes. So that's when he's looking to break out the base. It's important that Dimmu doesn't lose any economy until then. At which point, you know, he's going to have level 2 assistant. Probably won't be quite level 3, but the buff to his economy would have built a big enough lead here with the olive oil. Right, second Jav group should be getting queued up momentarily. And there's the archer reaction as expected, but unfortunately for Myriad, he has multiple problems here. Undermesh is already in. Javelins will counter you out. By the time you have 4 archers, your opponent's going to have 8 javs. It's a bit worrisome here. Myriad does have a healthy amount of sheep in reserve, though, so doesn't have to panic over the deer too much. He is sitting on 17 sheep. Well, Dimmu only with 9. But the importance of this change in like position on the map is what Dimmu can do next. So when he shoves across the map like this, he can start to play risky on his own berries, as he's doing here. The Ghazi can technically raid you later, but because Mira now has archers, it kind of anchors him to his base more. He can't just rush out onto the field. Dimmu, is he thinking about fishing on the berries? That's actually a sick way that Mira's chopped the tree line. Yeah, usually you see people kind of concave it more. Right? You just kind of organically munch through. Instead, he's just full-on penetrating in. It's like I'm watching someone play Terraria and making a elevator here. Cool thing about this is it means that Dimmu can only actually snipe him if he gets a unit all the way to here or here, past this line. Right? So basically, you have to come within, what, about, I'd say 30 degrees? A 30-degree angle to see in. Yeah, kind of makes you wish there was a way to recruit a Khan. Maybe just get a Falcon to punt here. Alright, maybe I'm dreaming. Maybe I'm a bit crazy. But could you imagine if Byzantines just went pro scouts now? I know, it's crazy, but just imagine it. I'm not saying he's good, but... Can you just imagine it? It would be kind of wild, actually. I guess you just blob lots of Limitane, add in archers, if you were to do that. That's going to remain about the Javs. Javs that are being target-fired down. Love that. Got some of them low, so use the archers to finish them off. But look, this is getting difficult. He has to blob and go in, but the Limitane cut him off perfectly, even with shield wall. Okay, this is like Dimmu. Myriad may have played him like a fiddle around that gold at the start of the game, but this was Dimmu execution flawless. Able to shove him away. Myriad barely anything to hold back with. I mean, you've got, what, 6 Ghazi, 4 archers? Dimmu can now look to attack economy. And he's looking at the gold. Another awkward thing, we're now 9.5 minutes in the game. Myriad has no play onto sacred sites. He's trying to sneak out now. He's going to go wide. Smart choice here, considering that Dimmu is going deep. It's like a fight that he can win. Just has to find one Limitane and a scout. More Javs on the way. This is scary now for Myriad. He needs to double down on Ghazi quick. He lost a lot in that last fight. Love the micro from Dimmu. Just trying to start a step back, baiting the Ghazi in a bit deeper. Yeah, so that was sick. Dimmu would have lost the Limitane without getting a Ghazi kill. He pulls one and then pulls into the berry line. What happens there is the extra ones rotate around the berries, so they miss out on an additional attack. That was the difference between getting a kill and just dying. Small details make up the mile, right? And a big detail is what Dimmu is doing next. He's built a big enough lead. He knows Myriad has kind of missed his timing here, hasn't been able to secure secret sites quick enough, hasn't been able to apply pressure onto the berries. So now, Dimmu gets to go Castle Age. Myriad has to be kind of sensing that something's wrong here. Sacred site, oh, he won't even get it. So you might wonder, why does Myriad not just go castle? If he goes castle here, this army will dive in. He has to respect the firepower of the javelins, meaning you have to substantially counter them out. I'm going to have to pull away here. Now hold on, Dimmu. Where's the second wave? They're coming in now. The archers are just going to get right up in their face. The Ghazi surround. A good fight here for Myriad. We'll be able to whittle him down. There's not many archers left alive, and the final few Limitane is going to be the killing blow to the Ghazi force. Man, it's so frustrating when you get this close, on the verge of it, right? Only 3 jabs remaining, sure, but they've done their do. They've done the deal they needed to, right? They've done the role in this fight. They've kept Myriad oppressed. He's going to have to invest in even more archers. And while all this fight is happening in Myriad's base, Dimmu is now going age 3. Now, there is a risk that you just don't have anything left when your opponent dives, but the problem is where Myriad's out on the map. Remember what we said about going archers? It changes the dynamics. You're not rushing in. I think Myriad needs to actually split the Ghazi and go hunting at this point. The problem, though, you might be noticing something missing from Myriad. He doesn't have a scout, so rushing forward doesn't work here. He has to wait for the archers. It's basically his pseudo-vision right now. Pro scouts can at least now come into play for Myriad, so he's going to have a lot of food as time goes on. but Dumu's already starting to insulate himself a bit here. Sheep has ran out, but he has got 6 olive groves online. Would have loved to have seen him maybe with just like 2 spearmen over time shove these deer in. But instead, he's going to have to just hard commit now into the olive oil. Ranjin immediately. Interesting. I wondered if he just prioritized the Limitane. Undermesh 2 is kind of crazy against enemy archers with shield wall. You barely take any damage and you counter the Ghazi. But when you've got a tech advantage, right, you always think heavily armored units. The awkward thing a little bit about going Ranjin here, Dumu doesn't have much food right now, and also Ranjin can get countered out by Ghazi. Right, you are a lower base HP men-at-arms, and your opponent gets 2 extra damage against heavily armored units. What the cool thing about adding a few Vrangin in is, by the way, is that when the archers auto-fire, you can basically peel their attacks onto you if you pull ahead a little bit compared to the spears. So just keep an eye out for that in the fights. Doom will probably try to grief him a little, where 1 or 2 men-at-arms moves forward to the spears, archers misfire, and then it's a wasted effort for Myriad, because at that point they're kind of locked in. Look at this. Tech up coming from Myriad, but Dimu, it's not like an all-in rush your opponent situation here. No, he's prioritizing the Monk play while moving into an area of the map where the saturation of relics is at its highest. Yeah, there's 3 relics over here. Does already see the Scholar as well. And these Javelins still able to just dent the force here with the veterancy. Yeah, this is nicely thought out. It's enough to one-hit them with 4 Javs. It's a bit of a struggle. Myriad tech up will complete. In the meantime, relics are being picked up though. Wall on the backside. Ghazi are going to dive in. Archers will make it quick enough. But still, this area is not secure for him. So although he denies that 1 Monk, it's going to be difficult to now get control of the north side. This was all about tech into pull relics. Instead, Delhi have arrived in Castle Age. They only just picked up the first relic. And wow, that is a ballsy relic. Luckily for Myriad, Dimu doesn't actually know about it. No, he didn't scout this area. But the other 2 are safely guarded. West side ones are already been contested. In fact, Dimu's pulling them back here. Has Ranjin coming as well. We could very easily be seeing a 4 relic game for the Byzantines. Love the home blaze detail. Myriad will have the edge in prolonged Ranjin spam. And you can see Dumu is reacting accordingly. He's like, okay, I know it's House of Learning. How do I know it's House of Learning? You're playing Delhi. Welcome to 2025. We never really see Compound Defender anymore. So with that info in mind, he knows there's going to be a free damage buffer. And although you have 1 extra health, you have less health. 1 extra melee armor up, you have less health. So like Varangian are just going to lose that. So wouldn't be surprised if we see a switch into crossbowman for Dimu soon. That's where sometimes Silk Road can feel a little bit odd. Is you worry you're leaning a bit too hard into ranged. But the beauty of Limitane is you get away with it, because they are the most tanky spearmen in the game. For raw HP and for situational HP. Hold up. Wait, Dimu? Oh! What? Wait, was that a select all army? I can't believe that. He had the kill. He had the kill. 30 HP. 5 spearmen, hitting for 9 damage each, and a Varangian. Unbelievable. It looked like that was a select all army from Dimu. A blunder that now gives Myriad the military lead and some much needed units to try and contest here. Relic pool now is looking more even. We've got a 2-3 split. So Myriad definitely still behind in that regard. Now also, all of a sudden has an answer to the 2 camels, which he didn't have before. Yeah, because otherwise these things would have felt incredibly tanky with the 270 HP. Retreat is going to put the javelins at the back of the formation. Luckily, Myriad not really able to chase that quickly. Dimu, there's that crossbow switch we talked about. He has to. Myriad is up to 20 men at arms. And the Monk is up to things. Was he actually going for sacred sites? Actually, whoa, look what it done. Yeah, Myriad needs to regroup. That's an overcommitment. That was almost a lot worse. He was committing a bit too hard in. However, Dimmu now going in for the clash. Javelins are going to shove away the archer line. Needs to be careful not to overextend. You don't want the men-at-arms hitting you there. It's all about tank versus tank here. It has got a military lead. The defender's advantage is a big deal, and Dimmu has got the counterplay coming out. Crossbows now getting added in, and the javelins love this. Peels them north side where there's no melee left over. Kites around the men-at-arms and just gets rid of the archers. Hits him with what he's got left. Myriad at this stage is starting to trickle troops. The Homeblades is definitely a big backbreaker, but now with the arrival of crossbows, Myriad has some big problems. Yeah, because he's wasting time on the camels. He has nothing that gets bonus damage against these. These are just effective tanks. Archers are going to target fire them down, but the javelins are also not being addressed. Dimmu is a bit subpar on the micro. Switches it over now. Now just tries to take down some villages, but Myriad... This is a strong position, right? He's got 16 men-at-arms, got 16 archers. The only downside right now, he's still trickling troops in. This is where Myriad needs to slow down. He's in a good position. We've got a lot of gold in the bank. He's been over-gathering. And now he's over-committing. Yeah, kind of crazy. Like, if you just looked at raw military mass, you'd be like, KP, how are you even trying to gun for Dimmu here? He's dead. But there's details, subtle details that matter. There is the fact there is a Congo line of troops. There is the fact that there is an relic advantage. There is a fact that there is a system buff of 26%. I mean, Dimmu's economy is better, and olive groves have already been set up. So Myriad has done a good job up to this point, but he needs to start thinking about what's next. This isn't a kill point in the game. He doesn't have the forced march. He can't rush troops, new troops in. So he has to slow down. And I wonder, are we maybe going to be seeing stone gathering here? Has to go farms first, it seems. 3 sacred sites, this type of spread, not easy to hold. He'd need keep drops to make it feasible. We do have a tower elf on the way, but... I wasn't trying to summon Imhotep. That was just my reaction to tower elephants. It's possibly the worst unit to build against Silk Road. Camels get bonus damage against you. Javelins get bonus damage against you. Enough that it eclipses the tower elephant armor. So I'm a little bit surprised by the tower elephant choice here. Even if it wasn't that, it would be Limitane, which also a tanky. And look at that. Benny Boy behind this has second TC. So he presumes he's just survived the storm, right? I kind of like this. You know, Miro slowed down quite a bit. On top of that, we do have mangonel placements, which are going to complicate things. Means you can't just trickle troops and dive in. Also, Miro's fighting into it. And placement is still going to be 30 seconds out, mind you. So could force Dimmu to idle off the gold. This dive is getting quite weak for Miro, though. Men-at-arms need to get in ASAP. He doesn't have the force march. If he just waited 20 seconds in this engagement, he would have had the immediate gap close. So gets in range, but look at the javelins. This is what we were talking about. The tower elephants just snipe it down like it's nothing. And Myriad, he's going to lose the military lead. Wow. I swear, sometimes javelins are just one of the most vexing units in the game. The mobility, the range, the bonus damage against other ranged. It's just such a unique unit in that regard. There's not really anything like it. Myriad says, okay, men-at-arms worked for me before. Let me go back to them. But are you seeing a problem here, guys? The reason men-at-arms worked so well early on is he had numbers. Now he's trickling troops. Just like the end of that last fight where Dimmu was making the stand on the groves. It's getting worse and worse now. Myriad also now getting worse and worse on his positioning, having to play onto the berries in the center of the map. He's losing army mass. He's losing map control. And Dimmu is now pulling ahead. So despite a great effort by Myriad in the mid game here, this is now heavily turned against him. Yeah, I'm starting to doubt the footing which Myriad has stuck to in this one. He's got farms coming in, but it's slow. He's only got 16 on the next 30 seconds. Maybe 40. Meanwhile, on the other side, Benny Boy, with better farms, is already up to 33 of them. I think what this is a classic example of, actually, is... And this was close, right? Like, he had to thread the needle, but The difference was the relics in the olive oil, I think. Dumu needed additional javelins to stabilize. His remax was insane because of the fact that he was generating an extra 240 olive oil a minute. Remember, even at this stage, that's over a third of his olive oil income. I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? You can't really rush olive oil income the way you can rush gold income. So, you know, we have seen games where Byzantines drop the relics in monasteries, but I think there's a reason why the majority is still Grand and Winery. It's not because you're saving 200 wood on a monastery. It's legitimately because olive oil is so much harder to come by. This is liquid gold. Myriad would need a hell of a comeback here. I do like the War Elephant idea. I think, actually, if he'd been going War Elephants instead of Tower Elephants, that last fight could have been very different here. Dumu didn't have as many crossbows at that stage. Maybe the assumption was that Dumu was going to mass more crossbows, and that's why Myriad went Tower Elephants, but the read was off. Now, there's a lack of commitment here. Yeah, wait for the men-at-arms to go in. The chain healing is working quite well, but not well enough. One War Elephant down. Dumu needs to be careful here. Not much of a front line left. And also, you know, the way he's doing this, he's started stepping back the whole formation, so he's not like A-clicking javelins onto archers and then crossbows onto heavily armored units. It's just kind of basically attacking whatever gets in range. Wolfen should be able to carry him through here. Myriad, he has got the Mahoots, remember. Crossbow count down to 4. Myriad has done a great job of his micro. Remember, he just A-clicks with the elephants, and then the archers attack the crossbows. Great fight here. So Myriad able to shove Dumu away. We do, however, have a secondary wave. This could turn into a sandwich. An elephant sandwich. Bit gamey, bit chewy of a meat. But Dumu, you know that man's got a strong set of gnashes. He's ready to sink his teeth in. He's going to pull back for the time being. He is circling. Myriad knows that he has to try and find a way in. Remember, it's 2cc versus 1. Nothing about that has changed right now. Elephant's going to keep giving chase. It looks like the army is approaching from behind. He's buying the necessary time here. And once again, Myriad may be about to overextend and trickle troops. Turns to the clash. Good pull away. Mangonel placement is going to be there, though. And now he dives past! He drops the shield! Gets around him! A sick read! Only 2 War Elephants, not enough to form a front line. And the splash damage is irrelevant when you're surrounded like this. Damn, what a play by Dumu. The rush forward, you'd think he has force march after that engagement. And now the chase down is real. Myriad, he gets cut off from behind by the camels there as well. An effective frontliner. More troops backstabbing him, and Myriad at this stage is in a bit of a death swirl. Dumu now with a substantial lead in food income. The olive oil on top of it. This is going to be a non-stop trooper vomit. Myriad isn't holding enough in reserve to even consider elephants again. That was just sick patience by Dumu. Leveraging the slow mobility of the elephants to buy the necessary time. Understanding that positioning is everything. Now coming in for what seems like the killing blow. Damn. Okay, yeah. I know what a lot you're going to be saying. KP, why are we watching Dumu win? We see this guy win 80, 90% on the ladder. But can we just appreciate how well Myriad played this? Up to a point. I think his execution with Delhi, like I've talked about this before, you know, he's improved a lot. I remember casting about a year ago. His early game Delhi execution could unravel at like 10 minutes. He's getting there. It's a big improvement. I think, you know, just a few key like changes around timings is what mattered here. He was so close to that men-at-arms dive, but I think he got overzealous and a bit too eager to end the game. Dumu, with all those years of experience, shows you how you can peel it back. Take advantage of your opponent's excitement and use it against them. Desperation cast will now coming up, but I think there's no denying it. Or rather, denying that this is not going to go up. Because this castle is doomed to failure. No textiles either. No standing army. No shot in hell against Benny Boy, who is now adding in 4 rams. He gets the GG, and he takes the first. Oh, man. That was a really cool game. So, Let me update. Just realized, actually, I talked about this before. The names wouldn't auto-update. So, Dumu taking the first game. I feel like that game's uploadable. I just need to figure out what it would be called. Oh, that's what I got my editor for. I usually give him some guidance, but I'm not sure on this one. I just know that game was good. Alright. That's the awkward one. Like, you kind of want to find something in the opening, usually, which attracts people's attention. Because, like, most people click on a video, and they want to be, like, sold on the concept early. It's why I've been weighing up whether we go back to having, like, snippets which tease what's going to happen later in the game. Like, here he comes with the charge! And then you go back to the start. I'm not sure, though. I feel like that worked well before. My goal is to, like, scale the YouTube channel to a point where I can, like, buy my editor, like, satellite internet or something, because he has, like, weak-ass internet. So then we can, like, he can sort those extra details. I say, okay, so game 2 is going to be Japanese versus English on Holy Island. A bit of a Discworld? No, I don't think so. Did I? When did you hear that? A bit of a Discworld. What did I actually say that would have sounded like that? I was going to give a suggestion, but I remembered I don't work for free. Okay, thanks, Moke. I mean, we have someone now involved on the YouTube side. Viewership's been improving. I think it was, like, at its highest over Christmas, maybe? But it's on an upward trajectory. The thing that, like I've said, I don't expect my YouTube guide to get it right straight away, but I love the idea of experimenting, figuring things out. So, like, for example, on the weekend, he tried 3 videos a day. I was skeptical if it would work. It didn't. Like, my feeling is, like, unless you are at new season launch, 3 videos a day is way too much content for people to care. But I think the numbers are gradually going upwards. All right. I mean, I probably said Discord. Like, with what Aaron Paul said and then what Sunday said, I imagine it was something to do with Discord. Sounds like someone just really wants to hear Dick Sword. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Into game number 2, Benny Boy, he's English. So he's got to pick English. While having a Japanese monument against a Japanese pick. Okay, one and all, we are heading to Holy Island, where Japanese makes a lot of sense. English, a nice variable pick. Juji, Japanese, Chinese, still going to feel like the bee's knees here. But English have been known to provide a decent level of potency on Holy Island. Few different details to it. Admiralty, the most obvious one, where you get the extra +1 combat range on your ships. The other cool one is the LAN pressure, which comes in 2 forms. You either go for the counter haul with 3 to 4 lombos. That plays a bit easy to counter. The harder play to counter, or at least permanently counter, is the king. Abbey of Kings usually feels like the MVP here. If you replace the reaction faces with flags for the matchups, your viewership would increase. Maybe. I think there was a time where we used the flags and it didn't feel like it increased viewership. It was a long time ago. So, like, also that comes down to content attachment, right? It's all about getting the branding consistent, from one thing. And the value of having the face attachments is, like, basically you can layer in additional content down the line, which is what we want to do. We started to do, you know, patch note analyses, news drops, etc. I want to start doing LAN reviews, right, with behind-the-scenes footage, etc., as well as, like, full behind-the-scenes videos. It's like, that's where the face brand value stuff is quite valuable. And also, I've said, like, it would be nice to have a day a week where we are able to test new strategy games. Once again, the face brand value comes in there. So, where's the value here for Myriad? One thing we have to really highlight is that Japan got nerfed. People can try to see it a different way if they really want. People can try to pretend like it's better for Japan because they now get their Raxes super cheap. All I see is a Civ that had cheap boats now has to pay more, right? Like, Japan a year ago to now is like paying for a McDonald's meal a year ago compared to now. Thing went up by like 25%. What the hell happened? Right? Remember, fishing boats for Japan used to be 45 wood rather. Now they're 56. So what that basically means is by the time you're at like 4 fishing boats, you're 1 worse off than you were before. Pretty heavy hit to the early game scalability. English, on the other hand, no nerfs to them. Abbey of Kings now coming in. Fishing boat, slight lead for Myriad, but that's to be expected. Yes, you know, the discount's lower, but it's still a discount. Funny thing, by the way, English also get a discount. 67 wood. I know. Gamba will be happening a little bit later for the Scatterbrain versus Core series. So don't worry, Gambaholics. We do have more live series for you to do that on. I love that. Myriad just actually laming on the sheep. So usually when people watch Holy Island and see this type of play, or any water map, they go, what, KB, like, why are we hyping that up? That doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter now, but like, when we're 10 minutes down the line, and let's say Ben loses water, that could be the difference. Koka now coming in. Makes sense with the Abbey King's play. You can kind of blunt the king to a certain degree. You have to build like at least 3 Shinobi to feel good about it. Also gives you disabling on the docks, which you can just end the game. Negatives, you know, if your opponent finds enough resources to go for an archery range, you're screwed. I sometimes wish the English players would take that archery opening more seriously. It's expensive, right? 150 wood and then 90 per lombo. But like, let's say you go king plus 4 lombos. Like, what does Japan do against that? They have to hard overreact with horsemen and everything else. In the meantime, it's a 4 tree line. I'd say, like, English have more variability to go aggressive on land with this spawn. Because the king would dive in, giving you vision, and the lombos just snipe from outside of range. It's a dirty combo. In fact, if you guys want to see that, we should have some Vortex uploads going on the channel, if they're not already up. Which is a pristine example of how to do that type of pressure. Guy is sick at it. Like, He's the only person right now that I see him pick the English. I'm like, oof. This is like, he ran out of picks type feeling. And what is up, Pillar SC? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate that. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. Perfect time. Prime time to do so, I might add. Because, yes, we are going to be heading to a LAN in about 1.5 weeks. Actually, yeah, well, maybe a little bit less now. But the channel should be live for that. I should have more details sorted in the coming days, but there will be content on this channel when the garrison happens. We'll dive in. Looks like he didn't block with the Shinobi at all. No, but he did get the outpost up. So Myriad is somewhat protected there. However, archer ships are already trying to be a pain in the ass. In fact, he should be able to find at least 1 kill there. Nice micro. Gets the archer. Oh, he's going to get a second. Okay, are you kidding me right now? He's still hanging around. This is dirty. And what is up, Calamity Frill? Ah, I'm feeling the frill of that. I appreciate the sub, mate. Primes or normal subs, all are welcome. Also, if you guys like seeing tournaments, we do have the coffee page, which is for allocating more funds into tournaments. Or the Patreon if you want another way of supporting me that gets me more monies. Also, join the Discord. That's free to do. I want to know what you guys want. I still need to find time to iron out the Patreon. We've just been so busy with so many things. What would people want out of those commitments? What would get you to give me your money? I do like money. So it's Dimmu. That's a lot of gold. Was there a demo timing you had in mind here, but he changed his mind when Myriad didn't react? Yeah, it looks like Dimmu's intent here was to go double demo, but the problem that you've got is like, because Myriad didn't react with immediate double springle to the archer ship, it's wasteful. You don't do demos yet. So yeah, it's left him with a little bit of bulk, but he still has to pull down the line. He can rebalance his economy, but without wheelbarrow, it's expensive. Now that he has it, he could shove people across to a new location. Instead, just sticks the course. I guess you can just inflate the fishing in the meantime. Yeah, he's partially doing that. So that'll rebalance your food, and then you can just, like, as a natural result, have the correct amount of gold. In the meantime, with new villagers, just keep sticking them to the tree line. King in again. This is adding up, guys. The fishing boat kills, the other time, also the worker kills. Kind of the negative of having so many people out on the gold. 10 villagers now. Feet picks? Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. Yo, so my partner was talking to me about this. There's a creator she watches who does like lifestyle videos with her partner, and she discovered they had an OnlyFans, and she's like, they don't advertise it anywhere. Like they have it like as in the description link on YouTube, but they don't actively talk about it. But the thumbnails on the channel are like kind of sexualized. I was like, no, that's quite genius, because like they're doing lifestyles and you know, vlogs or whatever, and there's going to be people who are disgusted by the OnlyFans angle. So what they're doing by like subconsciously advertising it is not drawing attention to it so they lose fans that care about them for the lifestyle stuff, but the full-on DJ mode people that just want that content are going to notice it straight away. You know? I got to give it, it's very crafty. It's almost like you're getting the best of both worlds. Until what happened recently where it actually got discovered and they've started disabling comments on the channel. That's disgusting. What's the channel name? Oh, yeah. Let me just check my favorites tab in Opera GX. My partner doesn't know that I go to that page because anytime she comes near the PC, I have a button on my keyboard that I press, and then it changes all my tabs in Opera GX to be Happy Kitten videos. Very smart. Exclamation mark, Opera GX. A little bit of poke coming in. Damu is taking the lead here, though, folks. In a big way, because he did get Admiralty. Yeah, Myriad's up Craps Creek without a paddle here, folks. He's the only one getting idled on land, and now his boats can't fight. He's going Castle Age. This is going to get expensive. Look at this. We do have longbows, actually, from Dimmu. Myriad not committing to the age may cost him dearly here. He might get the age up, but it's going to come down to land economy. Flash coming in. You have to hard commit here. Otherwise, you just get skirted on the range. Looks like the king did get hunted down by the shinobi in the end. Those are going to keep chasing. Demo's following this up. Good move, actually. Ballsy move from Myriad. Attacking while teching. Kind of taboo, actually, in high-level games. Needs to be careful. The archer ship formation, not great there. Barely gets away. Very important, because the paranoia for Myriad is if I lose the archer ship, there's going to be demo pump follow-up. Longbows are arriving. Wait, where's the float? Where's the floating gate? Oh my god, he had to cancel it. The longbows are in. The king may be dead, but long live England. Villagers have to run away. We'll look for the shuffle garrison. But now, idle on the wood. Waterside's going to get ugly, folks. He doesn't have any wood gathering right now. He has to shuffle across to the other side of his base. Meanwhile, Dimmu is going to shuffle into the food economy. Benny boy. With a timing attack here. Still no demos. A little bit surprising. He's just trying to turn this into mass Springwood blob because of the range. So infuriating, actually. And look at the longbow position. He's building Shinobi to counter this. It doesn't work. At this point, Myriad barely holding onto water. The floating gate really needs to save his bacon from getting cooked here. The problem is he's reinvesting the limited wood into demos instead of getting a production button going, and he's going to call it right there. Feels the overwhelming pressure, reaches his fishing, doesn't feel like he can compete, so instead, it's going to be a concede. And that was a quick game. Maybe a little bit quicker of a resolution than I would have said is warranted there, but you can see the picture being painted. Myriad doesn't like the look of it. The Lombos are going to rotate round to the back tree line. He doesn't even have a production building down yet. He's about to lose water. I'd say Myriad probably play it out for another minute or two, see if Dimmu slips up, but you can see the lead being built. Benny Boy just reminding us that English is still a powerful pick when you add in water. Alrighty then. So, 2-0 there. And what's that in chat? I don't know anything about Patreon, but BC has a one-time donation where it reads your message out loud. Kind of cool, because if I see an amazing match, I can throw $10 one time. So, I've considered that. And I'm pretty sure... I'd have to double check, actually. I haven't thought about it recently. There is meant to be readout when we're on this screen, when someone donates. In fact, I think I can do a test to double check it is still working. Because we did switch over to Twitch events like for the pings, whatever, because it was cleaner than using Streamlabs or whatever else. But there should be. Let's do a test dono. Where is it? Oh, for God's sake. They changed their overlay again. So, for example, we had one the other day where... Did it not play? Okay, I think something's busted in the links. That's very weird. 1 second. Streamlab Dono. Let me quickly double check that. Because it should. No, that is the correct box. So if we do... See? Makes noises.
This is a subscription test.
So that should be...
Yeah, that's that good
So
stuff.
we do have Dono readout.
This is a test Bonation Vorpins now.
Which-
00.
And let me double check. We definitely have the correct link down there. So, leave a tip. Yep, we do have it. So those will play out when we're in lobby. It's just we don't have it in game. The reason we don't have it in game is I thought people would find it too invasive. Now, if you guys would prefer to have it in game, we can. My feeling is just like when you watch on YouTube and you watch on Twitch, does that not turn you off? That was my worry. That's why we disabled it. That's why we don't have the subscriber noises when we're in game. Like, would you guys prefer? I'm kind of curious. So yeah, but my thought is like you could do it like here. I don't know. And get your reaction or whatever. Sure, you don't feature on the YouTube video, but like it's still part of it. You still get my reactions to whatever you're doing. My feeling is like most people wouldn't like it, which is why we didn't do it. I think it's a bit different with Beastie's like formatting, right? Because he's not doing like esports commentary, like channel style thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like grand final map, when it's meant to be epic and about the map, like someone could just basically, they could literally just like spam the word dong 50 times in a dono message. I feel like that would ruin it for people. And there's no easy way for me to separate like a YouTube video, like a YouTube video's recording from the in-game in that moment. Someone could just donate you $100. Sure. Like, and I love that and I appreciate that. And here's the thing, like legit, the reaction is when people have done that in-game, the reaction is in the moment, me praising them and talking to them and thanking them. Right? I react to like whatever they say. I do it like, dude, I literally shout people out in the middle of like games. But I feel like that's like not as intrusive. I mean, we could try it. My worry is like people would hate it. Because like what you're talking about, what Beastie does there and what I do is very different, right? Like gameplay stream playing announcements versus like someone who does commentary. Like I think T90 doesn't have like spam yell outs that happen there. You don't see it on any esports tournaments, etc. I don't know. What would be cool is to have a method that delays, like, doesn't delay, but stacks the announcements to happen in the lobby screen as well. I'd need a developer to help with that because like we don't have that type of thing set up. But guys, we're gonna have another series coming up, so bear with me 1 second. We said we were gonna look at Wham versus Voldemar. So let me get that ready. So Holy Island, Coastal Cliffs. Lipany starter. take the title. Yo, what's up, Dr. Jarman? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. See, look, there's the announcements there. One for lobby callouts and one higher for mid-game? Maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, like a playback method. But like, I don't know if I don't think out of the box you can easily do that with Streamlabs or anything Twitch has. So I think we'd have to have like someone develop something that does it that particular way. All right, let's get ready for the next games though. So Wham versus Voldemar. This pirate software maybe has a setup like that. I imagine like the setup he has, he's paid someone to do that setup, right? That's what I'm saying. Like some of these creators have customly designed things for that. You know, like the whole, you know, the overlay we have is like something that Cal created. Not everyone has that. So let me get this ready. We're heading into Lipany. Game 1, Ibids versus Chinese. Okay. Love the content every day. I use the turbo thing, but I feel you deserve the extra top. Thank you, Jarman. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you, thank you. Love the support. Good news as well, by the way, is like, yeah, Twitch is down to taking 40%. I think if we're consistent one more month, we're getting over 100 unique subscribers. I do hate the fact that, like, for it to be a unique subscriber, like, it can't be a gifted or, like, why can't it not be a gifted? That's a dumb one to me. It can't be a gifted or a prime. But those do still help in their own way, right? For making the channel more profitable. Yes, appreciate for that, Jarman, because like I said, with that type of thing, it helps, because I think the last few months we have cracked the 100 unique subscribers. I think last month we were at 125. So, like, if you guys look down at the plus goal, we've reset to 9 out of 100. Basically, if we reach 100, we'll get an extra split of the revenue. Can't be gifted too easy to buy them. I mean, but that's kind of BS. That logic can work the same way elsewhere, right? It's like 100 people can like pretend to be Peruvian and then like dono a sub for $1 each or something. And yes, I do see some revenue from you tuning in as a Turbo subscriber. There is like a metric that tracks like Turbo revenue gen, but like in general, ad revenue is like weak anyway, right? So I can tell you, for example, on Saturday, we generated... Did we generate anything from Turbo? Yeah, $4.14 from Turbo. And then like $29 from ads on Saturday. And I think we had like 330 average viewers for like 4 or 5 hours streaming. Yeah, I'll warn you now. Like I've talked about this before, guys. If you want to watch the VODs later, I definitely recommend you do it on YouTube. The reason is like, Twitch doesn't even give me ad revenue for you guys watching VODs later. I don't know how, like, I don't know how they still get away with it. I mean, they get away with everything because they're the biggest live streaming platform, but yes. So, always watch VODs on YouTube. And watch on both, live. All right. Maybe disable VODs. I've considered it. I'm weighing it up. So, part of the reason I don't disable VODs is because when sponsors are looking at a channel, like when I'm looking at a channel, I'm like, do I want to involve these guys in a campaign I'm running? I need to see what you're about. If you have VODs disabled, I can't. And sometimes just even a simple hoop of go check the YouTube instead is just too much ball ache when you're looking through 50 channels in a day, you know? Like it's the same logic as like making an email for reach out as a streamer easy to find is important. Because if I have to jump through 2 hoops to find it, I'm going to give up. Because I might be like sourcing 100 creators. If I have to do that for every creator, that's like the equivalent of if I was sourcing for 300 creators instead of 100, you know? So like that's why I've been leaving VODs on, but I've considered deleting them. I'm weighing it up. All right, we got a fun one here. It's Voldemar. Voldemar? All right, one and all, it's the Battle of the Walls. We've got Voldemar versus Wham's Walls here, opening up on Lipany in midweek muster number 16. Ibid's in the hands of Wham, while Voldemar got the very powerful Chinese to kick off the series. Yes, considered one of his most comfortable civs, Interesting as well, like, I've been into Chinese. How does Wham want to approach this? It's going to be a growing beginner, so presumably aggression to block out greed. Remember, China is going to want pro scouts. In fact, with a spawn like that, it's a bloody jackpot. Are you kidding me? Double deer in front of his base on a hillside. And the others are fairly linear. This could be good for Wham, though. The linearity means it's more easy to defend. The problem you run into is your opponent is probably going to be opening spears to protect himself. And that means that your Desert Raider, your best unit, is kind of not worth it. Yeah, curious as to how Wham wants to try and approach this. Sheep haul so far looking not that great for Wham. 11 sheep compared to 15 is really surprising. Something went wrong with this rotation. Yeah, I think did he get intercepted on the scout rotation then came back? I think so. It's awkward to know exactly when you've had that happen as well. Remember, Voldemar, his scout has more vision, so you can see what you're doing. Don't disable VODs? Why not? So it's actually, like, we were just discussing this, that YouTube VODs generate revenue and Twitch VODs don't. So it's actually becoming a bit more popular among streamers who upload their VODs or stream on both platforms to just disable them anyway. The alternative that some creators do is they make the VODs subscriber only. But that's just as problematic because we talked about the fact like when sponsors are looking at potentially sponsoring you, they want to be able to see your content easily, right? Like a dead ringer of me switching off, not even talking to you about sponsoring you, as if I cannot see your content, right? If you had to be live for me to witness it, or I have to subscribe, I ain't looking. It's a bit of it's a rough decision, but like it is really sucky that Twitch hasn't simplified it by just making sure that the ads they play at people on VODs generates rev. Because they spam quite a lot of ads at people on those. So Pro Scout's in. Voldemar is going to be picking up the goodies. Wham did go for the Desert Raider with Fury Crafting here. Stopped at one, though. I think he's trying to force a reaction to Rax here and then play Castle. That's pretty cool. So building stables doesn't hurt him because he's going to want to go into Lancers anyway. By doing this, now there should be a panic reaction from Voldemar where he feels the need to either go 2 Horsemen or go Spear. Oh, hello. Wham isn't going to stop at 1. Interesting idea to scale here. Desert Raider is going to dive in. Barbican attempt by Voldemar. Halfling's a little bit weird there, but the Desert Raider is already here. This is awkward. Voldemar's timing. He's got to pull a lot of villagers. 12 to build it up. Does get Garrison in time here. This is awkward, though, because the scout placement, yeah, is designed to force the pathing like that. Okay, that's sick by Wham. I think he's practiced that. He's specifically targeting a location where the villagers aren't ideal on getting away. So Barbican goes up. Voldemar did block the requirement to go into Horseman here. He will still be able to pick up these deer quite freely, so double deer stack big. Wham, though, is almost ready for Castle H. Do we see advancement due to a necessity to get aggressive fast, or do we see greed? I feel like you need greed here. Considering what Voldemar's done, logistics win could make a lot of sense for your timing. And because Voldemar did go into Barbican instead of Horseman, it's not like he's going to be able to block any relics at this rate. Alternatively, guys, what if we just... Do we maybe... No. I'm going to step back from the keyboard and mic right now. I should time myself out for that. It's going to be logistics. There we go. Sanity rules. Not streamed, but I can only see it being a marginal improvement to any profitability. So, what I would say to that, and this is like the Twitch versus YouTube VODs thing. You'd think, but there's been a big wake-up call for people to multi-stream. I mean, we've been multi-stream for a while. I understood the value in it, because like, the logic is, you know, if you stream all these locations, there's more opportunities to go big everywhere, right? But if you have not seen Moist Critical's video on Twitch versus YouTube ad rev gen, I recommend checking it out. It is insane, the potential upsides on YouTube versus Twitch for like ad rev gen. Insane. He compared his best stream ever on YouTube versus his best performing stream ever on Twitch. And because YouTube could keep generating revenue as time went on, I kid you not, the numbers were like his best Twitch stream ever generated 13 or 14k, 83k for his best YouTube. Now, I don't think I'm going to make 14 or 83k, but if that is like a ratio difference that is even measurable, you see the value, right? So Astronomical Clock Tower coming in. You have a 12k subs and it generates 500 ad revenue per month. Yeah, but that's like... So I never like subs as a metric. Subs is like a vanity metric. Same with like Twitch follows, Twitter follows, etc. It's more like... It's to do with your viewership, right? And then your CPM that generates these type of things. KP's loaded? Yeah, loaded full of caffeine. That's about all I can afford. Why don't you stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time? I do. We are live on both right now. In fact, I think Twitch has maybe led up on the integrated chat rules, so I might be looking at getting Twitch and YouTube chat to show together again. Because we weren't able to do that, by the way. Like, so, although multi-streaming is allowed, for some weird reason, originally Twitch put a stupid rule in that you couldn't show YouTube stream chat on their platform. Basically, they didn't want to lose viewers to the other platform. Which is dumb, because nothing stopped the streamer from talking about the fact they were multi-streaming. Like I'm doing right now. Streamception. Second TC is going to be coming in, though. We did have the Camel Lance opening into the logistics wing, and they are already in position to pick up. Meanwhile, Voldemar, he did go Castle Age, but he went into static comp here. Why would Voldy do this? Because rushing Lancers does nothing against Camel Lancers. Spearmen aren't going to get out any quicker either. You might as well play for crossbow, add in a few spears, and then have the answer down the line. What's my caffeine source? Energy drinks. I don't like coffee. I hate coffee. I can't stand the taste or even smell of it. Teas can sometimes work. So, like, I'm a big green tea fan. Love my robust tea, but that's no caffeine, obviously. Matcha tea as well. Matcha lattes. But, yeah, usually energy drinks. My go-to energy drink? Red Bull. They have been missing a care package for a while now. I actually need to bump them. You just reminded me of that. But usually Red Bull sends me care packages, so I swig those happily. Childish taste buds? Well, you watch me, so what does that say about your tastes? What's wrong with childish taste buds as well? I don't know, people act like having grandpa taste buds is a good thing. Oh, I've matured. I can taste the sweet, sweet, earthy and cherry oaks of this wine. Please, give me a passion fruit martini. So, Wolf's coming in. Voldemar is just full-on hunkering down, huh? 2 TC from Wham, and also look at the location. A lot of deer has already been taken. There's still some in play, not to mention the berries in the area. Remember, Lipany has additional berry stacks, so Ibids benefit a lot from that element. Crossbow plus Camel Lance is not really what you're used to seeing. Usually it's Archer plus Camel Lances. Voldemar seems to have taken the bait. He doesn't know this, though, right? Like, his anticipation is, I need PG because my opponent is going to go Archers. It's a great read by Wham. Like, just pretty much reading the intention from Voldemar. And part of that is because Wham has vision on this. Voldemar, because he's playing full TIL, doesn't. It's like he did glance something which has him suspicious, though, because he is going back to fill in the gaps. Still find it funny when people on YouTube speak about how many % are subs and they keep thinking a higher number is better. Yeah, so here's the thing. The whole idea of like, oh, we need more YouTube subscribers is a relict, antiquated element of YouTube. It doesn't correlate the way it used to. It can because of notifications, but here's the thing. I have channels which I still haven't bothered to subscribe to this day, but I get recommended all the time. YouTube has evolved drastically over the last 10 years. It doesn't rely on subscription traffic as much as it relies on recommended tabs. So yeah, it doesn't really matter as much anymore. It is definitely helpful. And that, by the way, is why I have, to this day, always like sided with like Age of Noob and the silliness of like what happened with Age of Empires Mobile. Because I don't like it when like antiquated elements are used to measure performance. Clash coming in. Camel Lancers. Yeah, get rid of the vision here. Voldemar does have additional scouts though still to play with. And we talked about Voldemar. Wham's walls as well. Very different style of play. Voldemar likes to basically kind of encapsulate himself and segment the map. All right, chamber and chamber. Wham is all about finding these very valuable, longer walls, which essentially just carve the map into a third wherever possible. Whenever you get Red Bull, it feels so small, you feel scammed. Just buy the bigger cans. They literally have bigger cans now. I found it interesting when I lived in Ukraine for a bit, because Ukraine, you find this funny. Ukraine, when I was living there, was only just then getting Monster. So the Monster cans were the size of Red Bull cans. But Red Bull, because it had been there for years, you had like the ones that were the size of like a Monster or like Relentless or whatever. They even then had things like aluminium bottles and all things like that. Like they had so many different SKUs of Red Bull, it's crazy. So Voldemar now with the push in. Concept here, he needs to get rid of the secondary TC. Look at what Wham's trying to do. He's trying to daisy chain in for the fire armor. In fact, if he just fills this gap, +5 fire armor goes a long way here. Voldemar is going to be going in for the Nesta Bees. One scary thing is like Nesta Bees are meant to be like goated in Castle Age. I think Iobids have a solution with the Manjanique play though. Manjaniques, which are now coming through, have got the incendiary shot. It makes you a little bit like a Nesta Bees. Edge will still be with Voldemar, mainly because it is going to be Clock Tower that he played with. So these things are unrivaled in terms of their tankiness. Voldemar, he has got the appropriate walling to make these flank raids difficult. Gold locations, he needs to lean further south side. It's kind of awkward, right? Like the way that this is gemmed, Wham is leaning east side, but if you fight into east side, you're unprotected west. And all your gold is on the west here. So Voldemar does have some fundamental issues when it comes towards his mid-game plan, but we know how he's going to address those. We already highlighted it. He's going to try to segment the map. So don't be surprised when you see walls here, and then maybe like walls around these areas. Walls. It's like the boat girl from How I Met Your Mother. Only with walls. Wow, 5 relics. No surprise there after the logistics wing play, right? I mean, Voldemar, this is the thing. I think Wham just played Voldemar's style against him. He understood that he was going to turtle in this matchup. Once he saw that, he fully grasped that logistics was given for free. And then didn't hesitate to just completely exploit the map. He's still got 3 Sacred Sites also locked in. Voldemar needs to play for a decap soon. Definitely has the military advantage now, but the economy is miles ahead for Wham, right? Like, you've got the 2 TC play, you've got 5 relics, 3 Sacred Sites. The gold gen is through the roof at this point. Look at that. 700 passive gold a minute. Versus Palsguard crossbows, aren't Desert Raiders as frontline actually way better than Lancers? No bonus damage to the lacking ranged armor? It's a fair point. So Camel Lancers will definitely die a lot quicker. The concern is your opponent's adding in spears as well. So at that stage, you know, it's kind of like when I discussed the whole idea of why not go Camel Riders over Lancers. The reason why players don't is this unit is better at killing economy. This unit independently is a better raider than a Desert Raider, which is very confusing on a namesake. But if you ever reach a point where your opponent's being passive, these guys can get in. And you may also be noticing, like, the other thing that's quite interesting about Camel Lancers versus Desert Raiders is Camel Lancers are still, what, heavier on the gold, sort of? It feels like you're getting more bang for buck in a single unit on the food ratio to what it can then do because of the rating. Because, like, if you think about the cost, 80 food on a 180 resource unit compared to paying, what, 130 gold, 130 food on 240 resource unit, rather. It's kind of in the same, like, area in terms of ratio. The difference is this unit, independently, as we're seeing here, is more capable of getting those kills on Eco. So, like, to TLDR, they are off. Fair point if he was massing Desert Raiders. If he's going to make only a few, Camel Lance is better. At the beginning of Castle Age, Camel Lance is also better. right? Because like the logic is Camel Lancers can dodge the fight and find the value a bit better, especially with that 2 movement speed charging. I like this from D14. I like that people asking these complicated questions. I think it makes for really interesting deep dives. And like, what is it? Desert Ray is 155 HP versus 210, right? So. Other thing, by the way, that does matter is Nesta Bees into Desert Raiders. Like, I think that is the #1 prerogative why Wham can't go Desert Raiders now. Because remember, Desert Raiders have the range tag, so they take the bonus damage and they have less health. They just die. Voldemar's position looking good. Hold your horses. Hi-ho, Silver. No farms yet. I'll agree on that. But Voldemar has the same problem. No farms. Granaries are running... or rather, D's running out. No granaries. They both have a farm transition issue. Difference is, Wham's economy is substantially better off. And he's saving for Imperial here. China just goes Mass Yuganu versus Desert Raiders? Yeah, but it takes time to scale, right? Like, right now, what he sees, Nesta Bees is keeping him away from Desert Raiders entirely. And because it's clock time, you know your opponent wants to do that. Voldemar wants to push. It's going to look to move in, but it's 5 Manjaniques on the other side. Doesn't actually go for the Incendiary, just kinetic shots here. Nesta Bees are trying to hold him hostage. We'll allow him to break through onto the TC. The villagers... Whoa, Wham! Okay. Didn't mean to select them with the rest. Face off here. Nesta Bees shots. Wham! He's got to show respect here. The good news for him is when you have these trickle trades, he's going to be able to heal off. The problem he's running into is the Nesta Bees count is getting kind of high to the point that there won't be a trickle. There'll just be death. Mango shots coming in. Nesta Bees not able to dodge. One Mango should be going down. Rest could get splintered here. Wham having to fall back into the choke point. The Nesta Bees are chasing. The Mangoes, they barely do anything but die. That choke point, a death sentence for him here. Voldemar, now momentum on his side. Wham, a critical blunder here. He has gone for flank raids. The Camel Lancers did go in, so chipping away at more economy, but now he has a hard hold ahead of him. Villagers with a pull. Crossbows, they're overkilling. The spearmen went too deep. Nesta Bees have to pull away here. Not going to be quick enough. Wham throws away his entire economy lead to get rid of the siege. And now with just 2 left alive, the dervishes are good enough. That plus heal is making the difference here. You're seeing how hard it is now. When you have 4+ Nesta Bees, the healing doesn't really matter. Units die too quickly. But at this point, it's the convergence point. Gives him the push away. Wham! Yes, he loses the villager lead. He loses the TC. But now, an overwhelming military advantage for the Canadian. And now the chase is on. It's Wham's chance to go ahead. Twilight Point has arrived. And he has a lot of stone to work with here. Still has sacred sites generating resources. We do have the outpost scouting. This is sick. Voldemar does not know this yet. Wham sees this all. I can't believe the timing on that. Villagers counter Nesta Bees. Who would have thought it, huh? Absolutely crazy. I think a big part that really gives like villagers credit to countering siege in those situations is the lack of body blocking. When they get the torches out and chase in, yeah, they clump up for Nesta Bee shots, but if you're between volleys or don't have enough of them, you just die. Who was that good for? I think that was good for Wham. Voldemar got rid of the TC, but look at what's happened around it. He did deny the outpost, but Wham now has a target in mind. Gonna be shifting to the west side. Reinforcements are on the way. Manjanique count is a little bit lacking. The only negative I see for Wham right now, he needs more melee. He's still been flirting this idea of Imperial, just like before. This is Desert Raider. Yeah, so now he can just try to raid him to death. It's actually crazy, right? Because like when Wham was being pushed like that, remember, he almost had enough for Imperial. So Voldemar wasn't wrong in his attack. Wham was a bit greedy. But that was a sick hold, right? Like, the decision to throw away the villages, understanding that it wouldn't kill your game, isn't an easy one to make there. Especially against China of all civs. Now he has the pressure point in mind, knows where to hunt. Has got more Manganiques being built here. Camel Lancers are going to try to sneak in. Voldemar does see it, but now he has to hesitate. On top of that, the gold is unguarded. Overextension here is going to cost him dearly. Voldemar will have to pull away. Luckily for him, Wham, a little bit slow on the reaction there. But unfortunately for Voldemar, it is going to be that Desert Raider wing. So now you can play wide, right? You can basically pull your opponent to south side and hit the north side with Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders that will be built for the low, low price of free. That's right. You pay the Imperial cost to enter the age, sure, but then these things are generated. And I think what we talked about before, wasn't the maths, was it 530 or 580 resources? No, it was, I think it might have been 630 resources per minute that you save. It's pretty high. No, that's way too high. It's 7 times 180, which equals 1260. Yeah, so 630. Wasn't too high. That's a lot of resources. That also means within 6 minutes, you would have been paid back the cost of your Imperial Age in terms of units. And then ad infinitum. But guys, it gets a little bit better. I don't know if you guys know this. There is a cheeky little trick with the Desert Raider wing if the game goes deep enough. Little did most of us realize that when you're pop capped, it stacks all of the military tickets. So let's say you're at 200, 200, 200, 200 constantly. You don't go down by 7 quick enough. 10 minutes from now, all of a sudden, you vomit out 35 Desert Raiders when you go low enough and pop. It's crazy. Ah, I see chat's talking about that. No, that thing still exists. It is wild. Something that Voldemar is going to be aware of as well, because I believe he had an experience with that on the ladder recently, which allowed him to get like 45 military out. That tracking on this scenario is dirty. I love this as well. Like, Incendiary is just so underrated. It's not instantly going to kill, but it's just impossible to dodge. Voldemar now just trying to actually clear the way, get some safety here. Needs to if he wants to wall this off. Doesn't want to have to waste the walls here because it's too close to the farms. He's on the clock here. Elite techs are coming in. He knows what this spells. It spells doom for him. Voldemar is still behind a military mass. Now, wow, I'm prepping the culverins. And no, that doesn't happen with Tower Elephants. It's just a weird thing that happens with Iab in Imperial Wing where it stacks. It's hilarious because it is a one-of-a-kind. Like, even things such as, for example, Ottomans with military schools. It just gets locked. It doesn't start a new unit. Wow, love this. Infantry support. Like, this is what makes this type of thing feel so good. Is the Desert Raiders just pumping out for free. Every time you're going to scale them. And then all of a sudden, having this infantry just gives you kind of a reverse of the Abbasid armor. It's insane, actually, because what it does to Desert Raider health, I wouldn't call reasonable. This is a vet unit already with 6 melee armor. Add in the elite tech, I believe it goes up to 8. You can scale this thing up to 13 melee armor when it's got the aura. I am not kidding. Boom, there's the 7. So remember, you can add in an extra 3 via the melee armor techs. And then the aura gives another 3. 13 melee armor. And you're against Palace Guard and Spears. Yes, Spears hit you hard. But mitigating 13 damage from that strike. Remember, that's over half of the bonus against Cav. To make things even crazier, there's things like this. The fact that Incendiary Arrow scales with them. The fact that Biology scales with them. There's not many units in the game that get multiple university techs affecting them. Not to the degree that the Desert Raider does. Okay, so Great Wall Gatehouse on the way now. Voldemar. His goal here, if he can survive long enough, you can get into hand cannon near Spears. Horseman is already going to be problematic, though. Great Wall Gatehouse will protect his farmlands. I'm still worried about the east side of his base. Also, long-term access to gold. He's only got 3.5k here. And remember, this is a game where you got 0 relics. On top of that, He needs to come out. We're down to 4 minutes on the clock for a Sacred Site victory. Love the Desert Raid option. Can light up people with the archers. Oh, yeah. And like the thing that we don't often get to talk about, remember, there is a tier 5 that gives 20% quicker attack speed on camels, both melee and range form. We don't see it very often because Ibids is more of a timing sieve than a late game sieve. But I've been warning for a while that although Ibids don't have clear apparent advantages in the late game, they're subtly powerful. Gradually, you could even see Atabegs for the 20% health. Right? So now with Elite Army Attacks being 15% health again, plus 20%, imagine Golems. Imagine just actually the Desert Raiders' effective HP with the Atabegs play down the line. There's a lot of subtlety to Ibids. They may not have the power of the Abbasid economy. They can make up for it in military value. This is a valueless fight. Voldemar desperately trying to hold on. He killed, what, 3 cavalry units? Lost about 15 to 20 spears. And now all the damage gets reversed by the Dervish. Such a powerful tool. Imperial Pass on the high ground gets cancelled out. Voldemar, he hasn't got Yuan. Mobilizing a little bit difficult here. I'm just trying to slowly poke him down. He's waiting for the techs here. Biology coming through in a few seconds. Elite tech for the crossbowman also. This is tricky. Voldemar. He's going to go for the Imperial Pass again. Because, you know, a palace must be built on the high ground, guys. So you can look upon your kingdom. Okay, he gives up on it. This is a lot more sensible. Great Wall Gatehouse will protect you. Mostly. My problem here is you've got 2.5 minutes to go. And because of all of the value points to scale for Desert Raiders, you're falling further and further behind. We even see now Silk Bowstrings coming in. Yep, that also works for them. No cap. Already got 16 damage on that bow strike. 4.5 tower range. Be a shame if they had more range than the crossbowman. Voldemar, he's making a break for it south side, but that has been scouted early here by Wham. Oh my god, the emplacements are so toxic. That's not enough. Double Springald. Yeah, village is going to be pulled down. So should be able to shift out. Meanwhile, the Covrans are trying to snipe out the Nest of Bees. So before, the difference of the dynamics is that Wham was diving into Voldemar. So these Nest of Bees actually hostage the fight. Now, Voldemar has to dive out to him. So all of a sudden, Wham has a very big edge in these engagements. He can force an overextension for the knobs. And yes, the Desert Raiders don't get melee range from Silk Bowstrings, thank God. That was like a nightmare. It's the Abbasid phalanx issue all over again. Not at the same extreme, but felt just as dirty. In Voldemar, there's no time left. Once it gets under a 1 minute, everything becomes chaotic. You need to fight now while you got 200 pop cap. Problem is, the upgrades aren't all in. Battle Hardened is on the way. He, however, is lacking Elite Army Tactics. He's lacking Incendiary. He's lacking any real university techs. What you have to think about here is while Voldemar is age 4, Wham is age 5. He's got Biology, Incendiary, Silk Bowstrings, everything you could imagine here. The only thing really missing is adjustable crossbars. Not liking the look of this Voldy. Once again, tries for a decaf and fails. He's going to dive in. The mangoes are exposed. He welcomes him in, though, and then trades places. Voldemar! No way! Wham says, I don't care about the siege, but you need yours. Knobs all disintegrated. No hope in hell. What a sick trade out by Wham. He gives it over to get the golden star in the end. That was vile. He could see the desperation for Voldemar the moment that opening formed. Wham leveraged it against him. Yuan makes you think you can get in and get away with anything. Not the case here. Wham's mass horsemen just waiting for the pristine moment to strike. Now with 35 seconds left on the clock, there can be no denial about the outcome here. A game 1 win from Wham, and he does so in style. Twice those Nest of Bees at critical points counted out. First with the villager pool, second with a bait and switch of positions with the horsemen. Add them together, And you have got a succulent and pristine win for the Canadian. What do you guys think? Sometimes they make it look so easy. Could you execute Ibe's like this with the pressure Voldemar had early on? Could you find your way into this deep state of the game against them with Ayu? Or would the Chinese just reign supreme? Let me know what you think in the comments. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh, that was a sick game. Oh, man. Oopsie. Just trying to name it. All right, so. Game done. Point on the board. At least they didn't repeat the duplicate relic bug. Oh, God, don't get me started on that crap. Still have a 0% win rate with the ABBA range bug. Wait, how do you... What? Oh, you're really bad. I was like, how do you lose with that? Come on. Oh, dear. Hey, what's up, Master Chris? You haven't played in months? Perfect time to hop back in, my friend. We're expecting a DLC soon. Not quite sure exact date, but I'd say maximum 3 months away. Probably sooner. So we do have some new civs coming in the not too distant future. And a second DLC later in the year. Perfect time to hop in. Yeah, but maybe prime yourself for the DLC. My thought right now is Pro Scouts is still a little bit OP. But yeah. Alright, so. Game 1. A win for the Canadian. Let's see if Voldemar can strike back. Oh. Bear with me 1 sec, because I need to get my milkshake out. By the way, if anyone happens to know someone who works at one of these milkshake brands, let me know. I'm always looking for a new partner to work with. We did work with Protein Works last year, but I just don't think they're renewing in gaming in 2025. I think that's a mistake. I think a lot of us gamers actually would find value in these type of things. Drink and play, right? So, game 2. French versus Roos. French versus Roos feels like one of the most toxic late game matchups. Anyone else feel that? Because if you do get to the late game, it's infinite gold on both sides. Windows noises? Yeah, because I was changing the name of the wrong file. For some reason, my eyes look a bit dark. I'm not sure about that. Is Soft here? We do some things with my eyes occasionally, or at least I don't know if he still is. He was doing it before. Making eyes big or small. I don't know if that's having an impact, maybe. Alright, 1 second. Just sip some of this and we'll get into it. But yeah, I'm basically trying to find a mirror replacement brand to work with because we had one in mind. I think I talked about this on another stream. They were like, yeah, we can do we can do 60 days, see how it does, and then figure out like a rate that's reasonable. I was like, huh? So 60 days of free advertising to maybe get paid? That doesn't work. Well, when someone says in the not too distant future, all I can think about is we went to the year 3000. Not much has changed because they still live underwater. But you do have a great granddaughter, and she is pretty fun. Will Voldemar be fine in this one, though? Let me flip that around. It is actually Wham leading the series. You hop into game number 2. Roos versus French. You feel like this is the one where Roos have to be proactive? I'm not entirely convinced. Especially with a deer spawn like this. There's not really much to stop a Roos player just taking double deer and sitting at home, right? We'll have to see. I mean, like, what's your value of playing Feudal Age? I feel like it's a negative. French scale knights, you scale knights, French knights better. Get horse archers, all of a sudden the game plans change. Wait, what's MST3K? Should I know what that is? No. Mystery Science Theater 3000. I have never watched. You seem shocked by this, even though it's from 1988 and it is an American thing. Is it really that shocking when we put it? Like, that's kind of like me saying you haven't watched the sitcom Bottom? What's wrong with you, Matt? It is incredible, by the way. Bottom is incredible. Rick is an absolute god. If you have not seen the TV show Bottom, and you're a fan of Rick Mayall, you should check it out. My favorite part about Rick is the fact that, you know, he was one of the first, like, major actors to get into gaming, as he was the announcer in Hogs of War. Hogs of War, by the way, critically underrated game. Hogs of War was Worms 3D before they even tried Worms 3D, and good. Easiest way to summarize it. You can get it on GOG. I've heard mixed about its AI, though. You know, maybe we should get a GOG affiliate code at this point. I need to find a contact there. We talk about GOG games a lot. We should try and get a deal with them. So, we have got the deer shove in. Wham, I was expecting this always from him. Voldemar is trying to contest, but no. No, you can't hang around. He knows it as well, so he does lame some of the deer. But Wham will be able to shove in the rest. That was a sick reaction. A lot of people would have just started continuously shoving the deer. Great read to just actually start attacking him. And this is like the advantage you have, right? Like, one scout can't really contest that. It's a big negative for Voldemar, because if this had been, say, like a Dry Arabia, you could potentially go double scout. You can't go double scout on coastal cliffs. It's terrible, because there's not enough map to cover. So, like, by the time you get a second scout out, it's irrelevant. There's not any extra sheep for you to gather. Wait, are people just now typing out the lyrics to the year 3000 in my chat? I'm here for it. You love Bottom as a kid? Hell yeah, dude. Bottom is incredible. I haven't watched it in years. I don't know if it holds up. It probably doesn't. There's a lot of things like that don't hold up. Father Ted holds up, though. Good old Father Ted. I think the depressing thing about Father Ted is that it started to find traction mainstream, and when it did, it was too late, because the lead actor had, I believe it was cancer. We have a downer mood, but definitely recommend still going and enjoying his work. Like, what's the best ones that age from that time? I think for most people, it's probably Blackadder and Monty Python. So, wow, up to 6 scouts. Probably going to go up to 8 or 9 here. It's clearly fast castle. Voldemar is contesting with his own pro scouts play, because it's much easier to contest by taking the deer away than trying to deny the deer from going away. He will try to take from Wham's side of the map, but look at the reaction. Wham already with spears. This is to be expected. It's still going to be about castle, but you open spears, go horse archers here. You're pretty damn strong. Dermot Morgan. Ah, that's right. It's heart attack. Sorry. Yeah. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 40 towers were decent. I just feel like I can appreciate the genius of Faulty Towers while also still saying I think Blackadder was the superior product. I never really was able to go through all of Monty Python as a kid. My mum didn't like Monty Python. It just didn't resonate with her. But, like, Monty Python is the type of thing that, you know, you could do a whole media course studying because of some of the genius of, like, references. Like the whole siege scene where they start tossing food at the attackers, and then like, what was it? I can't remember the exact words, but it's like, they're throwing food at us, and they run away. It was like a direct historical reference to an attempted siege of a castle in northern France. A very beautiful castle that exists off the shoreline of France. And the whole idea is that basically when the tide comes in, you can't really access the castle. And the logic there was like these French defenders were basically starving. They were going to die. They were down to the last bit of food. And in their final moments, they you know what? Screw it. And they started throwing the last scraps of their food at the attacking English. And then the English were just kind of like, are you kidding me? You guys are literally, like, you have so much food. We've been sieging you for months. But you have so much food left. You're able to throw excess at us. Screw this. Like, the English commanders decided, like, the truce decided, they must have so much food, it would not be worth how long it would take to starve them out to continue the siege. So they packed up and left. And that was the whole reference point for the Monty Python skit. Crazy subtle things like that, right? It's like, it's next level writing where it's like, it has an undertone, which is really intriguing if you know it. Kind of like reminds me of Dark Souls, where when you explore the world, there's a lot more lore than you realize. Spearman, oh my god, dude. Wham, this is so clean. Are you kidding me? He loses one spear, but almost kills off 4 knights there. Voldemar, sure, he backs away, he gets chivalry. But think about what the real win condition is for Wham. Yes, Voldemar, he microed that perfectly, to the maximum. But now he can't do anything with these guys. Meanwhile, Wham can go Castle Age. The pressure's been relieved, he can go for the remaining deer. Voldemar has, like, what? 1 knight at full HP right now? Okay, a fresh one coming out here. That was sick. Oh, sorry, 3 spears, was it? Yeah. But still, like, the health bar being that low, either way for Wham is pristine. Chivalry is going to kick in, but remember, even when Chivalry is in, you're 1 minute after it's complete, and it takes a minute to research anyway. Congrats, you can have 60 health back on a unit that needs 3 minutes to fully heal. Pretty rough. For Wham, the whole goal now, you just add in the horse archers, right? Veterancy spears, horse archers, and all of a sudden, none of the knights are going to get away from the fight alive. And yeah, so like, I just saw your comment earlier as well in chat about arbitrary switch. The tricky part is getting to that stage in this matchup. It's never given for free, right? And until you get enough arbitrate and then guaranteed gambesons, you don't just rush that tech, so Spearmen do okay against you. They still absorb all the shots well. They should absorb them better than they used to. And the horse archer detail follow-up, like, you know, the other thing you have to keep in mind is if you switch to arbitrary, okay, you're not raiding me anymore, but I'm raiding you. Now, where that could be an advantage for a player like Voldemar, we call him Voldemar for a reason. He likes to protect his economy, get those walls up. If he does that, horse archers completely get handicapped. They are a dysfunctional unit the moment walls go up. That, by the way, is a big part of why Roos horse archers came back so hard in Season 9. The nerfs to walls in conjunction with the pro scouts. A lot of people think it was just pro scouts that caused that change. It wasn't. Another drastically important element was that you can't so easily protect yourself against the raids anymore. We call him Voldemar, Moldemar. He has a bunch of different names. The Kid. The Red Rage. That's because, you know, sometimes when he's having a really sweaty game, he gets a super red face. There's so many. Nah, okay. My favorite one for getting a red face when he's flustered is still Marine Lord to this day. Or as I like to call him, Maroon Lord. That's why we need more lands. Sometimes you can just tell when a player's under pressure. Oh. So, wall break on the way. Voldemar, dude, it's so tilting playing against Roos for this reason. How do you get through this wall quick enough, ever? First horse archer has been queued up. We'll head out the spears. Wham. A little bit overzealous there. Horse archers are now here, though. This is where trying to burn through the wall gets bad for Voldemar. Wall repair crew is going to be coming in. A few too many, they can't all get at it, but like, this is the thing. The horse archers now counter this. It's only the first 3. Numbers are about to double shortly, and that wall... Think about it this way. If you can't break through it now, what happens when 2 or 3 of these knights die? He's trying to actually kill on the other side, but barely able to touch. Lands are so fun. Yeah, the weird thing is like, so lands are really cool, but in Age of Empires 4, lands feel a bit weird. And what I mean by that is the game has been designed so you can play people around the world. There's definitely a lag input, granted as felt. But it's almost like... I still think we need LANs because LANs like amplify the experience. But it's almost like if there was a game in RTS that could get away with no LANs, this would be the one, right? We don't even have private lobbies, which is also weird. Spears trying to hold. He did get the veterancy in. Good idea about the dive from Voldemar. However, the health bars look ugly. No, this is not going to work. I like the idea, but no peel of knights to go after the villagers. No idle time forced at all. Instead, you trade out against worthless spearmen. And the horse archers now have an opportunity to push forward. Yeah, and this is scary because Voldemar in this game has not walled at all. He's completely exposed and completely convinced us over. GG cool. A good defense by Wham. And a good understanding of the timing here. There was a window here for Voldemar, but Wham's read to go for that short wall and to bait him into him is exactly why he gets the win in such a clean and succinct fashion. I don't have private lobbies. I thought by default lobbies are private. It's different though. So like in Dota 2, we can literally put those caster roles in a lobby. You hop into a lobby, meaning as like an organizer, you can actually, if you really wanted to a certain degree, like protect your games against other people just watching them. Depends on how you want your like scene to function. And some do that, right? Where you can watch it as someone else with your own community, but you have a 5-minute delay. And I'm kind of fine with that. My logic is like, should the organizer of the tournament not have some sort of edge on the broadcast? Yes. But the other thing is the way you can interact in the lobby. So like with Dota 2 TV, you can show things in games. You can have you literally have a pop-in stat thing. You can type out stats, and then for the people watching in Dota TV, as well as on the broadcast, it'll pop in a stat from the side. Things like that. Yeah, there's like extra layers of like customization that matter there. Also, the ability to communicate with the players. Like, you know, you could have you'll have an admin in lobby sitting there, and you'll be like, you know, if there's a pause, they'll make the judgment calls on the pause or whatever. Whereas if you don't have that type of functionality, trying to relay that info via Discords when the players are meant to be looking at the games, etc., not easy, right? So like, there's loads of value to having the ability for admins and casters to sit in lobby, and AoE 4 doesn't leverage any of that. Okay, so we've got a little bit more time. Let me update the bracket quickly. So we've got about half an hour until Scatterbrain versus Core is live. Let me have a look quickly. Okay. Just got an update. Core will not be able to make it. He's actually an FF, so I'll add that in as well. That means that we've got Wham versus Scatterbrain in the quarterfinals. We cast the Dimu series. Is that all updated? I think we've done everything there. Yeah, so Core with the L. We will not be seeing Mr. Core. That's the bracket as it stands. FF equal forfeit? Yeah. Finish fast. Now again, that's for forfeit. It's also for finish fast, which is very confusing. So what do we cast next? Well, I was thinking... I think we'll start tomorrow with Anatan Numidan. So we'll save that one. I think that'll be a fun one, actually, to kick off tomorrow with. What we can do... Do you guys want to see the Striker Killjardi set? So we could do the Striker Killjardi set. Checking our other options. What's left to do? Yeah, it's Striker Killjardi, Anatan Numidan, Beastie Mahodo are the ones, right? Yeah. You want to see the grand finals? Oh yeah, let me just fast forward. Like, let's pretend the rest of this didn't even happen. So I think the Killjardi striker set, I think, was quite close, is what I was told. It's Beastie versus Vortex. Are you sure? mean, are you really sure? What if Wham is turning up? Anatan maybe return? I don't know. Maybe BC's going to be like, I can't show my strategies because I'm going to win the Garrison LAN. Didn't think of that, did you? See, this is the thing, man. This is the thing. All right, so we can do Striker versus Killjardi. Let me get the draft ready for you guys. Where is it? Okay, here it is. So yeah, the reason why I left that series in is I was told it's actually quite a cool series. And I'm willing to believe that. Killjardi is a fun guy to watch. Okay, yeah, so subs are muted on the screen. Thank you, Razzle Dazzle Jazz Hands. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Give me a sec then. I'm going to fix it so you guys, when you do these noises, you do these subs rather, the noises come through. So bear with me one sec. Need to find my alerts window. I think I'm okay with having it do that in the draft. I think that's reasonable. Well, it should do that. Why is it not then? That's weird. How very odd. It should be making the noises. That's very odd. I guess I'll look at that later and figure out what the hell's going on. Because it should be. It should definitely be showing. Because in this screen, when you sub just then, it should have... Like, if we're in this screen, when you sub, it should... It'll make the laughing noise. By the way, guys, another way you can help me out. We are doing an integration with Opera GX. We're off to a great start, by the way. 3 days in, we've got 24 new users. If you want to help out the channel and check out a really cool product, I think you guys will appreciate this one. We've been using the Opera GX, actually, whenever we're looking and setting up the drafts, etc. On the sides, you can actually see. Let me, whoopsie, do this. So we're in Opera GX right now. I love the themes. We've got Space Marines, you know me. But there's loads of helpful things in here. I still think one of my favorite things is the GX corner, where you can see all the upcoming game releases. This is so handy. Like, anyone who's been here more than a few streams knows how often I go, what games are coming up soon? I just have it all here. I know when releases are happening. And they actually have, like, a good variety. It's not just the AAAs. They actually get a lot of indie games in there as well. Yeah. I'm looking... Like, I'm kind of curious, actually, about that Split Fiction game that got announced recently. That looked quite interesting. Yeah, very helpful. On top of that, like, I love the dark mode automatically. For some of you, definitely find this useful. Over here, there's like a GX control panel that comes out. My window capture on OBS just won't show it right now. But like, you can do things like RAM limiters, network limiters, CPU limiters. I also do think that the VPN thing is quite handy. It's not going to give you privacy, but if you want to pretend that you're in the UK so you can watch Doctor Who's old goated series on BBC iPlayer, it'll let you do that as well. So, !Opera GX, if you want to check that out. We'll be working with them throughout March. If we do well with the integration, they'll probably look to re-up next month as well. Look at that. We've got multiple people already have it. Opera GX sell your data to advertisers? Okay, so I'm not going to defend them and say they won't do that. But why do you think that Chrome and Firefox don't do that? And like Internet Explorer, i.e. Edge, and like all of them, they all do that. So like, all of them are free. The trade-off is, yes, your data is used with advertisers. Yeah, they all do it. Like, there's nothing Opera GX is doing that the others aren't doing. Any time. So here's the thing. Here's the catch, right? I mean, at least these guys, like Chrome ain't willing to sponsor us. These guys are. So any time that something is free, you are the product. easiest way to think about the 21st century and product usage. All right, so anyway, let's get ready for game number 1. We're doing Byzantine Rus. Okay. For Opera didn't. I mean, it's a free product, right? Like, where else are they going to make money? You know, I could go through, like, stories of this kind of stuff about how, like, things are even more mind-boggling than you think. So, like, one of my favorite ones that a lot of people just don't know about is, like, how do you guys think Firefox exists? The detail might blow your mind a bit. So Firefox, a big chunk of the sustainability comes off of donations. Would anyone like to guess what the biggest donator is? Kudos to you if you know. It's kind of like, wait, what? When you hear it. So, for those guys, the biggest funder to keep them alive is Google. I'm not even kidding. Google donates an insane amount, like millions to them each year. Smart, though. Because what they're doing is this anti-competitor law stuff. It's like, you know, basically anytime like the American government comes at you and says, you guys are monopolizing the internet, they go, kind sir, we're keeping competition alive. But the other funny part is like they also kind of have their balls in a vice. Because if Mozilla ever gets too big, they can just rug pull it all. Kind of crazy. And then, yeah, there's things like if Firefox develops features, they can take them across. But enough about Chrome, Firefox, etc. Opera GX are the ones who support Gamerus. If you don't believe me, look at the fact that they're sponsoring us. Click the link. Help us out. Help yourself out. I mean, that's a sell point in my opinion. And also, if you do bare bones strip down, like if you're really focused on getting like the better like RAM, CPU performance, etc., making sure that your browser doesn't use as much, there are features to do that. Like by default, out of the box, Opera GX is probably going to take up the same RAM, etc., as like Chrome. But the difference is you can like strip away a lot of the parts quite easily. Download the Opera GX yesterday and signed in today. How do I know if you get credit for it? So if you downloaded using my link and then create an account, that I think the way it's set up is probably, and this is kind of assumption, I haven't deep dove, maybe I should ask them about it, but it would make sense in my brain, is because it has an attachment to your affiliate link, when you install, kind of like how when you use a link to go through to a website, it should just inherently track, if that makes sense, right? So it's almost like there's probably a small reference code somewhere when you do the install file, so that it knows to attribute the conversion of a new customer to the creator. Good news is it seems to be working. Like, as long as you use that link and do the download correctly and create an account, I will get credit. Like we already have 24 new users, which is great. Kudos to you guys. I appreciate it. How to strip down your Patreon? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, get the horny people. Like, bump him on the head. On the head. On his head. Like, not the head of something else. That's what he wants. All right, anyway. 1-0. I was promised a fun one. Possibly the tightest round of 32 series here between Killjardi and Striker. If you guys watched that insane game on Anatolian, you know Striker can deliver. The game against Voldemar. If you saw it, you instantly know the one I'm talking about. If you have not seen it, it's probably the best game we saw on that new map. I have high hopes and expectations for a series involving Striker and one of our most aggressive players in Age of Empires 4. Byzantine Rus to kick us off as well. A matchup that has looked, I want to say, growingly better for Byzantines. They have these very aggressive lines that I've got to respect. If you haven't watched them, I would recommend checking out the Numidan B series, which is definitely up on YouTube, in which Numidan executes this pristine all-in to punish the greed of the Rus. Curious to see if Striker knows about that build. He has been grinding relentlessly more recently. He took a little bit of a break, but I think this season alone, we were flabbergasted. I'm going to open up Opera GX right now and have a look at his account. In fact, shall I involve you guys in that? We can. You ready? So let's have a quick look. Striker via Opera GX. 256 games. Your boy is back. Definitely feels like he's been rapidly improving again. On top of that, remember, Striker is the type of player who does have Smurf accounts. So, racks opening, pretty much everything you expect here. Usually the way you try to go for this all-in timing is you can just go spears in Limitane. We've seen a few different reactions from Roost players. Killjardi is guilty of having that let's build archers reaction before. Not ideal. Usually the way you want to try to deal with this is just javelins on spearmen countered by spears. So your opponent's going to go javs, going to go Limitane. If you just blob spears with superior food income, which you can achieve with Pro Scouts, it allows you to not only protect your base, but also protect the deer. What do you guys think? One's if you like Roost more in this matchup, two's if you like Byzantines. Another thing that's pretty cool about the Biz pick here for Striker is Lipany is our default map this week, which means additional berries, which means additional mercs. The trade posts are a lot ideal this time. Yeah, I feel like 70% of the time you get the trade post next to your TC, but every once in a while, you get these mid-map ones. It does strip away some options. So Killjardi is going to be going archers. Okay. Interesting. So the concept behind the archers is like, it counters the Limitane cleaner, and at such an early point, your opponent can't have javelins out yet, right? The other interesting part is scale points. If you commit very aggressively into archer bulking, your opponent can't actually kill you with javelins. Because yes, you know, you can argue that a javelin counts as an archer. But similarly to like me fighting 9-year-olds, you know, if I get in the boxing ring with one 9-year-old, I feel confident I can beat him, you know? Okay, don't look into the morals of this too much. But if you send 100 kids into that ring, I'm dead. You know, it's the quantity that matters. And it's kind of like, it's a fair, like, analogical comparison, archer versus javelin. You know, like, yeah, a javelin's probably going to take on, like, 3 archers and just like, yeah, screw these little kids. Punching them down one by one. All of a sudden, 100 archers, like, what the hell am I meant to do with this? I'm just going to die. And we've seen this in so many matchups of Byzantines when it comes to, for example, Malians versus Byzantines. You feel really bad about scaling javelins because they'll always have more. So you lose that fight. Same unit in that situation. Going, you know, Keshiks, almost any matchup has been feeling rough unless you're going for a fast castle timing because your opponent can build so many spears. Even if he's just building archers, he builds enough to count you out. Where's the okay, so I reckon so wait, are we talking about like me being attacked by like 25 kids all at once? Or are they coming to the ring one by one? Almost like a staggered approach, like I'm playing Call of Duty Zombies. Alright? Because we can like bop it. You know, thump, thump, thump. Like, all at once? Oh, dude, I'm doomed. I reckon we could like full-on roundhouse kick. No, dude, I'm not. Why are we going down this route? 5? 6? I don't know, man. I think the bigger issue for me is like, past the 5th or 6th, I'm just going to start feeling really bad, even if I'm winning. Have we got any like honks in the chat that queue into golds? The first time you like queue into them and you beat them with like a really silly strategy, you feel good, right? But then when you get more and more golds, you start to feel bad. I think it'd be like that. You know, like, you start off just like chat said I had to do this. It was always Twitch chat. There's the only reason I'm in the ring doing this. But then eventually the morals kick in. You're like, this is wrong, man. This is wrong. I broke that last one's leg. He can't even join the soccer team. Oh god, why'd I say soccer? Alright, so archer count is big enough. The striker javelin battalion's kind of in a problematic position here, right? Because he hasn't got them up in his opponent's face. We do have Castle H on the way. Killjardi, we've seen him do this before. He's insanely obsessed with just blobbing archers. Sometimes to a fault. This is good for striker though. Means he can upgrade the javs, and all of a sudden, just like me saying I could beat 6 kids, all of a sudden I can kick the crap out of 9, right? Like, it's going to allow him a more clean attack point, because even without undermesh, if your opponent goes Steeled Arrow, the default armor on the javs is good enough that it's going to merely tickle. Soccer confirmed, America winning? Oh, finally, for once in Age of Empires 4. Whoa, was that too soon? It must feel a bit rough, though. I was starting to think that 2025 was going to be the year of North America. There's still time to recover, but it definitely didn't begin the way I was expecting. Europeans always winning things. Golden Horn Tower now coming in. Striker sticks it on the front of the base. So, Striker's mindset, where is it at? What's his target here? By scaling javelins, he counters the archers now. He counters the horse archers next. Killjardi could add in a few horse archers with the archery ranges upon tech up, just to raid. But ideally, he wants to diversify. Spearman makes a lot of sense. Men-at-Arms the more obvious one. Men-at-Arms forces your opponent to stay just on range units. And then it gives you kind of like a pretty sick transition point into a cheaper Spearman comp. So Archer now with the dive in. Wait, please finish that. I can't believe that. And look, the children are winning. Me in the ring against 20 toddlers. They caught me. Why have you given them knives? Okay, so javelins are able to back up. Few of them survive, but a good trade for Killjardi. And now he's going to pivot onto the gold. The Striker's already gathered enough there. That shouldn't be a concern. This is concerning to me, though. He's moving out into Deer. At this moment, why? Veterancy for Javs is in now. The Varangian are playing out. No undermesh means the archers are getting a better trade than they should here. And all behind this, Killjardi is getting ready for Castle Age. High Trade House on the way. Europe have to buy resources from us? Yeah, but you have to buy resources from us. That's how global trade works. Huh? Did anyone see... I had to chuckle at when the tariffs for Canada came in, there were some Canadian supermarkets that were saying... They basically had taken the US alcohol off the shelves. And I think it says something like... The import tariffs are too high by Canadian. I mean, I got respect that. Props to the props to the full just pull it off. Don't even try to sell it out. So Men-at-Arms now coming in, mirrored by Striker here. The next player is under Relics, right? And Killjardi having to switch into MAA like this, yeah, he needs to make sure he doesn't miss his timing. So monasteries are going to be coming through. High Trade House, get your numbers in, folks. I think Killjardi on average is quite good at just trying to, like, min-max these initial drops. How did we do on Pro Scouts? Not much of the deer stack left over here. Striker did move in time to secure most of this. So, like, probably about 2.5 deer stacks. Killjardi, it's a fairly good position to be in. We should have Olive Groves getting added in. Yep, Striker's already on course for that. 7 so far. And the Relics, love this. Already going for ones that are kind of closer to Killjardi's base. Understanding that with Killjardi going Men-at-Arms Archers, he can't play wide, he can't play fast. He's all about focusing one location. Because otherwise there's a risk Javelins intercept you. In which the Javs are being slowed in their retreat due to Varangian. I kind of don't like this. So if Striker just peels the Javelins, they move faster, Varangian can tank. Varangian should be more capable of absorbing the shots. One thing that is crazy to me is the fact that Striker still doesn't have a blacksmith. No, and the crossbows get targeted out straight away. Love this. The Steeled Arrow is doing significant damage here. It's 8 damage into 4 armor. So basically, if you have 2 archers, you win this fight. Wholeheartedly. Wow. Just a great read. Killjardi. The 2-to-1 advantage. Easily able to bypass. Now going to go raiding on the backside. In the meantime, the Men-at-Arms are going to get mopped up. So that's a fight that Striker will win. Killjardi is pretty much just throwing away the archers to buy time and transition here. In the meantime, also intercepting. Does get rid of on the monks. 2 relics already home for Striker. Well, looks like we have more Men-at-Arms sneaking out into the flank. So he's already getting in position to camp the remaining relics. Potential 3-2 split in favor of Killjardi here. Wait, what? Oh, we're talking about Streltsy damage? Yeah, Streltsy, like... Streltsy Bardiche attacks barely get noticed. I don't know. How do you guys feel? I guess at this point we're just used to it, but like... If I could go back to AoE4's release, I feel like I would have had them lean into the... When an ranged unit's being attacked, it has to attack in melee. Because it's a thing in the campaign, right? Like, if you attack a Lombo, they get a Shiv out. I guess a Javelin would just, like, turn into a Donzo. A worse Donzo. So, Clash in the center. What Killjardi's doing really well here, by focusing on the Javelins, when Striker Panic retreats, he's just giving over more territory. This is all about buying space. And look at the Jav count now. Down to 3. Crossbow count is looking really good for Killjardi. Striker needs to transition. Get more Javs out here. I mean, he's got good Olive Grove count. He's got good berry count income. He's just not committing the resources at the moment. A little bit surprising. Both of them actually adding in spears, so both seem to be paranoid about the other going into cavalry. I'm a little bit surprised by Killjardi's choice to do it, but we did mention, like, when your opponent's going javelin, crossbows, like, spearman is kind of your front line, right? So I think for Killjardi, it's not this is going to counter something, this is just not going to die straight away. For Striker, this is paranoia over knight/horseman with pro scouts. It's a lot of food. We can see Killjardi's taking a different route, though, and it's going to be an effective one here. Yeah, so something that maybe doesn't get talked about enough. The change to Springles was actually a nerf to Varangian, I think. Varangian, they trade health to get 1 more melee armor, right? 155 is meant to be standard minute arms. The trade-off is you get 1 extra melee armor. Springles are range damage, and Springles just got buffed. They kill Varangian quicker than normal MAA. Like, I actually think that this change to Springles was kind of like a subtle nerf to Byzantines. Golden Horn Tower not producing? What? No! Good catch. Are you kidding me? You know, I felt like his Jav count was low. I mean, he's even stockpiled 1,000 olive oil here. I don't know what's happening. Striker, this is quite the fumble. Wow. That's the difference, by the way. No exaggeration. Remotely. That is the difference here. That has to be mind-blowing when you look back at this. Spring's now arriving. Uh-oh. He actually goes over after the back line here. Instead, there we go. I was about to say, there's big pen value to be had. Killjardi would even benefit from stepping a bit further forward here between shots. So attempt to burn down the outpost is going to be a fail. Striker now falling behind on military. He still hasn't toggled it back on. So what happened here? Did he like select multiple buildings, tab through, and press Q accidentally? I think so. That's crazy. So Striker will at least get the extra relic. He's finally investing more of the olive oil back into javelins. You have some camel raid attempts, but nothing too major here. I don't know, I'm getting concerned. Killjardi, he tried to plant a flank resources, did get scoured. On top of that, the army is now cut off. Oh man, and I like the way he's doing this. Striker is going to try to surround, make sure there's no retreat. So Killjardi, an overzealous dive here will get punished. Even with these losses, though, look at the follow-up. Killjardi still has military lead, and he's pushing into the enemy base. Really, some hesitance there. Yeah, doesn't feel confident about it anymore. Good idea by Killjardi. He scouted the move out with the mill, but by attacking this, it seems to have forced Striker home. So, great reactions by Striker. Honestly, with the way he's been playing into Killjardi, if he fixed this one detail from the get-go, I can't even begin to imagine how different this game looks. When would you turn it off? Yeah, you could argue in the late game when you want to prioritize something else. Because otherwise it spawns units, you have to delete them every time. I would cast-lage golems with 20% more HP have better base stats than basic knights. Same HP around same damage, worse versus high armor. Yeah. So, like, yeah, golems are worse against armored units. It's kind of like always been the classic takeaway. But, like, yes, I agree. Ibids, when you have the Adabex play, are kind of insane. Even more so since they made the change with Elite Army Tactics again. So now that Elite Army Tactics is health instead of armor, golems benefited a lot, actually, for multiple reasons. It scales really well with the Abbasid and Iabid health increases. The other reason, though, is like same with Onabagacia, the change with melee armor being removed means that units that rely on double strike or low damage, high attack speed are now better off. Okay, so Striker now with a switch and a Horseman. Killjardi has got the farms coming in, but very slowly here. For Striker, Horseman's a bit more sustainable. He's up to a pretty healthy 22 farms. I don't know, man. Despite the fact that he's playing the game with Golden Horn Tower turned off, this is starting to look better and better for Striker. Second TC also now coming in. Can you imagine if he wins this game? With no Golden Horn Tower the whole time. I mean, that's a flex. In a meta where Roos is becoming very swiftly the most banned civ in the game. Imagine if you had gulp. No. Yeah, because what you do, guys, that's the other one. You build the gulp, but you toggle it off. And then you never use it. There we go. So this is now 2cc versus 1. And Killjardi still hasn't completed his farm transition. He's also, I don't think, really in a good position to dive either. I just like the way that Striker's keeping these rotations up. Would benefit from Exploratores to make it more easy to find those villager kills. I think this is a tech that gets slept on at this stage. Like, you're at 20 horsemen deep, right? Exploratores, +2 damage, gold kill as well. The +2 damage does matter, right? Because you're at 13 damage right now. You go up to 15. So you kill him 1 less hit. And then get paid. Win-win. Yeah, so the funny thing about Biz Hippodrome builds is I think that I was one of the first people to highlight that Triumph is one of the most OP abilities in the history of AoE4. But I was also simultaneously one of the first players to point out that while it's OP on paper, it's terrible in practice. Oliver was too good. Grand Winery's too good. On top of that, Triumph only really feels OP in the late game. Because the way I like to compare Triumph, I kind of describe it the same way I would BKB in Dota 2. What do you do when someone activates a BKB and you can't fight? You walk away. Triumph is kind of the same. Horseman? This should be enough to bring this down. Spearmen are on the way, but Striker, I think he could have committed to that. He's just reluctant to lose mass here. So we have got stockpiling starting to occur. Both of them approaching pop cap. Killjardi still just won the 1 TC. And still without Golden Horn Tower production. Are you actually kidding me? Half the game now. Half of the game. Strong defense from Killjardi. Horsemen are going to start to leak in. They're drawing a lot of fire as well. Spearmen arms have to pull back, but here a big wave comes. Striker gets around the back. Straight into the underbelly. And the Squirrels are reacting. They're not even attacking the targets they kill quickly here. What an attack timing. Striker waits for the overextension and pummels him in. 3 Squirrels left alive, but nothing to protect them. A big win in the fight for Striker. And now a big push opportunity. Killjardi halfway towards Imperial. It's going to get punished for exactly that. It wasn't a commitment to the age entirely. No full reproduction remass here. I don't think he has the production line. No, he has 3 Raxes and 3 archery ranges. Not a reliable amount to actually reboom here. The Striker has to realize that for the win it is. He's going to start marching forward. Did lose all the horsemen. Slows down, but he's just waiting for the full wave, right? There's no way he plays this slow. I mean, in fairness to him, he does have 2 TC. But you have to be sending it in here. And yes, we do have Beastie, Anatan, Dumu, B, and Killjardi in the upper part of the bracket. But then we also have Vortex, Baltune, Wham in the lower, right? We're always going to get this sort of thing. Wooden Fortress. A lot of time being wasted on this. Time needed. High armory is coming from Killjardi. I don't know if the old man's going to watch this one later, but I don't think he knows. I don't know if we tell him that he's about to lose to a Golden Horn Tower build with no Golden Horn Tower. At this point, folks, I've cast a lot of Byzantines. But I don't think I've ever seen this. Ever. Oh, that is crazy. Killjardi with the tech up, with the keep, is now playing into Streltsy. Striker's going to mirror the tech up. He does have 3 Sacred Sites. Streltsy are going to feel pretty rough here, guys. Javelins, like, you just don't have an answer to Javelins right now. He's going Mangoes as his one reprieve. But his economy's weak, man. Like, Killjardi has less than 1,000 food a minute. He did not tech up from a position of strength. He has 7 farms. I'm just not really sure how Killjardi's meant to even win the first fight. At this stage, Striker, once he, like, techs up, just flood Horseman again. He's got 34 Olive Groves online. Killjardi gave Striker too much time? You mean the other way around? Or you think, like, Killjardi should have been diving the base? I think it's tricky. There's always a paranoia when you're diving Byzantines because of Mangonel emplacements. They're like the most toxic defense in the game because of like how spammable they feel and how early you get them. Now, good news for Killjardi. Some time is being bought here with once again pressure onto the Wind Fortresses. Bad news for Killjardi. Foreign engineering company's coming, and that means automatic upgrades to the javelins. They will get the precision training. Not to mention that this is the camel contract, so +2 armor. Pretty big deal here. Tech up complete. There's the auto upgrade on damage. Still has the elite techs to come. And the immediate queue up the cannons. Really important here. We've actually seen how Byzantines can annihilate Roost in the late game with Foreign Engineering Company. Remember, the rogue cannons, you get the buff damage, so it's much easier to snipe out enemy mangonels. And that's the crux of it. Roost will want to scale into mangoes in late game. They get the high armory, which gets them a 20% discount, which allows them to accrue savings with passive gold gens, such as the high trade house, which was 159 in this game, to then get your hands on adjustable crossbars. The keep drops. Okay, so there's what? Yeah, there is 2 sacred sites up for grabs. Striker done some very interesting walls. Instead of walling the sacred site in, he walled it out. But we can see Killjardi's posturing north side. Striker doesn't have this. Okay, there we go. He got the info. Cannon shots coming in. So Killjardi has chosen a hard commitment north here. Why auto damage increase? Good question. So when you build the Foreign Engineering Company, it gives unique buffs over to the select units in the contract. So for the javelins, that's the precision training that Malians have that increases the damage of jabs by, I believe it's 3. Meanwhile, the camels automatically get the +2 armor that Abbasis have. So, for example, if you had Lombos here, and you've got Foreign Engineering Company, they'd immediately get volley. Mango. Getting some shots in. No adjustable crossbars yet, though. No, the Royal Cannon's a problem here. Let's get rid of the Winter Fortress. Killjardi a little bit more lacking on vision in the area. I still got the one on the north side, though. Crew doing a good job so far. It looks like Killjardi's trying to skirt in, get some mango shots for kills. It's just not working. Double Royal Cannon now here. Makes this pretty damn hard. Mangoes are getting sniped. And the Javelins should be able to dispatch with all this. One mango shot comes out, but then dead. Not to mention the Royal Cannon's now targeting onto the bombards. I just don't see it. Game 1 is going to be a win for Striker. A 30-minute game in which the Golden Horn Tower was not used once. Was it once, maybe, chat? I think once automatically and then toggled off. It has been off for the entire game. This is super sick. I can't believe this, man. A lot of people would just had Killjardi written to take this series 2-0. Getting a game on the board is, like, props enough for Striker. But to do so without leveraging one of the biggest tools for scaling Castle Age Byzantines is quite frankly absurd. What does the Golden Horn Tower do? Looks tall and phallic in this game. It's pretty good when you use it. Nesta bees now as well. Looks like he's trying to snipe that out with the bombard. The Royal Cannons reign supreme. I think Killjardi is just processing the loss of the stage. GG comes out. Never have I ever seen a Golden Horn Towerless Golden Horn Tower game. Oh, that's sick. That is absolutely sick. All right, so game 1 on the board, a win for Striker. I imagine Killjardi just goes water to recover this, right? Yo! What's up, Fat Blarp? There we go. See, sub noises do work now. Boom. Don't know what was happening there. Why did the one before didn't work, though? That's confusing. But thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Wait, are primes not triggering the laugh? I'll double check that after stream. Thank you, Fat Blarp. Appreciate you, buddy. Can't have Emma having to watch ads. Okay, so game 2 is going to be Jean versus Japanese. I don't know about the Jean pick here. Who's this Striker player? The man, the myth, the legend Striker? Are you not familiar with Striker? Of fabled Age of Empires fame. So Striker, like, he's played a bunch of games. He played AoE2. He played online myth. Trying to think like what his biggest achievement was. He hasn't had like a big standout performance, but he's been there in a lot of them. I believe he also like made a name for himself in free-for-alls, was it? In AoE2. Striker's, yeah, Striker is a fair way to put it. Striker's been around for a long time. Long before AoE4 existed. Oh, blimey. So I'm just weighing up whether this is our last series of the day. We might have more, but I'm checking in. So winner of this against B, I think, will be tomorrow. It will have to be. All right. Who is Striker? A legend. That's what we say after that game number 1. Welcome back, one and all, to G2 of this best of 3. Jean d'Arc up against Killjardi's Japanese. Funnily enough, actually, Killjardi, usually renowned for his Jean picks, has to face it here on Holy Island. A very unorthodox pick, by the way. We don't really see French here. We definitely don't see Jean. It's a water map. There's a lot of pond to play, a lot of fish to lean into. Curious to see how Striker wants to approach this. We're going to 2x speed, just the early game. Definitely not what I would have expected, actually. What else did he have? So he had the Jean pick, but he also had... One second. Wait, did he draft wrong? He drafted French. Why is he playing Jean? Wait, what? 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 Eh? I'm not even kidding right now. I'm double checking their draft just to be safe. But I have French listed in their draft. I am very confused right now. Civ draft? Okay, no. Okay. My bad. We had the wrong draft. Oh, the names hadn't updated because Chaos Tool doesn't update manually, like automatically when you manual the names. Okay, thank God. All right, so his other choices, I can confirm. Striker had HRE, Malians. Surely you just HRE here. Okay, I'm very surprised then by this pick. HRE just makes a lot more sense. The only thought I can have is like game number 3's Prairie, but he had Malians or HRE. And I think Jean works there as well. So definitely a little bit surprised. I imagine Striker has something very creative in mind here. In theory, Jean can be good on water maps where the water is tight, like Canal. Because the logic is Jean stays near the water, not enough to get dove on by boats, but close enough that she can farm XP. Because remember, with water comes a lot of inflation into military, valuable military. And remember, like, you know, you take out a Sprill ship, that's going to end up being a pretty healthy 34 XP. Accelerates level 3 insanely fast. And once level 3 happens, you kill boats even quicker with the heavy divine arrows. So I get the concept there. I'm just not really sold on this map. Love the reaction from Killjardi as well. Goes in for the walls early. So this should be ranged on either way. So Striker should still have a striking point. Killjardi's going to want to consider a stables here to build in a few horsemen. School of Cavalry complicates it though. It doesn't make it easy. Alternatively, we might just see outposts to protect. The Shinobi are already going to be on the way out. So it looks like he's going to try to intercept and deny. This is another awkward thing for Striker. Is like usually with Jean, you aim for a slow attack timing. He can't here. So he won't immediately get level 3. Level 2 rather. He has to basically commit 3 to try and keep up. Because this is the equivalent of committing 4.5 villages. So we'll be move across. He's double dot. So make that triple. Won't be able to stop him entirely. Maybe just use his worst civ here because not confident with water. Possibly. I get the thought process. Try to make it about land, but like, could H3 do that a little bit better with the better economy? Is what I'm wondering. So Jean is going to arrive, and you're seeing how sad life can be for Shinobi already. Ooh, does go for the Divine Arrow. A little bit questionable if you can't get the kill. Remember, these guys are going to heal up, so that's a wasted charge. When you want to play aggressive Jean, you have to think of Divine Arrow as a very limited resource, a very valuable resource. Because although you can technically generate infinite across a game, if the game is infinite, at 10 minutes in, you'll only have so many Divine Arrow charges. So yeah, a little bit awkward there from Striker. Definitely feels wasteful. Now that it's in the range form, what's the reaction going to be? It has to be either a tower. Okay, he goes tower. So doesn't want to have to add in horsemen. Understandable. Right now, his food income isn't insane. And he needs to focus on the boats. Now, remember, Japanese do have their own edge in terms of cheaper fishing boats, but Jean isn't completely helpless. Warcogs are inherently cheaper than other Civ Springwood ships. It's 75 food instead of 110. So 35 savings per boat means like basically every 10th boat is free. Add in the fact that these docks function as houses. Add in the fact that consecration does also work on these buildings, by the way, so you can actually make the warcogs even cheaper. It's not a bad life when you play Jean. It's like LAN Shinobi. Oh my dear god, what just happened here? What? Okay, that has to be defined as an overcommitment. What did I just witness? Killjardi. We talked about it. Sometimes this man he's like the master from Doctor Who with the drums in his head. He just randomly be sitting there enjoying life, and then he just hears kill, 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 kill. Apparently Striker hears that too, though. What the hell is that dive? Oh my! I don't think he was expecting the TC to do that much damage. Forces the divine restoration. Gosh, that has to be feeling wasteful though. Now the Shinobi goes in. Gotta be careful. We need to micro Jean away here, or she could die. Oh, he's playing an uncomfortable game. Water, uncomfortable the other way though. Striker with the dive in. Killjardi has got the healing from the fishing boats, but right now it's only archer ships. He needs Springwalls ASAP. In fact, this archer ship really wants to be diving in. You're looking for the fishing boat kills. We'll start to hit him up. If Killjardi goes for a demo now, it's an insta-kill, but his wood is lacking due to Jean on land. And Knight now showing up as well. This is ridiculous, man. I love the way Striker's playing this. It's insanely aggressive and insanely impactful. Jean does finally go down. Yeah, it's crazy as well, actually. I think that was just a bit of a misclick. Trying to attack the villager had him walking in range of the TC. So good reaction by Killjardi. Gets a sick kill. And overall, didn't hemorrhage too much economy. Striker was so close. He's on the verge of winning water there. But he needed another 30, 40 seconds. Instead, now forced to retreat. Demo ships are coming out. Striker, he has got a single archer ship, but it's not coming. No, so we'll just split up to minimize the demo hit. Undeniable, though. Even clips the other demo ship from Striker. So good value maintained there. Shinobi are now going to counterattack. We do even have Horsemen getting added in. I really like this combo. Horsemen plus Shinobi is really cool against Knights. The Horsemen are just there to absorb damage, and then the Shinobi just come through to get the kills. And then the cool thing that you can do is if you have, like, let's say, 10 Knights and you got like 8 Shinobi, 10 Horsemen, you force the Knights to retreat. What happens is Shinobi can Shunshin, they can blink past the Knights to block their retreat, and then the Horsemen surround. It's a pretty sick 1-2. So good comp for Killjardi to lean into. We even have the Uma Bannerman to make those Horsemen better, and once again, just bulk up that front line. Striker, no buyback for Sean. Couldn't really afford it here. Had to go in for the triple demo out of Paranoia. One concern I do have for Striker, he had a good attack point there, but he didn't do enough damage. Killjardi's ahead on economy again when it comes to fishing. Flash on land. Yeah, so you're seeing the tricky part. Like, you have to somehow click on the Shinobi. But Killjardi's doing a good job of just trying to find these microscopic points to fight into, where you can't rotate around him. Has still got the blink, isn't using it just yet. Yeah, overall, Striker's getting away with a lot more than he should with these night fights. Targeting not really on point because Killjardi is focused on the water. Shinobi, oh god, this is an ugly fight. Does get one of the Knights. Loses the Shinobi and the Uma Bannerman though. And Jean is finally back. Good snipe there. Killjardi gets rid of the archer ship, but the Quadra demo. Okay, this archer ship's got its work cut out. Can it carry? It's doing a good job actually. Yeah, Striker, that's a little bit surprising. He kept one of the demos back for no real reason. Demo detonations are not going to be a whiff. What? What? Are you kidding me? Striker, he went for the manual detonation to try and stop that. But he detonated too late because there's usually a slight delay on the input. That was insane. I mean, cool idea by Striker, but sometimes the simpler route is the better. Overcomplicates dealing with the demo ships, and as a result, doesn't get the favorable trade he's looking for there. Striker is coming back with Jean again. Killjardi. He went on the offensive. Yeah, he goes in for the Sabo. He's not got it at home, but look at the problem here. Striker doesn't have a scout, and also look at the way that Killjardi is eaten into that tree line. He's intentionally making it harder for him to get scouted now. This is problematic. Striker's also being a bit greedy. There's a lot of resources in reserve just not being spent. Partly out of his control with the docks being disabled, but part of it really is, it looks like he was maybe considering Castle Age here. Which is surprising. I feel like longer feudal is better for you than Japanese. If anyone needs to get to Castle Age, it's usually Japan. Right, you've got Jean just scaling XP. You have access to Knights, which is great. Speaking of those Knights, dive in here, Striker. Able to find any additional worker kills. Demo ships are going to get blocked out. Killjardi starting to step up in a big way. I know, awkward times. Striker was getting ready to go more land. But Archer's getting added in by the Jean player. Overextension Striker. That was sick. Killjardi, he pulls the demo back intentionally to bait his opponent in range. And now we have a potential breakthrough. Archer ship is going to whiff pretty hard. The demos are going to connect. Uh-oh. And he gets the final one as well. Are you kidding me? Killjardi is about to win water. And Striker is not ready to win land. Damn. What a timing. What a read there by Killjardi. So for Striker now, like, he can try to farm out demos to recover, but doesn't feel reliable. Usually the reason why you can get away with demo repumps is because of the lack of range on springle ships. They're too close, they can get caught off guard. I'm just like questioning whether it's worth it now. Maybe instead Striker should just try to double down and look for an end on land. The question now is whether he can do it quick enough. He's definitely getting distracted. Micro not on point on the water side. Yeah, he's way too focused on Jean here. It's costing him everything. Springle ship's now mopping up the fleet. At which stage, you just have to be feeling like Killjardi's got this in the bag. Food gold is balancing well for a macro to castle. Striker is still nowhere near. 5 archers is not going to change anything here. He's going to try for the dive in now, but more Shinobi and Horsemen are coming. And because Killjardi has 1 water, it's just going to turn into a meat blob game. Only upside is Jean getting level 3. Downside is everything else. Night dive is at least going to be good. Does find a few worker kills. And if he still had fishing, you could say that is like a winning play with that dive. And now, although it's 44 villages to 47, Killjardi has a new scale point. Striker, this is the all-in. I gotta respect it, actually. He's going siege engineering. It's a smart play, actually. One that would work against someone who's just maybe greeting. I love what Killjardi's doing instead, though. More Shinobi, more Horsemen, more stabby stab. Oh my god. That was such a ballsy blink. Wasn't even about bypassing the knights to body block their retreat. It was just about bypassing them to kill their hero. Killjardi is such a fun player to watch. Both of them are, actually. Dude, I love this matchup. I feel like some players, they go up against Killjardi and they almost just let him ape aggro into his own demise. Because we know Killjardi likes to go for the kill. But the way he played this was sick. This should be an entertaining one. Let's speed this up a little bit. Because I can confirm that we're going to have the winner of this versus B afterwards. Killjardi now teched up. Mount Samurai on the way. At this stage, the game feels pretty much over. Striker doesn't have any skill. He's lacking food. He's got 10 sheep, but that's not going to be anything against what's coming. Jean did get level 3. And, you know, land on land, I can kind of see it allowing you to cook a bit here. Instead, you're going to get cooked. The horsemen, remember, do counter outrange Jean. The Mount Samurai spam is on the way. All going to be coming through, and that's it. Game number 2, a strike back from Killjardi. Question now is who's going to take the set? Okay. So let's mark that one up. An uno here. Deciding game on Holy Island, on Pro rather. So I am going to speed through this just because the B versus winner of this set is due to start really soon. So I just want to be mindful of that one. Oopsie. So there we go. One and all, it's time for the deciding game here. Killjardi with Defense. Striker has reserved the HRE till last. Prairie will be your battlefield of blood. A damn good one, actually, for these double scout openers. Both players opting for it. Use the 4 XP for the early game. And Scout Watch underway. A big edge for Striker, it has to be said. Yeah, 21 sheep so far to, what, 16? Killjardi, there's, like, nothing left. No, they've pretty much carved up the map, so things are going to remain there. Likely looking at a Pro Scouts on Pro Scouts matchup here. Interesting. So 22 sheep to 18. It's not enough that one player can ignore Pro Scouts entirely. And when you got 2 scouts, you're kind of already like a dip in the pool. Wouldn't be surprised if Striker begins with a racks here. It's usually more organic. You just queue up the Pro Scouts and then drop the racks and then full up stables. Anyone for Defense. It isn't even going to be the... Okay, he does get the nighttime. I was about to say, yeah, usually you're looking for the night plus the Pro Scouts. All right, what do you think, guys? Are we looking at Killjardi through to go up against B, or do you think it's going to be Striker? And no, Dimmu will not play today. Dimmu doesn't do Mondays, guys. Oh, wow. Double racks, double stables. This is kind of nutty from Striker. Is that even sustainable? That's a lot of food expense. That's cool. I love that. Killjardi, he went into the racks play here. Looks like the spear might get chased out. Now, the reason why H3 is just so good at the spear play is the marching drills. It allows you to easily chase across the map in a way that other civs simply cannot. I'm going to keep hopping between 2 and 4x speed here, just because I don't want to miss the B Killjardi series, or B Striker series, whichever one it's going to be. Striker. Man, I kind of like this. Lurmery as well. I think the only thing that's kind of weird to me is, like, would Striker have done more with mine work here? This is 100% a mine work build. You could argue that he wouldn't have the Arcane buff, so he wouldn't be as well off here. But this screams mine work. This is like the most mine worky build without a mine work I think I've ever seen in my life. So, archers as well. I'm kind of impressed that this has turned into like a 1-1-1 from both players. One thing I am a bit concerned about for Striker is, like, as the blob scales and scales and the Pro Scouts gets divided on the map, the play for Raw Institute becomes more win. Right? Mine work without mine work, Golden Horn Tower without Golden Horn Tower. Yeah, right? Like, Striker just has a very crazily creative way of playing the game. Horsemen are going to raid in. However, the Knights can do more so easily here. We do have the Woodworkers working on the south side. It kind of feels like Striker is trying to prep himself for castle. The Archer play is also especially crazy from both players, considering the map. Prairie doesn't make it easy to get your hands on wood. But the worry I have here for Striker is against Royal Knights, this becomes more risky for you. As both sides move out further, Horseman Raiders are less impactful than Knight Raiders, as we're about to see here. Clash into the tree line. Spearman reaction is going to come in. A little bit of chip damage that is adding up, on top of the fact that Killjardi has got more villagers inherently. And to make matters worse, the thing you have to consider here, guys, what was the point in the Arcane now? He didn't even buff the gold. Like, this man is not, like, he's not playing like an AoE 2 player. He's not playing like an AoE 4 player. Like, this man brings his own craziness into these games. It's fantastic to watch. Now, you can argue it's not exactly optimal, but he clearly dropped the Arcane on the tree line for this surge timing into the Raxes, into the Archers. But now that we're past that, what does he have? Food buffed and that's it. Doesn't really make up for a 10 eco deficit. Striker is waiting on that backside. Killjardi looking to intercept here. Clash is going to come in. Defender's advantage, a big deal to think about here. The Knights also cut the reinforcements. Uh-oh. I think Striker knows it. He's pinned now. His army is bigger, but he doesn't know that right now. Striker is playing with great paranoia here. Knights are just going to try to corral him into a corner. Archer count is an advantage for Killjardi here. Striker's also missing undermesh. What? Wait, what? He's prioritizing melee techs here. This guy is so crazy. Guildhall coming in. I cannot believe this. He sees Spearmen, he sees Knights. He's like, oh yeah, just -1 damage. That's going to be worth it, right? And now Killjardi with the tech up. This is trending towards him. No denying it now. Guildhall is, like, maybe seen as crazy here, but remember, he's only got 9 Knights. He scaled 3 different unit types. I'm fine with this. He's hunkering down. Still has enough map presence to deny a Castle Age response out of HRE and deny them getting relics. Horsemen are still waiting on the backside, so looking at that backstab target, he's going to be able to find the villagers there. Front side, this might get difficult, though. Veterancy for Archers is kicking in soon. He already has the veterancy for the Knights. And the Knights were raiding the back. Found additional worker kills out on that tree line. You can see the massacre that happened there. I don't know, man. I think Striker's got 1 minute, maybe, to do something. Maybe 1 minute. I feel like I'm being generous there. This is getting out of control. What a hit. Striker, he didn't connect in the end. Not really. Like, what, 1, maybe 2 worker kills? The small group of knights is just so impactful. Once you have got the veterancy up, it's so easy to find kills, even without the lance charge, remember. Your base damage sword is a 2-hit killer. Regnitz is now coming in, but there's no denying the lead that exists in this game. It's almost a 20 villager lead for Killjardi. Striker. Living on a prayer. Luckily for him, the scout isn't here. Otherwise, it would have been a potential dive again. But now, I mean, Killjardi, he can go monastery. Right, he can follow this up, yep, with his own monks. It's going to be a Monka-esque moment for Striker. Killjardi still waiting around the back. He's just fishing for kills. This is the thing that I kind of like about prayer. I know it's not for everyone for that reason, but it's the fact that, like, the game gets more uncomfortable from an economy standpoint the deeper you go, and no deeper shall he go. It will be Killjardi versus B. Still, you gotta give him credit, right? Round of applause for Striker. He may go out in the round of 32, but damn did he find ways of making Killjardi uncomfortable in this set. All right, apology for the speed up, guys, but we are behind schedule. So we're gonna get ready for the last set of the day. We'll be checking in on Killjardi versus B in a best of 3. Okay, so let me just get that ready. I don't know, I think I went a bit too fast that final game. A lot was happening. We were just running slightly behind schedule. I didn't want to miss out on the others. Sorry. So, Killjardi squaring off. Boom. Let me get their drafts. Thank you, Jim. Prairie, Dry Arabia, and Lipany. I like that. Then, boom, we'll switch over. 1 second. So B on the left, Killjardi on the right. Okay. Striker was so close in game 2. I feel like in some ways, yes. He was pretty tight for that one. Okay. So, game 1, we're going to be hopping in. It's going to be Lipany French versus Jean. In fairness, that is a series, and that is a matchup, rather, that already delivered with the Vortex versus Baltune game. So I'm excited to see it again, actually, on Lipany again. Alright, let's hoop into the game. And yeah, this will be the last series of the day. So it'll probably be like I predicted, we'll be at like 7 hours. So I mean, tomorrow we'll be looking at doing the the quarterfinals between BC/Mahodo and Killjardi/B. We'll open the day with Anatan Numedan into the matchup against Dimmu. And then tomorrow we should have Scatterbrain versus Wham as well. So we'll be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 4 of them are going to be BO5s. Okay, I might be killing myself, but we'll see. If you're not subscribed, why the hell aren't you with that many games for one day? Jesus. All right, I'm hydrated. Let's get ready to go. Got a little bit of catching up to do. So. One and all, this matchup delivered my favorite game of the week so far. And I'm sure these two will not disappoint. 3DB up against Killjardi. Jean in the hands of B, Killjardi to the French, and we hop into Lipany for this. Yes, I am, of course, referring to that Vortex versus Baltune game earlier, which is definitely going to feature on the channel if it's not already up. Worth checking out. That was an insane game between the Swede and the Spaniard. I'm hoping we get just as much out of the Russian and the Finn. Yeah, so looking at the gold spawns already, a little bit of a does that look like it's further away for Killjardi? Yeah, that gold is pretty far out there. B's is front facing, but it's a little bit tight at the base. We're going to 2x speed just to catch up a little bit as we go into age 2. And no surprise here, we have got School of Cavalries. Shocker. But this is a fun matchup in my eyes. I think the first few clashes offer up a very interesting dynamic in which either side can take a dominant lead. It's snowbally in some ways like a mirror would be, but I don't think to the same degree, and that's why I like it more, because there's still variability in the way these civs approach. For example, in a French matchup, if one guy loses 2 knights, it feels like GG unless he slips up again. But with the dynamics on how French works their economy and how Jean works their economy in military, I think you have just enough difference between the two that it keeps it very nail-bitey for those first few engagements. So tech up's completing on each side. One thing to keep in mind is Killjardi should have the edge here for the first 5 minutes of feudal age. Then Jean gets a little bit of an advantage, and then it pivots back the other way when you go long feudal. So all about power spike understanding. So the logic here is early on in feudal, French will just have a huge economical advantage here. Look at the difference already. You've got a 2-worker lead that will become a 3rd when Jean converts. And then Jean, when she starts consecrating, once you get 2 or 3 consecrations, you can argue that she starts to come back a bit, but you don't even get that consecration straight away. That's one of the tricky things that people have encountered with Jean in this matchup. It just gives an inherent edge at a critical point in the game. And the reason why I've been leaning French over Jean in this matchup is the point in the game where it gives an edge is the point in the game where we're talking about pro scouts. That's very important here. Is matches semi-live at the moment? Yes. This one should have been started recently. I don't have the exact timings or whatnot, but yeah, we're kind of like semi-live here. I.e., this matchup happened within like the last hour. So pretty close. With John getting a consecration shot when leveling up, be OP or a good bug? A consecration shot? Oh, you mean like getting it earlier? I don't feel like she needs it. I'd say save that type of buff for a point where like she feels weak. In the Pro Scouts meta, she isn't weak, but like this is what I'm talking about, right? Like you just leveled up, congrats. You now have to wait 120 seconds for the first charge. And you just lost a villager. That's a good start, though. That was an overextension by Killjardi. He didn't respect. He was in TC range. It's a great bait there by B, dragging attention across. And we have a wall on the front. Yeah, so I'm smiling because when we had the Vortex versus Baltune matchup earlier, this was highlighted as a contention point. It was very interesting. Jean can wall like this. French cannot. If French walled here to here, it's irrelevant because of range Jean. In a matchup where both sides are expected to just pump knights, the one range unit that exists for the Jean faction. Pretty smart. Now it means that you don't have to worry about defending as much, right? Because the dive point's difficult. With the double tree line forward, B has a nice insulation on his spawn. Killjardi does have the knight lead. Very important to remember that. But it's because of what B done. B prioritized pro scouts first. Like, Killjardi's going into it, right? But he went just double scout. And the thing that's quite interesting is what B is doing here. He's pretty much just tanking with scouts wherever he can. He needs to be careful with his Jean. The dive is going to come in. And nice reaction timing there. The knight came out just in the nick of time there. Locks any worker kills. Really important. You can't afford to fall behind here. It's already a 4 eco lead for Killjardi. Wait, Twitch offered you a sub? Are you sure that's a real thing? From a legit... I don't know what that would be. I never heard of that before. Yeah, I remember I was given dodgy offers before on Twitch by, like it would just be a Gmail account where it's like, we would like to propose a deal to you where, like, we will give you 500 subs and you can keep, like, 30% of the value of those subs of the money you get and you give us the rest. If those that aren't clocking why they do that, money laundering. They're basically offering you to be a money launderer. I'll pass on that. I like the idea of not getting banned on Twitch. Thanks. And also facing legal troubles. Thanks. And maybe funding an illegal operation. Thanks. Thank you very much. Killjardi, double the night count. This was a problem, though. Like, great. Now what? Wait, what? That's what? What? A big blunder, B! He didn't realize! The miss wall there. 2 worker kills now for Killjardi. Absolutely insane. I can't believe that. He also can't wall it right now. The knights aren't here yet. Looks like Killjardi does respect that they're coming, though, so backs away. All things considered, could have been drastically worse, but 2 worker losses is a huge deal in this matchup. He needs some sort of counter rotation. Looks like he's moving in, but that's it. Killjardi, he walled it off. Okay, I actually love the way Killjardi's played this. Stopping at 2 scouts is like dangerous, right? You know your opponent's blobbing scouts, you know you can just take away more deer. But walling off like this, we talked about how he couldn't wall near the gold, so he needs to wall deeper anyway. So you might as well get the double whammy of protecting your gold, protecting your economy, but also blocking your opponent's pro scout timing. That's sick. So in the end, it looks like it's going to be a 50-50 split when it comes to the deer. John moving out for the ball, a little bit of XP from B. It's going to now be moving towards the enemy base. Now, trade-off for these walls is the idle time. There's not much idle time involved in this. A hell of a lot of idle time involved in this. Especially when you consider that Killjardi did not have wheelbarrow. Like a hunting reserve? Yeah, except like we don't let them breed, so we can keep killing them infinitely. In Age of Empires 4, we're stupid. We see deer, we kill all of them until they don't exist. Right? This is the Galapagos turtles issue all over again. They're just so tasty. You think dodos went extinct because they were dumb or because they were tasty? Questions in my mind every day of the week. Nice hit there by Killjardi. However, sandwich on the way, and Johnny's getting ignored, neglected. You got to balance your attention at the party. You don't want people to feel like you don't care about them. You should really care about her as well. Luckily, no more divine arrows. Killjardi will be able to back away. We do not have chivalry yet, though. A little bit of XP from the burn down the wall. Neither side with chivalry here. Means Killjardi has to be very careful with the injured knights. In fact, love this. He started to garrison the injured ones in the TC. Great read. Easiest way to do it. You want to know why? Because some of us like to select all army. Haven't you watched Ice Age? True. Ice Age is 100% historically accurate. There is like one mystical detail I don't believe in, though. I don't think the mammoth would have put up with the sloth. I think he would have headbutted him off a cliff. It's bad, all army hotkey? I don't know, man. Sounds like you haven't done enough fast castle English men at arms floods. Dinosaurs in the Ice Age? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Dude, like, of course the dinosaurs would want to be in the Ice Age, right? Because they stay in the Ice Age, they can, like, basically, they can cool themselves off and get super cold so that when the meteor hits, they don't, like, melt. Because it's like, dude, do you not know how thermodynamics work? All right? Like, cold to beat heat. Like, bro, you just got to make sure that, like, oh, wait. They were too cold, weren't they? Because you got to make sure you're not too cold so that when the heat hits, because if you rapidly change the temperature of something, it can explode. Damn it. This is crazy, though. I can't believe B done this. He went Guildhall tech up, but Killjardi, like, what? He's just going to tech in response now. Yeah, doesn't even look to attack. I mean, he might get in position for it, but, like, Royal Institute play isn't a negative here. As long as your timing is right. If he waits too long, it's bad. And he's kind of waiting too long. Please tell me. Yeah, he has cut production. It's just the deceptive nature of, like, gathering deer, right? Like, he's barely, like, a second away from having what he needs. It's just, it shows like he's ages away. So there we go. Royal Institute on the way. Needs to skirt the fight now. He's waited too long. B's going to have the veterancy, so he'd win the initial engagement. B. I wonder. Is there a way you could just camp this? I don't think so. Like, the relics are going to be too important. So you know you have to be present, because if you're not, Killjardi's going to take 5 relics. He could Guildhall as well. So here's the crazy thing. Killjardi's doing what's expected. This is what you're meant to do. Right? Like, anyone who plays French right now, can we agree? Like, you're in a French mirror. Basically, this is what you're meant to do. This is how you die. Because if you do not go Royal Institute and your opponent does, that's an 80 HP difference per knight in a matchup where you're only building knights. So what does B do? You just saw it there. It's the only logical play. He switches Arbitrary. This isn't about winning the melee mosh pit now. This is the long con. If this goes into Imperial Age, Killjardi's up Craps Creek without the paddle. Because Guildhall. Guildhall on late game, gold gen, infinite. And with Arbitrary and Consecration, you can pretty much sustain off of Guildhall alone as long as you're not just being a lemming with your Arbitrary. Other thing that worries me is Killjardi can't scout deep enough, right? Like, that's the other kind of cool thing about B's walling. Because Killjardi won't break it, his scout can't actually tell him what's happened. Now, he could probably anticipate when he just checks the knights and sees no raw bloodlines. Like, we're kind of at the point where B would have got it by now. But sometimes players delay that until, like, 20 knights. So it's not a guaranteed read on the situation. Up Craps Creek without a puddle. Yeah, I say the less rude version. I meant to swear, but I'm a good boy when I cast. 26 gold between him and breaking in. Lemmings don't... Wait. What do you mean lemmings don't? I've watched lemmings stupidly walk off of a cliffside. You know what? You know how I know lemmings do that stuff and they're that dumb? I didn't build the bridge. What a bunch of idiots. And I was out of umbrellas too. Do I look like an umbrella shop? No. Okay, so Killjardi going into Monk play now. Level 3 Jean is in effect. They're both monking at the same time. He even secured 2 sacred sites, which is just kind of wild. Yeah, what? I mean, look, like Jean, usually you feel a bit risky moving out, but the fact he's been able to pivot her out into 2 sacred sites already is kind of crazy. Against mass French knights, that's super dangerous. What scares me, though, is Killjardi, like, what do you have here? You got raw bloodlines. Great. You know, there's 35% increase in health. What about the increase in damage? This is the trade-off. B has got enough knights to tank and then arbitrary to win. And the scarier part still is midway through the fight, when you think you're just about to start breaking that front line, Jean is going to be like, we are not dead. And then everyone just feels healed. Divine Restoration, in a nutshell. You shall not die. Okay, well, Jean deemed it so I guess I won't die. Oh, God, Killjardi, this is going to be a massacre. The knights on the west side are completely overwhelmed as well. He's going to dive to the back. So ripple effect to the back side of this fight, but the arbitrary are start stepping. Jean standing at ground, and this is ugly, man. Killjardi, knights are going to get wiped out. Arbitrary are going to survive. Killjardi, I said he's up Craps Creek without a paddle. Mate, he's sitting at the bottom of the river there. Sunk. Without a lifeboat. And B... Oh, his lifeboat was always sitting there, right? The Guildhall has been generating the food. Ready for that ageful play if necessary. Killjardi will now have to switch into the farms. This is bad. He has generated a lead with the French. He's almost 10 villages ahead. Negatives is the value of the consecrations. Stables, arbitrary, non-stop pumping. And Guildhall will balance this out to be in favor of B. Been seeing this matchup more lately? Yeah, it's because French and John is like high prior pips now. Beastie deemed it, and therefore it was, right? He highlighted that he thought they were S-tier civs. People took a serious look at them. They understood from a drafting POV, it's clearly valuable because he just keeps playing into them. And thus, everyone started committing. And it's a value play. It's definitely proven worth it. Right? In a Pro Scouts meta, already made a lot of sense, but it's also just the scalability of the play off of Royal Institute is insane. The way that you play Pro Scouts safely, allowing you to potentially bypass the guild hall, another insane detail. The fact that walling is harder now, and this is a raiding civ, like there was a lot of details together that just made French and John feel so much better than we were being the credit for in 2024. What's my opinions on the prevalence of Pro Scouts? Oh, buddy, you have not been tuning into enough streams. I almost feel like I'm daily taking a crap on Pro Scouts being a negative for AoE 4. Pro Scouts in this current format is not good. It's very bad. They've created a very linear meta. You can argue that occasionally another strategy wins, but when 90% plus of the games is Pro Scouts, that's bad. And it's crazy that there's a bunch of people that would argue against it. I'm not saying that Pro Scouts should not be viable. I'm just saying it shouldn't be the dominant force to that degree. There'll always be a dominant force because there'll always be a meta optimal. But when the percentile is at 90% plus, you have a problem. Right? You want to be looking at like 50, 60%. That's still dominant, but it gives versatility. Killjardi, I'm not sure what his versatile play to get back in this is. He's building arbitrary from behind. He's a mile behind as well. Not just that. It could get a lot worse. The guild hall actually did get pulled short of the Imperial timing. Knights were trying to raid. They did actually force a little bit of hard time here. But B, there's not really much to stop him going in here. No, he needs to because Killjardi did luck out on the gold spawn in the corner. Very safe back here. Keep drop is at least going to protect the main, but I'm more concerned about his gold access. There's going to be a re-wall behind this, so protection there. Yeah, B, I guess he just felt a bit overly pressured, like he needed additional knights at home to defend against that dive. Relics are coming home, in the end it is going to be a 3-2 split in favor of B. Killjardi has to film the clock here. Horseman is the correct call, just very hard in this situation. And that's going to make matters worse. Ordnance Company. I'm surprised it took this long to get to it, actually. But we do have it on the way now. Villagers... Wait, B? What's going on? He's busy diving, isn't he? Yeah, but he gets nothing for it. Does send 1 or 2 knights round, and this could be the kick to the bollocks. If he peels off the knights now, Killjardi's a dead man. This is insane. 30 villagers are out of the base right now. B, he does see it. He gets it vision. Did he see? Yep, there we go. Knights are on the move. So just peel them off. Go hunting. Let loose the hounds of war. Villagers are going to try to run back the other way. B does also see that. Could react. Instead, he's going to commit to the further out ones that are now stuck in no man's land. This is the entire lead. If he finds it. He turns around. He's still at the knight's back here, remember? But it's only 2, so Killjardi could get a handful of these home. I can't believe that. They're actually going to live. They go into the berries instead. Up the tree are going to be able to reach. Knights go for the dive in. So finally, at 21.5 minutes in, B kills the first villager. Yes, you heard that correctly. It took this long. Crazy, actually, how many things took this long. No cantle saddles, no chivalry earlier than this point in the game for B. Knights. Oh my god, this is sick. The arbitrary on the high ground. Good luck catching me. That's so smart. Unfortunately, it's into horsemen. Had it been into knights, this would have been sick. He beast drops the high ground, though, and is able to block out the farms. Hey, this game has so many thumbnailable moments. I love it. And I love this. Oh my god, he got in good. The massacre is real. Several more worker kills. It's adding up. Killjardi's entire economy lead is gone. A 5 worker difference between the two. And now B plays out risk. Because Killjardi has no knights. He has 4. He can't raid. By the way, like, who said that like high ground doesn't give more range to units in AoE 4? That's not what I just saw there. arbitrary, just giving you a preview of what would happen if we had that mechanic. Yeah, like, remember, those that don't know, in AoE2, like, high ground gives you a damage buff, right? As well as a range, like a vision buff. We only have vision in AoE4, for better or worse. Killjardi, did he see the outpost? I think so. He goes to the other villages instead. I like that Killjardi's still attacking. He needs to here. Because now there's nothing to stop Beef from just going in. I think he knows it. Oh my god, the knight numbers are not on his side, though. Guildhall is ready to be pulled for Imperial. We still have knights riding through the base. Jean is here too. Has got the horseman reaction, correctly so. Not sure what she was... I think she was consecrating there. Or he clicked on... he clicked on a villager, so she wasn't moving. Jean's riders are going to do great here, though. Look, they've got 7 ranged armor against 12 base damage. So snipes a few more workers. Raiding cavalry has been cleared up. Sacred sites are locked in. I think this is the end of the game. Like, what do you do now as Killjardi? Because B, he may not be popped, but he has to read the military lead for what it is at this stage. Killjardi would have shown a bigger fighting force in his own base otherwise. And the keep drop does give some protection. Someone, like not quite sure of is just how much XP until level 4. It's been reasonable farming. I think B's still some way off, though. And no, he got found. Didn't trust in the outpost either, so villagers running home, and look at the route. This is it. It should have killed him about 5 or 6 minutes ago, but now it most definitely will deliver the killing blow. He even groups them up and surrounds. Killjardi's sometimes guilty of staying in the game too long. I don't know if he'll feel there's any way back after this type of hit, though. Especially with the follow-up. That guild hall is ready to burst. 1,840 food. I mean, Killjardi, he's trying to react Horseman as a counter here. I get the thought process. One of the tricky parts, though, is that Gambuson's tech is a Castle Age tech, not an Imperial Age tech. So B already has a substantial amount of resistance to melee damage. And now, it's going to get tankier and scarier. Red Palace on the way. Wolves coming up as well to make it safe. To make it worse, Killjardi can actually see it. It's Horseman, though, against Textiles. Surely not. It'll take a miracle. There's more villagers here. He can just commit them all. Knights are coming to guard this. Meanwhile, a dive into the base as Killjardi was trying to recover with 2 TC. Oh, this is Farm Central. John's a Facebook gamer. I know she plays Farmville all day and all night. You want the proof? It's on your screen right now. That XP bar is just going up. And Killjardi is going down in game number 1. What timing as well. To intercept the TC while teching. Cost a few villagers over here, sure, but totally worth it. And Jean de Blast has arrived. She can birth a cannon in, what, 30 seconds? She can even start sieging herself now. No denying it at this stage. Sick game by B. Matchup that just delivers as well, man. Like, I'm convinced. I think right now, French and Jean going at it may be my favorite matchup. Close, dude. It's kind of crazy as well. Like, it's a pseudo mirror. You'd think I'd kind of hate it. I've made my opinions on them clear in the past, but it's an aggressive mirror. I think that's what I love about it. Aggressive pseudo mirror. There's differences, and even with those differences, it's still all about attacking. Let me know what you think in the comments, though, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. And yes, I said Jean de Blast. That's what we call her, man. That's her real name. Level 4 Jean de Blast. You can either call level 4 Jean de Blast, or you call her Mecha Jean. Those are your 2 options. So, game 1. A win on the board for B. G2, we're heading to Dry Arabia. Juji versus Rus. Oh. Does Relic still develop AoE4? No one knows for sure. Because that would involve seeing contracts and seeing official announcements. And there's never been an official announcement that they aren't. So, I feel like they aren't. Maybe anything technical related. But I feel as if design is not in their hands anymore. So high ground for units in AoE4 just affects vision. It doesn't affect damage, range, or anything. Loving to watch you before work, get off early, and you're still on. Hell yeah, man. Yep, I'm just a freaking degen. Just a casual 7-hour streaming coming. Doot, doot. Oh, and... So what we got here? So yeah, winner of this will be going up against either Beastie or Mahodo. We might have to skip the Beastie Mahodo series and just come in the QFs. Anno Numadon should be doable tomorrow morning. Do walls count as high ground? No, they're walls. They give different stats. They actually give stats. Wow. Oh, one sec. Follow scout for a sec. I just want to quickly check a message. Did we get a ping back on a time? No. Yeah, so we don't have a time. I think Dumu's series will probably be around like 2 p.m.-ish. We'll aim for tomorrow. Units on walls also give extra vision. I don't believe so. Alright, you guys ready? Let's get down in the dirty here. Killjardi, how did you pull this one off? You got Juji through the... B, how did you pull this one off? One and all, we have Rus and Juji making it through the draft. Crazy. I can't believe I just said that, but they divvied up, right? HRE banned on both sides, but one banned Juji, the other banned Rus. And they're going to put their most powerful foots forward here on Dry Arabia. Interesting one. So Pro Scouts War, Juji do have some power to throw around there with the increased production rates. Also meditation guns, which, by the way, Killjardi's looking for a good one. Yeah, he scouted out, seeing if there's anything better. So it's going to be a minigun at home. Food, gold, wood. It's going to be like, what, about 80 resources in total? Maybe like 75. It's acceptable. Yeah, so Juji versus Rus. You're tempting to say that Rus just have it better because Horse Archer spam, but I wouldn't write Juji off, not with Dali Horse's tech. I think Dali Horse's tech is a very interesting contest point, and so are the relics with Shallow Monks. Remember, Shallow Monks have a buff that allows them to temporarily reduce the damage they take from ranged attacks by 50%. You heard that number correctly. The importance of that is it means that you can force Horse Archers to commit onto you, and then Lancers to defend it, and the Horse Archers won't be able to kill you quickly. So definitely need something to keep an eye on here. Is there a world in which we potentially see a long feudal? Yes. Juji have got Juganu as well. That's something B's going to have to answer for. I'm a little bit concerned if he goes for a raw fast castle and a Juganu spam on the other side. Horse Archers won't save your bacon, so you have to go men at arms. That could be a bit linear, a bit predictable. We'll just have to see if Killjardi's able to read it. What do you guys think? When you've been seeing this matchup, do you like Rus more or Juji? Rus 1, Juji 2. I don't see enough people playing this minigame on the YouTube videos either. You're also invited to make predictions. We don't judge. Goal isn't always get it right. Goal is to start kind of exploring why you think these things. Your favorite Juji. Well, let's see how he wants to play it. Is of course going to be Stable's beginning because Pro Scouts is king. Looking at the deer spawns, B's already got the shove in. This is a bit frustrating, but Killjardi does at least have the back spawning deer. Other one, kind of reasonable. So I expect a 50-50 split here. The reason's this, right? Killjardi already has scouts on the way. Pro Scouts coming in insanely fast when he wants to. Boom. Supervision in 30 seconds. It's a 45-second window. Meanwhile, you're going to be able to change the scout dynamic here, right? Catch up to your opponent. Because Usually at this point, you can kind of justify double imp official. If he does, and there it is queued, he can supervise the stables to vomit out scouts, and it means that B won't have a lead. These are the things that make me kind of favor the Zhuji here. Because the thing is, you're like, oh, but KP, building 2 Imperial officials, oh, me oh my, he's sacrificing villagers, and meanwhile, B has got hunting cabins. Well, you know what they say about sacrificing? Sometimes it gets you a blessing from Khorne. Sometimes you're able to become a great demon. Sounds like it could be worth it. Almost as worth it as our free offer of Opera GX this month. Exclamation mark, Opera GX. Use the sign up link, guys. So, to that point of sacrificing Imperial officials, is it really a sacrifice or is it a trade out? Yeah, I lose a villager, but I get 20% more resources. Doesn't seem that bad when you say it like that. Because at 20 villages, let's say I supervise and only gather wood and food, damn, that's like 4 extra villages. And I've only sacrificed building 2. So you see the positives of it, right? It's the same logic as to why HRE would build a prelate out of their TC if they didn't have Archon. It's way too good of a trade to give up. And that's before we talk about the tax on top. So, Rax opening from Killjardi. He's going to go for the classic contest onto the Roos. Yeah, but... do we go archer range here? I feel like for this to make sense for Killjardi, you're usually thinking archer range, right? Unless he just wants to contest the fast castle. We did talk about Dali horses. One negative I'll say about Dali horses, as much as I hype it up and think it's incredible and a cool tech, very unique take for this UG, it doesn't come into the picture that quickly often. So maybe that's the concern for Killjardi. Why he wants to maybe take a more aggressive line here. We do have quite a lot of wood being gathered. Usually that's indicative of additional production coming through. P. Don't mind if I do. You want to shoot the deer for me? You're such a nice guy. Oh, this is so bad for Killjardi as well. He's distracted with the dive. So he doesn't realize what's happened here, right? Yeah, okay, he reallocates across on the elves at the other side. I'm not liking the look of this for Killjardi right now. He tried to go lean on the scouts to go hard on the horsemen. B's already got enough home. He can do the tech up and then come back for the final deer stack afterwards. This feels like it could be a men-at-arms opening. Maybe feels that it's a bit slow. If this wasn't against a Civ that can fast castle, you probably just MAA. But like, there's a risk that what B does is he looks across and says, "Oh man, you've got like a lot of units right now. No way you're saving for attack." If that's the sense he gets, then MAA can make sense and you just follow up with spears. He might just want something fast though. Nice start step, Killjardi, just trying to deny the pro scouts in the back. Tech up, ready to begin. High trade house. Could he drop it here? He could actually do that. He could drop it right here on the berries as well, but yeah, he just takes the nice little slot he set up there. So get your numbers in, folks. High trade house coming through soon. And it is going to be the Rax. Okay. It's just too good to not do here, right? Like, Killjardi could react Lancers, but you can solve out of this building with that as well with Spearmen. And the whole idea is, like, if he's going to open Lancers, you can just switch Spears and then add in Horse Archers because of how much you're saving on Spears instead of Men-at-Arms. Other crazy thing about these type of players by Roos, any other Civ does this, there's an exposure point. The gold. Killjardi would be diving it right now, saying, "Why do you think you can go Castle Age? Why do you think you can build Men-at-Arms on me?" Meanwhile, Roos. Just these buildings here, not to mention the one you guys are now calculating for the value of. It's enough gold to afford MAA blob, if need be. So Killjardi now mirroring, Shallow Monastery on the way. Did he kind of forget about Tang? It looked like he gathered the 1200, 600. He might just been distracted. But remember, with Tang Dynasty, you get the tech up cheaper as GG. See? Oh, wait. Wrong guy. There you go. So yeah, you save yourself 270 resources. Quite a pretty penny, actually. That's more than enough for your first Shallow Monk. Oh my god, dude. I've seen B do this before. This is the infinite spear blob build. If you've not seen B before, buckle yourselves in. it almost feels dirty how often he's made this work. It's just math. At the end of the day, he's just playing math. Like any Zerg player would, right? Remember, this guy used to be a Zerg main on StarCraft 2. All about getting the count up as quickly as you can. So moves in, contests the Pro Scouts. Jigany reactions coming in, so there's going to be a second element to this from B. There's no way your plan was to just build mass spears against Shuji. That's a death sentence. So presumably he's looking for the men-at-arms switch. No, there we go. It's going to be archery ranges added in. So we've got men-at-arms and crossbows as a potential here. This is pretty sick. Killjardi has got double Shell and Monk out though. So like the trade-off for B is he's won the Pro Scouts game. He got like what? 3 deer stacks at least? Close to at least. The trade-off here is that Killjardi should be able to get all the relics. Or at least I'd say 4 of them. Because B going Spearman doesn't give him like good map momentum here. What's the ratio of 1v1 and team game players in this game? We talked about this before. Like there's a lot more accounts ranked for team. But then like, you know, in terms of like which one gets more frequent games, etc., it's deceptive because obviously you need in some cases 4 times the players. But the game is definitely designed and marketed around 1v1, but there's more than enough team players. So spam and spam. It's working out initially. It needs to catch up with the Warrior Monk though. He does see the relic, but it's very difficult to kill a Shallow Monk with spears. Remember, he has 2 melee on the base. Oh, B. Just trying to intercept the cavalry, trying to control the narrative here. Killjardi, things are looking pretty good, guys. He's got 3 relics soon. So B, he does still have enough Warrior Monks to get the Alpha 2. High Trade House is also going to generate 127, so he's ahead. But Killjardi's going to look to get ahead. He's prepping for Yuan Dynasty, a really big deal with the pagodas, allowing him to generate 250 resources instead of 80 per relic. Spearman blob though. It's 2 worker kills. Nothing to turn your nose up at, and on top of that, are you kidding me? Is he actually gonna... Oh, come on! What? He doesn't get the other one, but he snatches from inside the base. Warrior Monk's still gonna die. It's just too much firepower. But there's a second one here. The yoink is underway. This man is insane. B, what are you doing to him? Pulls away. The hardest to reach of the 3 available. And now it's Spear Crossbow versus Zhug Palace Guard. I mean, technically, ranged units countering both pieces on the other side. However, we only just got the veterancy. We do not even have bolt magazines for the additional DPS into spears. And B, by a mile, has the numerical advantage here. I think Killjardi's going to struggle with this. Zhug new count isn't high enough. And the runaway is difficult. Spearman easily able to chase you down. So now Killjardi pinned in his base. And really, this is kind of his own gluttony that caused this. Look at his resources. He's consistently been maintaining 1,000-ish food in reserve looking for Yuan. It's just B punishing him for it. And the men-at-arms switch now is what could easily be the nail in the coffin. Killjardi hasn't pivoted yet. He's still going Zhug and Palace Guard. Man, this guy is crazy, these Spearman blobs. I've seen him do this so many times now, and it's crazy how many players fall for it. You can kind of forgive them for it. But it's still brutal to watch how easily he sweeps over them with it. Decap pause over here. Meanwhile, B is getting ready for a dive now. This is a stage where you probably be thinking about Nest of Bees. Killjardi, that can save you a lot of pressure here. The PG, are they going to be able to last long enough before the men-at-arms break through is my concern. Yeah, Killjardi seems to feel it too. That's why he's getting crossbows. If this was just more crossbows, let's say like, 75% ranged, you'd go Nest of Bees. But because the men-at-arms threat, you have a problem here. Meanwhile, flanks. Oh, looks like he is going to get found out here gathering. So good interception on the ball. Looks like he found a few worker kills there, actually. Yeah, he gets all but one of them. Big hit by Killjardi. A much needed one as well. Pumbaa is going to get involved in the engagement, though. I'm sure they're fine. Nah, the PG have to run. Men at arms on the way. B has slowed down quite a bit here. Meanwhile at home, double blacksmiths. Yeah, because they've both been kind of lagging in that department, but Killjardi has a huge edge, right? He can supervise for these techs. So B basically needs to respect the potential for Mashuk to actually hit like a truck. So, despite the craziness, Killjardi has kind of re-established himself in a reasonable way. He's definitely not ahead. He's not a mile behind, though. Like, High Trade House is generating a lot. Free relics, 2 sacred sites. There's an argument that, like, B has got clear economical lead. My concern is that Killjardi's army still feels weird. Even more with this. That's toxic. He may not have the undermesh, folks, but the Saint's Blessing is just as good. Killjardi immediately has to remove that. This is where Zhuganu can potentially carry. It's 7 damage into 4 ranged armor, i.e. you're hitting for 9 damage. It just still doesn't feel quick enough. No, the crossbow is now trading out that backline nicely. More men-at-arms arriving. Killjardi was so adamant about denying the ball play. He may have just denied himself a chance to be in this series. Let's push back into the base. B now able to reset, and with the access to the boars, he's got more than enough food to keep pumping. There's a growing risk that Killjardi is going to have to transition into farms first against a ticking time bomb in the sacred sites. Not just that, I'd be more concerned that B would look to dive you if you do that transition. 1,000 wood gathered up so far by Killjardi, so clearly committing. B on the other side still has berries everywhere. And with map control, he can tap all of them. Where's the Fabled LAN? We are going to be the host for the Garrison LAN happening in Hamburg, starting on the 13th of March. Yeah, there'll be an Age of Empires 2 event, and then on the side there'll be an Age of Empires 4 and Age of Myth event. Killjardi. He's really trying to avoid going for that transition. Oh boy. No. You keep the blind spot, B. He knows he has to go for food somewhere. He reads it perfectly! And Killjardi doesn't even react! Gets right on top of him! Start a step chase. No getting out of this. Killjardi! Half the villagers are going to die to this dive. No textiles! Something he has to be greatly regretting at this stage. Goes to seek shelter, but it kind of costs him more hanging around there. B now with a 13 villager lead. No real counterattack happening here. Sacred sites have been decapped, yes, but B doesn't have to care about that detail. It's a raw eco lead now. That was insane. Out of all the points to be able to dive to find, he finds the one. The only that matters. And now a second wave arrives in the base. Be able to see through that tree line. At this stage, Killjardi is just getting pulled 2 ways. I can't believe he's still hemorrhaging additional economy in this situation. Man, crazy how quickly this turned from what still felt like maybe about a 40, 60, 45, 55 split into what is now an 80-20 easily. Yeah, maybe 85. The only reason I'm giving some credit to Killjardi is Nesta Bees. Nesta Bees against mass crossbows can completely flip the game. The B, I wonder, you know, he does need to think about those farms soon. Is there another way he could go here? Yeah, I wasn't going to say it out loud because it feels really ballsy. Limited food, he's going Horseman. If he can find that timing, Killjardi's just dead. He hasn't got front line at all. That's why B's doing it. Killjardi, I mean, can he even afford to go spears with lack of food? No. It's what makes it such a great read by B. He sees the army, he sees the state of the food. It's a dead brain giveaway, right? Like, just go in with the blob. Dives into the base, or dives into the main, rather, after this fight, and that'll be enough to force it. Like, there's no getting away from it. Nesta B's out front lining. They're not even clocked out variant. They can't get good shots in. The Saints Blessing once again coming in clutch. And B will make it a solid 2-0. What is up, Townhouse man? Town, rather. I was about to say man. Townhouse Town, I see you, buddy. Thank you very much. By the way, I never asked about that. Was it meant to be fan, or it was actually meant to be Townhouse Tan? All right. Incredible, though. So 2-0 from B. That means... that's why. So short for Tanner. I had a feeling it might be something like that. Gotcha. Excuse me. All right, guys. So, plan tomorrow is to go live around midday. We'll be looking to kick off with Anatan versus Numidan. We'll be hopping into the winner of that series up against Dumu. And then I imagine we'll probably be looking at B versus Beastie happening after that, maybe a little bit later. And then after that, if we don't have a semifinal straight away, we'll look at the Scatterbrain versus Wham one. Vortex already through to semifinals. I think the goal will probably be to have Vortex and Wham on Thursday, if that's the matchup, or Vortex and Scatterbrain, whichever one, because I think that's probably favorable for the time zones. And then we'll try to make sure we like round out the day with the Beastie/B semifinals. Okay? So, yeah. So, like, tomorrow, Anatan Numidan into Dumu series, into whichever quarterfinals is ready next. And then probably top semifinals is our goal. All right. So, that is going to be it for today, though. YouTube, I'm going to love you and leave you. Hopefully you had a good one. So, I'm going to end that YouTuber stream. We'll be back tomorrow we'll aim to go live at probably 12 midday UK time, so 1 p.m. CET. I'll see you all.